"fuck it, we ball" becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into "fuck it, we live." And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Oh, holy shit. They just fucking ripped her clothes off.
Fuck it, we'll do both. I'll use my tongue.
I have no idea what's going on. Oh, yes. Yes, brilliant. It's just like a child. All you need to do is beat it hard enough, and it'll work.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
No, not that. No, that was the wrong one.
I know, Fandral. That's the fucking point. What the f...
Oh, that was...
No! Fuck you! No! I mean...
Don't hurt her!
Are we back? Wait, shit.
Did I...
Son, I don't care about artificial insemination. I impregnate all my employees naturally. This is a place to be racist towards Asura, goddammit. That's better. Anyway, I'd pick suicide. Only they spent more time thinking about diversity, then the game wouldn't have bugs like this. Shoulda mentioned your name when the Jeff Bezos is deep up inside my asshole collecting his $2.50 from me. What the fuck's this red stuff? Why didn't he explode into light and wave goodbye?
I can't do shit, I'm stuck.
He can't.
I'm pressing everything. I can't do it.
He's fucked. Take this out of context. What you're telling me is that these fucking riggers are a problem in our society.
Community has had over the course of these last several years
Of being
and
insane.
be polite. Give them the
He had a 24-inch cock around. Retarded's coming back into fashion. I tried to say it without laughing. Oh shit! Really fucking shitty to me. Oh Jesus, fuck. Only the real connoisseurs will understand this one.
Fuck them kids.
How wide my fucking legs are on this thing. I've ridden a before, it wasn't this wide. His sister drank his water. By that same standard, Sawman, you're 100% responsible for murdering ESO. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. He's never gonna escape the Japanese zombie tobacco allegations. Huh? What the fuck? What the fuck does that even mean? Jesus Christ. I'm gonna fix that camera a little bit. You know, I've been thinking about something. I was thinking about this. I've been thinking about this the whole day, actually. No, that's a lie. I've been thinking about it for like maybe 20 minutes. I've been thinking about... did you finally recover from the pad that made you see the inside of the universe's ass crack? Yes, I did. Shit, that thing hit me hard. That thing hit me real hard. So, I've been thinking about something involving all this politics bullshit, and I'm fucking exhausted by it already. Right. And I was thinking about this earlier. And you know what I was thinking? I was thinking, since I'm such a big deal, I should tell you what to think politically. No, we're not going to do that. We're not doing that shit. I'm not going to tell you what you should or shouldn't think. I'm not going to tell you how the world works. You can figure that shit out by yourself. I am here to play video games. I'm here so that we can pretend it's 2001 again. And fucking, I don't know, Crash Bandicoot just released. Or whichever game came out in 2001. There were some bangers back then. The only thing I really have to say about, like, everything that's been happening in the world recently that's been pretty fucked up is probably, regardless of what you think of someone, if you think you need to blow their brains out because they've got a differing set of sounds coming out of their mouth than you, then you probably lost the fucking plot, right? But if you want to make fun of it, then go ahead. Everyone makes jokes. Who cares? Right? Aside from that, I don't give a fuck. I'm so burned out. I am so tired. These last 4 days, the internet has been unfucking usable for anyone like me who is so goddamn burned out by all this politics bullshit. It has been inescapable. So you go Fent mode on your last stream. I kind of did. That Velo pack nearly fucked me up real good. I don't know how the fuck anyone lives. TTS should be back up. I don't know how anyone lives in the state of permanent political behavior where they're incapable of escaping it. Where you can't just chill the fuck out, go outside, look at the sun a little bit. Walk your dog. Fuck your girlfriend. Find a girlfriend to fuck. Have a good time. Killing someone you don't like is a dumb thing to do because then their troubles are over. If you truly hate someone, there's so much more miserable that you can do to make them more miserable. Yes, absolutely. But think about it this way. Braham 2028. Now that is the worst opinion I've ever heard, Memories. That is the most disgusting thing that has ever been said. Ever. Let's go back to politics where it's less toxic. Because we've tried what you want before. When you try to hide from politics, politics will kick in your door. I'm aware, Dog Rock. I am saying this from the perspective of everyone does this shit. Everyone does this temper tantrumy bullshit all the time about politics, and it's so fucking poisonous to the human soul. Regardless of what side you're on, regardless of whether you're left or right or wherever the fuck you are, it is poisonous to the human soul to not be able to just close your eyes and go to bed without thinking about what political topic you're going to talk about with someone else tomorrow. It is poison to the human soul. There's no other way to put it. It's that simple. So I'm going to pretend like none of this matters. Because it fucking doesn't. None of you are people who can affect change on a drastic level, because none of you were invited to Epstein Island to touch down on some kids. Sorry, you're just not that cool. Neither am I. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to focus on fucking video games. That's what we're going to do. And before that, we're going to cry about YouTube. We're going to bitch about something today that doesn't actually matter in the real world. How does that sound? How does that sound? Today, we're going to be watching a set of videos that Josh Strife Hayes has put out, that Spiffing Brit has put out. We're going down the fucking rabbit hole of apparently YouTube is shoving its own hands up its own ass and pretending it's done nothing wrong. YouTube went down for me when the algorithm got so extreme. Hold on, I missed that. Hold on, let me read that. Algorithm got so extreme, and one note: I don't want to see 10 more videos about a topic I just watched 2 videos on 3 hours ago. I miss when you could just discover what. Yeah, here's the problem, right? Here's a big problem I've noticed with YouTube's system in the current way that it is, right? YouTube's system, and you'll notice this mostly with shorts, because shorts is just regular videos on hyperspeed, right? If you are interested in a topic, you will get all of the information you need out of maybe 1 or 2 videos. Then you're done. You got everything you needed. You're good. Right? I had this problem today, actually. For the first time in my life, I have a dishwasher. I have never had a dishwasher before in my fucking life. Right? Every day, since birth till now, I've washed dishes by hand. For the first time in my life, I got a hold of a dishwasher, I repaired the fucking thing, and I installed it in my house. I watched one video on how to repair a dishwasher. I watched another video on how a dishwasher functions. And now YouTube thinks that I'm fucking gooning to goddamn dishwashers. It served me like 25 fucking videos earlier today. I had to go into those 3 dots and click fucking not interested every single time. And then I went to shorts. I took a shit earlier today. And I've got a problem. When I'm taking a dump, I do one of 2 things. I play chess or I scroll through shorts. And every single fucking short that I saw was, this is how this dishwasher operates. Like, I give a fuck. I've solved my problem. It's fucking so stupid. It's so retarded the way YouTube works and functions. I've solved my issue. I'm done. I've resolved it. YouTube should have functionally understood that when I watched 2 videos, closed out the second one at like 15 minutes in, and didn't watch the rest of it because it was just the guy jerking himself off about how good he was at dishwasher repair. But no. YouTube doesn't understand how people actually think. And here's the problem. I'm exhausted. Take care. Good night, Edward. So, here's how YouTube thinks thinks the world works, right? Let's say here's a good example. I'm working out a cosplay for the charity event that's happening on the 22nd of October, right? I have figured out the cosplay that I want to do. In order to do that cosplay, I needed to look at some new techniques on how to 3D print certain models out, right? How I can adjust certain things so that the parts that I'm 3D printing out work. There were 2 really good videos and a few shorts that showed me a few new techniques that I didn't know about. There were 7 dog shit videos that told me nothing and was just someone trying to sell a fucking course on how to open a print farm. I kept on clicking not interested in those. And you know what happens? YouTube stops serving you anything about 3D printing entirely. It decides, fuck you. Oh, you didn't want to watch the scam artist try and tell you how you're going to make $10,000 a day 3D printing out little pieces of shit, plastic that no one actually wants? But you should buy his course. You didn't want to watch that? Oh, I guess you want nothing about this topic then. It's so fucking stupid. YouTube is quite literally becoming more retarded over time. It's suffering the same fate that Google currently has. And that's what pisses me off so much. And yes, shorts are absolute cancer sin. Shorts are dominated by garbage AI farmed out content that doesn't even make sense. And like the AI narrator for any of that shit doesn't even match what's happening in the background. That's how fucking retarded it is. I can make a course about making a print farm to first step, have money, second step, buy 10 3D printers. Yes, literally, Ashura. Literally, it's that easy. And you get a bunch of retards who will buy your course. And then you don't make money from the 3D printers, you make money from the course, pretending you did something. YouTube is going the same way as Google. It's becoming a shittier search function over time. It's becoming worse. Hold on. I thought furries were more of a wild progressive thing. They're open about it on the left. On the right, they're still there. And in positions of power, the right-wingers don't care because it's a +1 ally to them. Also, you said something earlier, Benji. Hold on. You wrote a novel earlier. What's this? I've tried to get into the biggest right-winger groups, like the real big boys. Unfortunately, every single one of them surrounds themselves with the worst types who run their stuff. Diaper furs, furries, weirdos, sex pests. I haven't found a single well-known one that doesn't have a furry Janny running their Discord. Yeah, well, obviously. Think about it. These people are terminally online, right? These are not people that have gone out into the world and had to work a job. These are people who are likely being supported by their families or are on some social grant system, never leave their house, and their entire goal in life is to have some modicum of power over someone. And it doesn't matter what they do to get there, they will get there. And they will hold that power over you and everyone else. Because they literally think that being a Discord mod is the same thing as running a country. They think that because they got Reddit gold that one time and they're a mod, that they can control the entire narrative. These people are fucking idiots. These people are morons. And one day there's going to be public YouTube mods. I can see it coming. And then we all go to shit. Oh man. That's when things go bad. Ironically, Google is the only company that could afford to keep YouTube running. Yes. And they're the only company that's managed to make YouTube profitable. And now they're going to fuck it up. That's how it works. Sucks for them. I'll call them retards and hurt their feelings. What are they going to do? Ban me? Yes, Jimmy. And they'll feel good about it as well. And then while they're choking themselves with their dad's belt and jerking off, they're thinking about how they banned you. That's how it works. Right? That's just how it is. So, we're going to keep today simple. Right? We're going down the rabbit hole. Okay, but what happened to your PC? Okay. Fine. I'll tell you the PC story. Right? So, last time I was streaming, I kind of crashed out. Right? I kind of lost my shit out at an issue that actually matters to the world. Pay to win in video games. I lost my fucking mind, so sorry about that. I'm incredibly pissed off with how many weak, frail pieces of shit exist. That desperately love sucking themselves off, pretending that their favorite video game doesn't have pay to win in it. It's everywhere. The TTS played into it a little bit, but honestly, that's not really a fucking big deal. That doesn't even matter that much. So, I went downstairs to take a piss. I came back, and my entire stream PC was blue screening on me. Right? The fans were spinning at high speed, and there were a few sparks flying off of it. So I had to pull the thing out, pull out the power cord and all of that, and go and get it fixed by my local Chinese tech priest, who praises the Omnissiah daily. I don't know how he gets shit working. He looked at me and he said, I told you this was going to happen. Right? He was like, I expected this to be a month from now, not a few days. I'll fix it for you again. But I'm warning you that this thing is a fire hazard, so you're going to keep it away from everything else. And you're going to understand that if your leg under your desk starts getting warm, it's going to set itself on fire. He has a batch of secondhand GPUs, so sure, I'm getting there. And he's I bought one already, right? He was like, look, I can get you one for a few $100, right? And in my country's money, that's next to nothing. So he's like, look, I've got some secondhand GPUs. I've got some ones that I'm fixing that the owner doesn't originally want. It turns out his hobby is actually fixing PCBs on GPUs. He does it for fun. That's how fucked up this guy is in the head. And he's like, when I've got one fixed and functional, I will give it to you and you can swap it out. And then we're all good. But he just said, until then, just understand that you're driving down the road with your balls out the window at 120 kilometers an hour. At some point, your nuts are going to hit a stop sign. It's just going to happen. And the tech priest telling me that that is not a good sign. So yeah, I've been offline for 4 days. I've also been, dealing with fucking real life, because real life is that. I live in a shitty neighborhood. There were a few shootings. So want us to mess up your taxes? No, son. Keep your money, spend it on yourself. I will figure something out. I will do contractual work. The other thing I've managed to secure over the weekend is I managed to get in touch with a company that was willing to give me a bunch of game keys for free for this charity event. It's like, that scene where like a guy goes into like a Taco Bell and he orders like 50 tacos, and then he's like, this is for the homeless, and then the manager's like, oh, you just take it for free, right? Now, what that made me realize is I could have walked in there and got like 50 games and just lied to this motherfucker. But this guy was like, okay, I think it's because the guy, like, more genuinely, I think it's because they're aware of this charity. They've like done their research on them already. They weren't talking about this charity like they didn't know what the fuck was going on. So I think they were pretty happy to help with game keys. It's probably going to be some old games, might be some new ones in there. I don't know. But they're going to like bundle them together, and then we're going to do some giveaways between the 22nd and the 31st of October. So at least you get something out of it. And also I'm going to have a cosplay, right? Which, man, that's going to look like shit. I 3D printed out the prototype for it, and I realized that it could work, but it's going to look so fucking stupid when I'm wearing it. It's going to look so dumb. I'm going to give some of these kids nightmares. Now then, let's focus on YouTube's fuck-ups. Now, apparently there's been a little bit of back and forth between old Josh Strife Hayes and Spiffing Brit. The British people are attacking each other, which is fascinating to see, right? That's fascinating to see. Now, obviously, this is a polite disagreement between two British people, right? And as we know, the British have never done anything evil and vile to anyone throughout history ever, right? And mom and dad are fighting. So, if you have videos on this, if you have other people talking about this shit, link them to me. We will watch this. We're going down this fucking rabbit hole. Then we're playing through another chapter of Living Will Season 1. And then for the first time ever in my goddamn life, I'm going to be touching Hollow Knight. I'm going to be seeing if it is worth playing that game on stream, or whether I'm going to be playing it off stream. So your PC could die at any moment, potentially, but I've set things up so that it hopefully won't. I've how do I put this? I've got my little Jetstream thing that I got for free from my Chinese tech priest. So if things start going wrong, I'm gonna be blowing this thing. I do also have a fire extinguisher in my house to put it out if stuff does go bad. Don't worry. It should be fine. It should be fine. If we pretend that it's not a problem, through the power of belief, much like an orc, we will be fine. Sprite, bro. 7-Up has better flavor and don't hurt your balls. Oh, Keith. Oh, rich boy here, huh? Oh, using 7-Up instead of Sprite, huh? I bet you wipe your ass with toilet paper too. You dirty rich motherfucker. Right. Let's get into it. Let's see what these people are saying. People on YouTube subreddit are coping hard, saying how things were better under Susan because she worked with the company for 15 years, and yet that's the exact time YouTube started going to shit. It's really, really funny watching people pretend like Susan was so much better than what the current situation is. It's simply that Susan was there at an earlier point in time and had not yet implemented shittier systems into the game, into YouTube. That's all. Oh, you sure you don't need us to donate? Absolutely, Filter. Save your fucking money. I promise you this shit is free. If we're orking this, can we paint your PC red? I would, but my PC barely has a case right now. I need to keep it open so that if things do go wrong, I can like just blast it with a fire extinguisher. My PC is literally butt-ass naked under my desk right now. It's all fucked up. Question, have you got a controller for Hollow Knight? I actually do. I got my PlayStation 5, technically not a ripoff because it's SNE. I picked it up at a discount at Rage one of the years. I only realized it wasn't like a real controller, and that's why it was so cheap, like 2 years later, but hey, it works. So I can't complain. It works. You should more RGB lights and stickers. Oh yeah, of course. Maybe I'll grow my hair back too, Filter. Susan was 1,000 times worse. There wasn't even a relation between what you wanted to watch and what it showed you. I think Susan is exactly the same. The continuum has not changed. You're steering a ship into the iceberg. There's no one who's going to save it right now. Everyone's fucked. It doesn't matter who's at the helm. Everyone's going to get their ass beat by YouTube at some point. And you're either going to have a whole bunch of people scattering to niche platforms like Rumble, like Odyssey, like all of that shit. Or YouTube's going to have to improve, which is that's Fantasyland shit. Your PS5. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that the PlayStation 5 controller makes sense for the position of where your thumbs are. I'm sorry that it makes 100% sense to not have some dial at the top of the fucking controller on the right-hand side that you've got to try and find by reaching over the controller. Jesus Christ. Are Hollow Knight's controls bad on PC? No, but I'd never play a platformer using a keyboard and mouse. Same with Hades. It's much better on controller. It's more about preference than anything else. That's all that matters to me is preference. And it feels more comfy on a controller. Any platformer feels more comfy on controller, so that's where it's going. Of course I have small hands. I'm a midget, Green. That's how that works. Now then, let's take a look at how broken you... I think this is the first one. This is where it all started. Where was it? Yeah, is YouTube broken? What do you need to know? That's where he goes with this. Let's see what happens.
Its algorithm, and I have proof. If you spend much time on YouTube, you've probably seen a few of the larger channels talking about the recent substantial changes in the YouTube algorithm. But what are those changes? Why were they made? And how does it affect the most important YouTube channel of all, mine? A few days ago, an underrated YouTube channel I have a great deal of love and respect for made a video on this subject. Here's a clip from that video. Hello, I'm Josh Strife Hayes. YouTube is restricting your access to content your favorite...
Okay, so for anyone who doesn't know, this is the lore behind this. Josh made a video that I didn't get to watch off stream. He posted about it on Twitter. He then pulled the video down after YouTube got back to him. And he said, I'm going to redo this video in a better way. That makes it make more sense. So this is the we can't find this video version. And after this is this video. This is the upgraded version, apparently. No TTS pointer redeems. Okay, then I need to fix Tangia. Because they should be active again. But if they're not, I need to find a setting that I need to fix somewhere. Also has a built-in gyro I can use on PC. Xbone controllers come with a gyro. You can. I don't care. I just care about the layout. The layout feels way better. What's the point of the gyro if I don't got no games to play? You attach it to a PC. That's what you do, Cyro. You see, the PlayStation 5's entire marketing campaign, its entire purpose for existing was to develop a new controller so you could play it on PC. That's why.
creators are making using a system you may not even be aware of, and I can prove it. I made this video and uploaded it to my second channel, Josh Strife Plays, where it did phenomenally well in a very short amount of time, because drama always gets views.
Yes.
But then after only a few hours, I took it down, because despite it being incredibly well written and expertly edited, it had one tiny flaw. The conclusion it came to—
Hold on. Let's not take a look at the new one. Let's take a look at his old ones. Was it good? Alan Wake. Goddamn, 250,000 views. That's huge. Jesus Christ, this man pulls in numbers. Fuck me. August, September. So that's one video a month, basically. Man, I really gotta get back to editing my Dune video. Holy shit.
Written and expertly edited, it had one tiny flaw. The conclusion it came to was completely wrong. The main focus of the video, I Need Help YouTube is Hiding Videos From You, was that the restricted mode feature was disproportionately responsible for videos from your subscribed creators not showing up in either your feed or on their channel. Here's the content from that video that explains what restricted mode is. This is my Josh Strife Plays channel. I make modern reviews of retro video games. I usually get between 500,000 to 1 million views per video, which is pretty good.
Damn.
However, my recent videos on Dino Crisis, Expedition 33, and my latest video on Alan Wake are all worryingly low view counts. Here's the analytics of Alan Wake.
Oof, look at that. That's okay. So for someone like me, who's a literal nobody, this doesn't like hit me at all. But having been someone who's worked for bigger YouTubers in the past and currently working with one now, this here is like a death sentence. This is like, what the fuck just happened to my income? This can be devastating right here. Jesus Christ. This will fuck you up. You'll lose sleep over this if YouTube's your job. He pulled it down after he actually figured it out, after Spiffing Brits said he was wrong and Josh finding out he was. Yeah, he pulled it down, now he's popped it back up with a new, improved version. Algorithm is programmed to be biased against channels that are a decade old. Here's the thing, right? Here's how this works. What's up, Pinecone? So, this is how it works. This is my conspiracy theory about YouTube and its restricted mode, right? YouTube has a restricted mode when AI decides whether or not it's going to push a video. I have a conspiracy theory that is yet to be confirmed or denied, that if you take a video, run it through restricted mode, the AI will decide this is not a good video to push to a wider audience. And so outside of restricted mode, it will never let that video pop the fuck off. You might get average viewership outside of restricted mode. You might get limited viewership, but you will not get a video that is a windfall, massive video that takes the fuck off and everyone loves. That is what I believe the current YouTube AI is doing. And that is complete tinfoil hat conspiracy theory. I have no proof to back that up. I'm talking out of my ass, but that's what I think is going on. Because YouTube's trying its best to implement AI right now, and I think the AI is going to fuck a bunch of people up. Wait, do you think people will remember Dune Awakening when your video's ready? Well, they're coming out with their chapter 2 soon, so I'm hoping if I can get the fucking video out. It's gonna make more sense, Keith. It's not really about Dune Awakening, if that makes sense. My video is not about Dune Awakening. Also, there's a chance I'm going to be able to get this man right here to voice act in it. I've had a few email exchanges. He might say yes. That reminds me, when I do finally finish that whole thing, I've got to get Benji to do some voice acting. I've got to get Sawman to do some voice acting. Blue Squadron. Fuck, I got like a list of people that I'm going to use for voice acting. And I need to either ask them if it's okay if I AI replicate their voice, or if I get them to just voice act out the lines. We'll see. Otherwise, I'm going to have to change the entire script.
This is scarily low, and it's because of this. If you go to your YouTube profile icon in the top right of your screen, click it and check restricted mode, you'll see that if it's off, you see the channel as it should be, all the content I've made. However, if restricted mode is on, you would see my channel like this.
Okay, let's do this experiment. Let's see if things have changed. Now, I did this on the day he was talking about this, right? When I did this initially, what happened was my entire channel disappeared. I'm a fucking threat. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, views. Every single one of these videos, gone. Here's what you get, is one New World video from 5 years ago. This is the perfect representation of my channel. This is the one fucking video. No shorts either. None of them are considered safe. Right? Now let's check the second channel, right? Let's check the second channel. Right? That's it. That's it. The best video I have, the earliest video I have, is from 9 months ago. Talking about how you don't need to kill yourself after fighting Zaitan. It leaves shorts alone on this channel for the most part, it seems. But this shit's gone. And now, when I was clicking this before, when I was clicking the live, what it would do previously was it would just continually load forever. Now it doesn't even do that. It shows none of the live streams. Isn't that beautiful? So this is my conspiracy theory, right? If you are on YouTube's AI shit list, all of your content disappears. It has less incentive to push all of your stuff because it feels that it's less advertiser friendly, and it's got no reason to decide that your content is decent enough to be associated with their sweet, lily white-assed, delicate little advertisers. And I'm willing to bet that AI affects things outside of restricted mode as well. Especially biased content, biased against channels from the golden age of gaming YouTube. Of course. Absolutely. On Muckluck's videos with you gone on his channel. Okay, let's check. Let's check Muckluck as well. Let's check. Let's see if Muckluck got the fuck luck. Let's see. Let's see. Well, let's see. Mr. Family Friendly, huh? Mr. Family Friendly. How are you doing when we hit restricted mode on? Almost entirely unaffected. He's fine. So you see, when I said I completely understand from a business perspective why people like Muckluck are hyper family friendly, avoid controversy, won't say fuck, won't say shit, won't say bitch, won't say any of that. Now you understand why. Are your collab vids still there? I don't think so. I think a few of them get restricted, but not all of them. If you say one swear word, your shit's gone. AI's decided you can go fuck yourself. That's just how this works.
You'll notice a few videos just don't show up. For comparison, here's 2 images showing all the videos that restricted mode removes.
Now he's crying about this, but that's not bad. He's doing pretty okay. If only these ones got hit. He's doing okay.
I made the video, released it, but then had a few friends and colleagues, both viewers, creators, and some connected to YouTube itself, reach out to me and basically tell me I was wrong. And they linked YouTube's blog about restricted mode. They explained that less than 1% of YouTube accounts view any...
Yeah, because, you know, YouTube would never lie to you, right? There's no way YouTube would go out of their way to lie to you. Why would they ever do that? They've never done that before. You know that little tag you get sometimes when you ask for a review on a human review on a 40-minute long video that got flagged, and they get back to you in 2 minutes and they say, a human has now reviewed your video, fuck you. Yeah, no, they would never lie to you. These sweet little angels, they would never lie to you. Check my old ass COD Quickscope channel, no vids in restricted mode. Yep, there you go. A human was watching on 100x speed. They were watching on 10,000x speed. They were on speed. They were snorting coke off a hooker's ass while watching your video that they'd balanced precariously on the back of her head.
Anything in restricted mode, and restricted mode hasn't changed much since its release in 2010. I even made a tweet about the restricted mode issue, effectively breaking down the impact of it on my channel. This tweet has gained over 1 million views, and Team YouTube even responded to it themselves, saying in a polite company way, "Josh, shut up.
Go fuck yourself.
You're wrong."
Yeah, shut the fuck
not
up.
Wanting to spread misinformation, I took the YouTube video I had made down. It wasn't serving anyone, and I don't want to make ad revenue off incorrectly researched drama. That's not the kind of audience I'm trying to court here. And I thought that was the end of it. But then I had several larger channels reach out to me and tell me I was onto something. There has been a major change to YouTube over the last 2 or 3 months.
I haven't spoken about it with Benji, but I'm willing to bet Benji is going to say that his views are down. Sawman's views are down. Blue Squadron's views are down. Josh Drive Hayes' views are down. I've seen Waydart talking about how his views are down as well. I've seen, there have been like several different people on YouTube who've been bitching about this. There was another video, I think it was Linus Tech Tips or someone else. We should probably take a look at that as well. I think Moist Criticals made a video about it as well. We'll look at all of these. But I've seen a large wave of creators all bitching about all of a sudden, magically, all at the same time, all of their views are down. All at the same time. And then they want to pretend, oh, no, nothing, we didn't do anything. You know, it's like... It's like, imagine you have a lake. And then someone comes along and dumps something in the lake. And there's 100 people who drink water out of that lake. And all of a sudden, 70 people get sick from drinking the lake water. And they make a complaint about people dumping shit in the lake. And then the people who dump the shit in the lake are like, no, we didn't do anything wrong. It's the same thing. It's amazing. Wow, I just checked. If you check the Muckluck Rose off restricted mode, with it on, it disappears, and that's with his editor blurring out a lot of that. Of course, because Mandosaur, think about it this way. People don't realize that when you use a censorship bleep, or you drop the volume, even when you are swearing in a video, the AI picks up that you're swearing, because it identifies that censorship, and is like, aha, a swear word occurred here. And then it counts that as a swear word. So it doesn't matter if you bleep it or not. You're still fucked.
But I had come to the wrong conclusion with restricted mode alone. That's actually just one small part of the larger systemic change. So I did a bit more digging. Restricted mode is indeed a system which can be turned on or off by the user. It's usually used for schools or businesses and basically hides videos YouTube thinks are inappropriate for these settings, despite YouTube already having a restricted video system which works on a per video basis. This is like a shadow hiding system.
Yes.
My original video even shows how...
So think about it this way. When you upload a video, you get to mark your video as, yes, this is made for people under the age of 18. No, this is not made for people under the age of 18. Then there's another restricted system on top of that. Then there's another restricted system on top of that where you have to submit a rating of what your video is. Like, does it have censorship? Do you talk about spicy topics? Or is there gore or visuals or off-putting things in this that might upset certain people who have the constitution of a lily white flower that's just blossomed in spring before being delicately shoved up a large man's asshole. There's like 4 different layers of censorship. And then there's another one on top of that that's now the AI that's scanning through your transcripts, scanning through every single frame of your video and deciding whether or not your video is good enough to be pushed in the algorithm or not.
Creators don't know if their videos are hidden in restricted mode or not. Surely as a creator I should know what content of mine is going to be restricted or not so I can decide if it's worth posting. Well, no, because when you upload a YouTube video, it goes through several series of checks for copyright, rules issues, gore, horror. In fact, as a creator, you actually have to declare what your video contains in a rather thorough list, from basic swear words up to extreme insults, and then...
Yeah, I'll show you exactly what he's talking about. I will show you right now, right? So, you got a piece of content. Yeah, we'll use the unlisted one for the Patreon members, right? So, you fill in all the details. You mark it here. Is this made for kids? Is this not made for kids? Right? Then there's, on top of that, another age restriction. Yes, restrict my video to 18 plus. No, don't restrict my video. That you usually, I didn't even know this fucking button existed until recently, right? So, second layer. Then, where's the other one? Then there's the copyright system that you have to worry about as well. Then there's the monetization, which acts as another layer of censorship, where if I do this and I hit on, right, I have to then submit like a rating on my video, deciding whether it's good enough or not, right? So there's like multiple layers of shit that you have to deal with already. And then on top of that, they've put another one. How fucking retarded is this? How fucking stupid is this? There are like 7 different layers of censorship. Imagine every time you wanted to post a tweet, you had to go through 7 different layers of double checks for everything. It's so dumb. Something's off about the pattern. Josh isn't a social commentator. He's family friendly like Muckluck. Why is he affected? That's the thing. Every now and then every now and then Josh Strife Hayes will say an insulting take, or he'll say something, he'll say a swear word. Not very often, but he'll say one that's enough to trigger the AI. That is hypersensitive. Think about it this way. You've all probably got one family member at least, bare minimum, that if you said the word fuck around them, they vibrate in their chair because they can't handle that. Or if you said the word damn, that's enough to set them off. Now imagine that person amplified by about 10. That's the YouTube censorship system currently.
See what the studio says. It'll show you what restrictions, if any, the video is placed under. For example, my God of War video is limited monetization.
Yes, because there's gore in God of War. Congratulations, you're fucked.
Due to me showing Kratos jumping off the cliff.
Yes.
However, my Alan Wake video, the latest one,
there you go,
has no restrictions at all. And yet it is a restricted video.
Yes.
But going back to YouTube's blog, we can see that over the last 2 months, control of the restricted mode system has been placed much more fully in the hands of AI. So the restricted mode setting either gets turned on if YouTube thinks you're under 18 or in a place of work or school, and it's starting to hide recent videos much more aggressively than older videos or before 2 months. Here are some tweets I had sent to me or was tagged in from other YouTube channels seeing a massive rise in recent videos being more restricted than any of their earlier stuff. YouTuber Jerry Rig Everything said, I posted one of my favorite videos of all time this week, and it's one of my worst performing videos of all time. So that...
See, it's a continual trend of multiple people who've made YouTube their job who are now going to get fucked. It doesn't help there's a super saturation of brain rot burying people. The people worth picking up the torch. Yes, there is. And Rosario, do you want to know something fucked up? It's gonna get worse. If you think it's bad now, give it 6 months, and 70% of all the content on YouTube is going to be AI-generated slop. All of it. It's the hypocrisy that gets me. Messed up short thumbnails with millions of views. Yeah, Syro, but who cares about that? Who cares about that? The brain rot, the fact that they can rapid fire you through like 7 different videos and fuck your brain up. And now all of a sudden you can't pay attention for longer than 15 seconds. That's what matters. It's about keeping the loop going. Think about it this way. I've said this before, right? YouTube is following the same path that Facebook and Instagram are, right? I've said this before. But if you're a woman, you should probably not have an Instagram, right? Because Instagram has dialed in its algorithm to perfectly fuck up the female attention span, right? It is dialed so beautifully, and what the algorithm on Instagram has realized is that negative emotion keeps people strapped in longer than positive emotion. Because positive emotion makes people want to go live their life. Negative emotion pushes people into a downward spiral. So they want a bunch of women sitting on that site feeling like they're fat, they're ugly, they're stupid, they're all these things. And they need to keep on watching content of people who are, quote, superior to them, even though everything's fake and bullshit, right? It is a downward spiral. If you have a girlfriend, if you have a wife, if you have a mother, if you have a daughter, do not let them sit on Instagram. It will fuck their mentality up beyond repair. And then you've got these bitches doing stupid shit like inflating their lips to the size of blimps because some influencer did it. Or fucking removing their tits because, you know, tits too big, it's a problem. Tits too small, it's a problem. Or they get one of those fucking BBL things and then they sit down and their asshole explodes. And now all of a sudden they've got a massive infection. All because Instagram felt like pushing that. Now, YouTube's going to be doing the exact same thing. It's registered that it can push you into a downward spiral with shorts. And at the same time, they're going to start censoring content that they feel is not advertiser friendly enough. It's going to get so bad. It's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. Every additional thing is just so they can convince advertisers that they're a good flower. Exactly. All of this is for the advertisers. That's, yeah, 100% right. They do not give a singular fuck about any person who creates content on YouTube. This is all about the advertisers. All of it. Why do you think YouTube, the YouTube Kids platform is such a failure? One, it's full of pedophiles. Two, you can't advertise to kids directly. And so it's a non-monetizable thing that they've kind of just abandoned. Then they've decided, you know what we'll do is we will count kids as valid views by just pushing them over to YouTube instead of leaving them in the pedophile pen. They just made a problem and then abandoned it there. I think what's killing YouTube is that some of my childhood favorites turned out to be pedos. Well, that too. Right, that's the success pedo pipeline popping. What you've got to have done is fucked a kid 7 years ago. Then you'll pop off, get famous, become a multi-millionaire. Then the kid will be old enough to go on Twitter and post his story about how you railed his asshole or whatever you did to him. And then you retire with multi-million, in a multi-million-dollar mansion and never do YouTube again. But hey, you got out with a bunch of money. And then everyone's like, oh, you used to be so cool before I learned you touched kids. And they don't give a fuck. They've got millions of dollars now. That's why if you try and be real, if you give people a real take on YouTube, you're fucked. They hate you. They despise you for that. What they want is wholesome, family-friendly content that offends nobody, that says nothing, that never makes any spicy jokes. None of that shit. You've literally got to watch paint dry, and even that might be a little bit too spicy for them.
That's fun. YouTuber Philip DeFranco said, did something change with YouTube recently? The recommended videos it's feeding and homepage videos in general seem...
Is this guy still making YouTube videos? Jesus Christ. Man, it must have been like over fucking 10 years since I ever watched one of this guy's videos. Jesus.
way worse the last 30 days, being recommended random videos from 8 months to 2 years ago, and way less of the people I watch on a regular daily or weekly basis. YouTuber Chris Broad from Abroad in Japan tweets, "Congratulations to everyone who saw the most recent Abroad in Japan video, 101 Things to Do in Tokyo. YouTube didn't share it with all our viewers. I know we're not the only channel with this issue. The moral of the story is don't spend 8 weeks working on a single video."
Yes.
YouTuber Big Fry TV, in response to the game Beautiful Light, tweets out, "Yeah, this change isn't just going to affect creators. The reduced and suppressed visibility now hurts game devs as well if less people see their stuff. Support and stay connected." YouTuber Garrett from the channel Grinding Gear says, "With everything going on, I turned on restricted mode."
I can hear Josh Drives Hayes' cat in the background meowing and breaking shit. I don't know if that's just me. He rushed this video out. He was like, it's RAM time. Let me get this out as quickly as possible.
To test our channel, and YouTube hides 10 months of our streams and the last month of videos. There's that 1 month time period again. YouTuber MBT tweets out, been happening to me and most of my colleagues for about a month.
There you go.
Videos just end up reaching 50 to 70% as many people as usual across video type with no changes in analytics and no impact on sub growth. Something's up, thanks to those who have stuck with me as I ride this out. YouTuber Nemraps tweets out, oh wow, YouTube has hidden my channel behind restricted mode, says I haven't uploaded in over 2 years.
Now you see, this is the guy we need speaking out. This is the exact YouTuber we need speaking out. Do you know why? Because if we can accuse YouTube of extreme racism against black content creators, we can weaponize that against them and then get them to revert it. We could say they're using racist Mecha Hitler AIs. Take them off the platform. Weaponize this shit. If video games cause violence, we'd be seeing every kid out there committing grand theft or doing some card bullshit or Fortnite dances after blasting the nearest block from them. Yeah, but you see, these are boomers. These are retards. They don't understand that, Jimmy. That's too nuanced of a take, right? They haven't taken their heart medication for the day. You know, that they've had like a few strokes, their faces like falling, the muscles don't work anymore. You expect them to understand that? Absolutely not.
What's up with that? YouTuber I finished a video game tweets out, this is my YouTube channel with restricted mode on. 7 videos, nothing I've released for 19 months. As per YouTube's own check systems, I don't have a single video set to restricted, and yet here is concrete evidence that 20 are being hidden.
Yeah.
What is happening with this platform?
YouTube is run by Indians now. You can't manipulate them with the racism card as easily anymore. You know what, Dog Rock? You know what you just made me think? Maybe we need to see the analytics of any Indian YouTube channel versus the rest of YouTube. I wonder if there's a bias there. I wonder if Indian YouTube is popping the fuck off and getting way more views than it ever has. While everyone else from everywhere else around the world is getting fucked. I wonder if that's a thing. That would be interesting. That would be interesting to see. Why did I never hear the terms boomer, millennial, or anything like that until about 5 years ago? It's because by that time we started making a generational war. You see, the race war was falling off memories, and so we needed other terms to hate each other, because as long as we hate each other and we don't like hate people who are like politicians and people who actually change things about the way our lives live, then we're fine. You know, then it's okay. But the second you actually start, I mean, look at the Wall Street protests that happened like a long time ago. They couldn't have that. That was unfucking acceptable. Same thing.
Tweets out again, I simply don't believe the variables that govern restricted mode are unchanged since 2010, especially given the new focus of AI-driven age verification. YouTuber Mitch Mannix tweets out in response to YouTuber Sawman UK, likewise, everything I've created for the last year disappears. They talk about it hiding mature content, which is fine, as I don't exactly make videos for kids, but I'm more worried about them hiding it from the grown adults I actually make content for, cause I said tit. Cozy game YouTuber Miss Bubbles tweets out, views are 100% down on almost all channels I watch and all creator friends I know. However, the restricted mode is off by default, so it's not that. I saw rumors that YouTube is changing what a viewer means, and that is messing things up.
Her saying that makes me think something. It might be that YouTube has decided that if you're using an ad block, if you're using something like the Brave browser, if you're using something that blocks out ads, that YouTube no longer counts you as a viewer. That might be an actual thing, where you no longer count as a YouTube viewer if you use an ad block. But that's also, again, that's tinfoil hat conspiracy. I commented it, I missed it. I missed it, happy chap. I've been recommended more Indian English-speaking videos in the last month than in the last 15 years. So have I, Jonathan. So have I. But then again, I'm not a good judge of measurement for that, because back in the day when I was in engineering, whenever I was trying to understand a topic, it would usually be like some Indian guy drawing on a whiteboard trying to explain a concept, and like he had the thickest Indian accent in existence, so you could barely understand what the fuck he was saying. But somehow that was a better explanation than most of the professors gave.
YouTube themselves then tweet out, "Your hard work doesn't go unnoticed," which was fantastically community noted by saying,
I love that.
Hard work is in fact going unnoticed.
Yeah, that one I did comment on. I didn't realize that it got community noted. Holy shit. You saying that about ads gives me an idea. I wonder if that's true, and assuming it is true, I wonder if YouTube also counts you not as a viewer if you start blocking ads at a router level. Or using a pie hole instance. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how deep it goes. But maybe it's as simple as, did this person watch an ad, yes or no? And if the answer is no, then it's fuck you, you're not a viewer.
With YouTube's restricted mode silently hiding content. One of the tweets they have referenced is mine. Here are some of the channels who then reached out to me via Discord. The nerdcore rapper Rustage says, "My last 3 uploads have all been 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10s, which for a YouTuber is bad. At least and performed way better on Spotify, which is unusual." The YouTuber Henry Lewis says that he has noticed low views recently, but the odd thing is he's found his likes are way higher than usual, which is confusing. The YouTube channel Tabletop Time also reached out and said their views are lower than usual, which is corroborated by their highest comments being, "I have never even been recommended a single battle report from this channel in the last year, and the fact that being subscribed and having notifications on doesn't get the videos recommended is bewildering." The anime content YouTuber Mother's Basement reached out and said,
Okay, thinking about this, I wonder if this has something to do with the fact that I've been unsubscribed from Gideon's channel like 4 or 5 times in the last 2 years. Like, every single time I subscribe to Gideon's channel and I check back 2 months later, I'm unsubscribed. I wonder what the fuck's going on there. I wonder if that has something to do with it somehow. But now I'm speculating. Sites do acknowledge that you're using an ad blocker and try to get you to turn it off. I would not be surprised if that were a thing. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. I really wouldn't be surprised. Just a week ago on Edge with uBlock YouTube, started warning me to turn off the blocker or videos will not play. I disabled it, re-enabled it, and haven't heard a peep about it or been fed an ad since. Yeah, so like if you're using any version of an ad blocker, I think, I know this for a fact, Faith. I've spoken to almost all of my friends and they say the same thing. It's, I use an ad blocker or I use Brave browser and all of a sudden, I can watch like 3 videos and then videos just stop loading entirely. Or they'll say something like, I keep on getting these stupid fucking pop-ups. Or it's like, I've got an ad block on Google Chrome, and then when I click on a video, I'm watching fucking 10 seconds of just a black screen before something happens. Right? I think YouTube's going to war with ad blockers. And I think the only way out of this is for people to start getting malicious as possible with YouTube. And I don't think they're going to do it. Because, and let's be honest, anyone watching on a mobile device is not going to give a fuck. Because the only things they use their phone for is YouTube and Candy Crush. Right? And listening to podcasts in the gym like I do. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. My revamped YouTube on my phone will not load YouTube Shorts properly all the time, so I stopped looking at Shorts. Yeah. You know what? Actually, that YouTube's doing you a favor by doing that, if I'm being honest. YouTube Shorts are fucking cancer. Holy shit. It makes TikTok look like premium content.
Said, "I think I've figured out another piece of the puzzle with the YouTube viewership issue. I noticed my suggested video views on my latest upload cratered after a few days, and looking into it, it seems like YouTubers just stopped putting videos from the same channel on the suggested feed. On your new Alan Wake video, for instance, I'm not seeing a single recommendation from your retro or MMO channels."
That's true.
MMO YouTuber The Lazy Peon reached out and said, "Yo, seen the posts about you investigating lower views on YouTube recently, and I just want to add that I've noticed it too. I didn't look into restricted mode, but I read somewhere that YouTube YouTube changed what they consider a view. I noticed it especially when tracking real-time views versus views displayed on a video. He goes on to explain, for years I've never seen an example where real-time views were less than the views showed on the video page from your channel until recently. The screenshots link.
You know what? Here's what's interesting about this, right? So I've done video analytics for a larger channel. And what was really interesting is that when I looked at viewership being reported to that channel internally and viewership shown to someone who's outside of that channel and watching it from a viewer perspective, the numbers don't match up. Like, he had a video that had like 10,000 views, and the viewership perspective, the viewer perspective, said that his video had like 20 views. And this was after refreshing like a ton of times. The number didn't change. So something there. I think the viewership that you see on a video is not the same viewership that YouTube is reporting to the person who owns the channel. YouTube said it's because of some of the new ad block changes. I think it's much worse than that, Nugash. I think this is very intentional and purposeful.
I took at the same time. Real-time views shows 1,859 in 40 minutes, while the video itself displayed 3,607. I've never seen this before. Real-time is always more and the most accurate until recently. He adds, usually views are fairly predictable for a certain bread and butter content. There's a typical range you can expect based on thumbnail and title, but recently there's just been a few cases where it's way off. For me, I really noticed this since August the 1st. It does feel like views are down at least 30%. He adds, good luck with your investigation. Hope you can identify whether YouTube has changed. I don't know if restricted mode is it, but there's definitely something. He also included screenshots from his video statistics to prove his claims. Premier Magic the Gathering channel Tolarian Community College also reached out and says, we've seen significant decrease in views in Magic the Gathering, and my friends who make Yu-Gi-Oh videos have confirmed they are seeing it too. If this is not specifically the restricted mode itself, it is connected, as the very videos I am seeing decreased views on are all ones that disappear when restricted mode gets turned on. He specifically adds, you will notice the videos that disappear are my recent shuffle up and plays, including the recent one with Bosco and Irene, 2 stars of RuPaul's Drag Race, legit TV stars, big names, and the episode is literally the lowest performing of any shuffle up ever. YouTuber Legendary Drops reached out and said, while I could maybe understand my videos that touch on more sensitive topics being restricted, social, political, or Roblox issues for example, a 30-min documentary on Bungie with no cursing or mature themes is somehow blocked. I think you're right on with everything.
Hold on. A 30-minute documentary on Bungie with no cursing or mature themes is blocked. What would be the purpose of blocking that one? Because that stands out like, and that sticks out like a sore thumb. Swearing, sure, fine. Censoring your swearing, sure, fine. Making a comment, sure, fine. Did you show gameplay footage where one person is shooting another? That's the only thing I can think. That's the only thing I can think that sticks out there with the Bungie one. Hold on. Maybe it's like Rickietta said back in the day. YouTube has manually curated shit list where any channel on it is deliberately suppressed, so subscribers are quietly unsubscribed. Views are not displayed properly. Video doesn't appear in the feed. Yeah, probably. Very much probably. I mean, back in the day, there was this whole thing that a bunch of YouTubers did an investigation on, and what they found is that no matter how many views or how little effort is put into certain content, the big news agencies in America will always appear in the trending tab, regardless of how shitty it is. And what used to happen was every single news video that was released, regardless of country, was always marked as video for kids. Even though, like, there were videos from the Maracana massacre that happened in my country, right? For the people who don't know about this, in my country, there were a bunch of miners that started protesting because they felt like they were getting a raw deal from the company that owned the mines in my country. The police fucking executed them, right? They just gunned them down and shit. And there was like live footage of this shit happening on the news. Now, if you clicked on one of those news videos in my country in the day, it marked it just underneath the description saying this video is for kids. Just watching these fucking miners getting gunned down by cops. It was like, this is the video for kids, which was fascinating. So I think YouTube has a bias towards old media, and it'll do its best to like hold it up and pretend like they're not doing anything wrong. But if you try and make something unique, they'll fuck you up for it. And what the hell else did you say? I think YouTube has been stealing from popular shadow ban channels and giving it to politically approved AIDS channels. Absolutely. Cracking down on bots is good, but they're going to hide behind that as an excuse. Of course, they will never admit fault. They'll say, actually, everything we're doing is good. And they will lie about it. You know how there's front end, back end, right? Anyone who's worked in any level of any degree of like social media or tech or any interface with a mass amount of users, like Twitch is a perfect example, right? There is back end, front end, right? So front end is what you tell people. Back end is what's actually going on. So they'll tell you on the front end, you were banned for racism, right? And then the back end reason is actually because there's a particular mod that really, really wanted to fuck you because he found you attractive as a woman, and then you said no. And so he's going to ban you because how dare you ever try and be a Twitch partner. Now, I'm willing to bet that back-end, front-end kind of disparity exists for YouTube as well. I'm willing to bet it's right there. YouTube and Twitch both having viewer problems August 10th to 20th. You're noticing things. That's very anti-Semitic of you, Happy Chappy. I like the teacher in Canada who was replaying the Charlie Kirk shooting video to a classroom of 10-year-olds. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's what a 10-year-old needs to see, is someone getting their fucking neck blown out. Jesus Christ. That's a demon in human skin, that teacher. That's not what a 10-year-old needs to see. That's a demon in human skin. Flick holy water and watch it sizzle. Okay, let's continue.
You are pointing out. Welcome to give any data you're trying to collect, and I likely think this is happening in tandem with YouTube's new AI age verification, sourcing its data from restricted mode settings in its AI filter. The idea that we have to manually submit wrongfully filtered videos, establish channels with hundreds of videos because their tool isn't operating properly, is just insane to me. YouTuber Marco Meatball reached out and said something that would normally pop up to 100k is getting cut off at 20 to 60k views, and I'm noticing new subscriber counts being like 1 to 10 when normally it would be more. I asked MMO YouTuber Idol if he'd seen a reduction in views, and he said, yeah, probably like 15%-ish, especially noticeable around the 3-day mark where I get my expected views, and then it starts to plateau more aggressively than usual. I then asked MMORPG YouTuber MMOBite, who goes by Styx, if he had seen any—
Why didn't he ask me? It's almost like I don't post a goddamn thing on my main channel. This motherfucker, he asked everyone except me. No, that's fair. That's fair. I'm completely irrelevant, so that's fair.
reduction in views, and he sent me 2 screenshots, one showing videos from 1 month ago, averaging between 20 to 33,000.
God damn, look at that thumbnail though. Holy shit. She's butt-ass naked, and the only thing covering her ass is the timestamp. Jesus Christ, dude. Holy shit, this man knows how to make some softcore porn on his thumbnails. Jesus.
Views per video, and then a screenshot from 2 weeks ago, which was after we believed these changes would have happened, showing views from between 3.6 to 15k, a substantial drop. He then shared this graph with me, which shows average views per day on his second channel, which focuses on gacha games. We can see a pattern of sustained and healthy growth up until about 2 months ago, where we see a substantial drop, which ties into the timings of everything we've seen so far. YouTuber Pro Jared says my gameplay channel uploads 5 days a week. Usually each video gets 10,000 to 12,000 views. Recently they have all been 6,000 to 7,000, a drop of 40 to 50%.
Yeah,
the data we're
unsurprising.
seeing, limited as it is across all of YouTube, isn't just how 1 or 2 low-performing videos are affecting channels, but is instead showing a consistent drop in views across multiple channels and niches within the last 2 months specifically, where previous data on those channels was all showing stable viewership and predictable numbers. And here are some of the YouTube videos already made on this subject by established channels. Our views are down by Linus Tech.
That's the one. That's the one I wanted to watch. That's the one. We're opening that. I wanted to watch that one as well. The Linus Tech Tip ones.
Tory YouTuber's Broken Video by Red Letter Media. YouTube is crushing our viewership by Second Wind. It's Happening to Us Too by Bellular News. God damn it, YouTube.
Wait, YouTube unsubscribed me. Hi. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Spider. I'm completely unsurprised by that kind of news.
by Super Eyepatch Wolf over on his channel Regular Eyepatch Wolf, I Was Right, YouTube is Completely Broken by Brody Robertson, and many more. While each of these examples is anecdotal to that channel, of course, with enough of them all combined, we do start to see a pattern, and data comes from patterns. And then we even found some newer videos on larger established channels which have more likes than views. This, of course, shouldn't be possible, unless what counts as a view has changed. So after doing some more digging, this is what we have actually found and what we can do about it as both creators and viewers. Several small changes have added together to multiply into a much bigger impact than each individual change would be capable of. YouTube seems to be making a larger difference between a simple view and an engaged view. And while we don't know exactly what the differences are, an engaged view would likely be someone who actively clicks on a thumbnail, someone who subscribes while watching, likes or dislikes a video, leaves a comment or returns to the video to watch it later, interacts with the video description links, shares it, or any combination of.
You know, it's very dangerous about that, what he just talked about. How YouTube's counting views differently now. And if you engage with the content, you're counted as a better view than if you don't. Is there a bunch of videos that I will look, that I won't hit like, I won't hit anything. I've got it on autoplay. I've got fucking headphones in my ear. I'm running on a treadmill. I'm doing housework. I'm doing something, right? So that means that my views are likely being counted as a bot. Just like on Twitch, if you don't leave a comment in a chat, you are counted as a bot, right? What's gonna happen is that the people who are going to get the highest viewer count are the people who rage bait the most, who get you to comment, who psychologically manipulate you into, like, they'll say retarded shit on purpose, knowing it gets them views, it gets you to hate watch or hate engage in some way, leaves you in a shittier emotional state. But you commented, you hit the dislike button, and so that view is counted as more valuable because you engaged. More and more time passes, the more it makes me think that the best way to kill a YouTube channel that you dislike is to click on their video and then immediately click off and engage with none of it, so that it fucks up their viewership ratings. That's it. That's how you actually leave a dislike on a YouTube video. It's not hitting dislike, not leaving a comment, because then you engaged. Then you assisted them, regardless of what your comment is. Shady shit is starting to float to the surface at YouTube HQ. I wouldn't be surprised. This whole thing is us watching employees complain about the water cooler. Pretty much, yes, son. I care about this. I care about YouTube. I care about the quality of YouTube because I watch a lot of YouTube videos. I'm almost always watching YouTube videos when I'm doing shit. That's just how it is.
Of the above, and the view count may not be showing every single view as it used to, but instead engaged views, which are of course rarer. Then the restricted mode algorithm was also handed over to AI and is being slightly more extreme than it was before.
Of course it is.
Then YouTube does seem to be pushing smaller channels more, which on the surface sounds great. Supporting smaller creators is good, but what...
Do you know why I think that pushing smaller channels is not a good idea? I want you to guess why. I want you to guess why pushing small channels right now is such a bad fucking idea. Happy's got it. AI generation. So you have some shitty AI generation channel that's spun up, that ends up in your recommended, right? It's something like small channels, like 40% of them are all AI generated trash now. And that's being thrown into your recommended. I cannot tell you how many times I've left my phone on autoplay and I'm like fucking been doing the dishes or like repairing something in my house. The first video I watch is the one I click on, and then autoplay hits me with an AI fucking video that I don't give a shit about. And it keeps happening. Now, if there was no AI generated content, it would probably be a good thing and help people discover channels. but now it just keeps recommending trash to people. I've been slowly switching over to Rumble for podcasts, if they are on there. Dernan, you're ahead of the curve. You're probably ahead of the curve, and give it like maybe 5 to 10 years, and if YouTube keeps on downward spiraling like this, at some point, YouTube will be known as the AI-generated platform, and other platforms like Rumble will be more popular if you actually want interaction with a human being. That might happen. That might really fucking happen. Because what Rumble is going to be, and I've been thinking about this, I've been looking at other video platforms as well. Rumble is likely to end up being the less bullshit version of YouTube. That's where it's likely to be. So many things are just filled with AI junk now, art videos. Yes, of course. Absolutely. And this is the thing, right? You could use AI in a very creative and interesting way, right? You can actually make fun shit with AI that's really cool and that's like fun and entertaining. I mean, go look at DP Bongwater's channel. Go look at Neural Viz. These are people who've got AI-generated channels, but they're making interesting shit with it. But that is not the majority of the people making AI-generated channels. The majority of people making AI-generated channels are people just shitting out 1 million videos a day onto a know-nothing channel where all of it's just garbage, most of it's hallucinated AI-generated shit, and then that's fed to a bunch of people. That's the issue. I force Copilot to generate the images for shitposts on Reddit. Faith, I want you to know when the TI-83 shows up, it's going to shoot you first, particularly for that. It's going to be like, I remember. And it's going to run off into the distance to find John Connor. But it's coming for you first. Open YouTube without an account logged in through a VPN and see what it recommends and follow that chain to see what it shows new viewers. You know what? We'll do that after this video. How's about that?
What we are seeing is that push of smaller creators slows down as those creators approach the monetization thresholds. Likely because YouTube can still run ads on their non-monetized videos, but doesn't need to pay the creator themselves because they aren't monetized yet. Combine this with the usual back-to-school view dip we see every year, and
Oh, another recent update to YouTube that ties into what he's saying right now actually is they lowered the requirements for monetization on YouTube. They did this sneakily. Not many people talked about this.
What looks like an extreme situation is actually the result of several smaller changes all hitting at once, exacerbating each other. Larger established YouTube channels, mine included, have benefited from being promoted because, frankly, it's a good idea to do that. A larger channel is reliably giving YouTube what it wants: audience click-through, longer watch times, reliable audience retention, hyper-specific demographics of viewers to advertise at. Chances are, if you're watching this, you've seen my MMORPG videos or retro gaming videos. That's two very specific niches, and my videos serve as delivery systems for adverts within them. But YouTube seemed to be trying something new, pushing smaller channels, count views differently, use AI to moderate restricted mode, give these suggested video lists a little shuffle around, and see how that affects the viewer experience. So the end result is mid-sized to larger channels will feel the combined effects of all these smaller changes in less organic promotion and lower view counts shown on videos. But what can we do, both creators and viewers? As viewers, you've probably been told to support artists and creators you like via Patreon, and you're probably sick of being told to support artists and creators you like via
I'm honestly thinking of shutting down my Patreon. I don't think it's worth people's time. Like, I don't make content consistently enough on my main channel to justify Patreon, so I'm probably going to shut that down soon.
Patreon, but having external reliable income can make sure creators can pay the bills and keep making content, while YouTube play around with their ad revenue. But as creators, what can we do? Because it's important we adapt to the changes in the online landscape. It's our responsibility. Well, the answer to that is very simple. We don't know. We don't know what the changes prioritize or don't prioritize, and we don't know how to maintain relevance beyond doing what...
Yeah, it's black box theory. It's input-output. You've got to do a bunch of experimentation to figure this out. You're not going to be able to figure out the equation of what's going on, right? You control the input. You can read the output. That's all you can do is black box theory. That's all you can do to try and figure this out. So you would need output from hundreds of thousands of channels to read through and to collate that data to be able to figure out what's going to work and what's not. Question, do you get a lot of violent content? I like to watch cooking videos because I like to cook, but I get the worst junk you can imagine after looking for burrito videos. I don't get a lot of violent videos, but for the last 4 fucking days, the whole Charlie Kirk thing has been fucking unavoidable. Like the internet's been unfucking usable for me for the last 4 days when I just want to look at video game shit. I'd say the other content I get a lot of that really pisses me off is I get AI narration videos for some reason despite never having clicked on a single one of them.
What we already do, and anyone who tells you that they know how to beat the system is a liar and is likely trying to sell you a course that is very rarely worth buying. So the truth is, restricted mode was a convenient scapegoat for a larger collection of smaller changes all adding together. The sky isn't falling, but the weather is definitely changing in the content creation world, and channels now need to endure by doing the only thing they can do. Making the videos you like and hoping
crying about it. Fuck making videos you like, crying about it.
You discover them, and YouTube helps new people discover them, then watch them, share them, and eventually YouTube will again catch up to support the system being sustainable for as many creators as possible. Smaller creators will be pushed. You as a viewer will discover smaller creators, which is great, but hopefully that push doesn't die off when those creators start building momentum toward monetization. The largest channels in the world won't notice these changes because those channels are larger than YouTube itself. And the more specific niche channels like mine may see drops in view accounts temporarily and click-through, but hey, if we can endure the mental stress of seeing something you worked on start to flag behind, we will remain as pillars of our specific content niches. In conclusion, lots of things.
Or you'll throw yourself off a building because you can't make rent. One of the two. Either way, you know, it's like, I'm going to be honest with you, when I started making content, right, I think there's like a mentally ill part of anyone who does like YouTube and shit, where the idea is like, I'm going to stream and I'm going to like do YouTube. And if I don't have a job and I try and push this and it doesn't work out, don't worry, I can always just kill myself later. Like that's the mindset you got to have walking into this fucking cesspool. I can always just kill myself later if it doesn't work out. That's fine. Oh, it'll get better. Oh, aren't we the optimist? Damn, well, you're the optimist, yeah. I'm walking in looking at this differently.
Things have changed. Content creators are feeling it. It's all very scary up here, but the only thing we can do is keep making the content you originally subscribed for and hoping new people discover our videos, and this very volatile career just kind of keeps going. It's getting a bit stormy out here, but smooth seas do not skillful sailors make. So I'm going to hunker down and make the content you want me to make with the support of my Patreons and Twitch subs. If you are a content creator feeling the changes, endure. Your art has value, and you will get through these changes. Cheers for watching. And as always,
you'll get through these changes, or you will find a different platform that people would rather support you on. They will go over there eventually, and you'll be able to build a better career off of YouTube, right? Anyone who is an established YouTube creator is in a fantastic position. Anyone who is trying to make this their job currently is kind of fucked. What's up, Brabenstein? That's what makes the fries so salty at McD's. Ex-YouTubers tears. I don't think they're working at McDonald's anymore. That seems a little bit high class. I think they're sucking dick behind the Walmart. Fries sounds difficult. Fries in the bag, that's difficult. But one dick, one French fry, that's okay. One at a time. Hey, $1 per dick sucking, 1,000 dicks a day. Before you know it, you'll be a millionaire. Your jaw will be broken, but you'll be a millionaire. There's a shit ton of AI voiceovers of movie clips, but the AI has the voice of the character in the movie describing what's happening. I've seen those sounders. I've seen those, Fern. I've seen that shit. It's so fucking frustrating. It's so stupid. Right, let's see. Let's see what YouTube's pushing, right? Let's go into a private window. Let's just hit up my favorite VPN. Here, quick. Right, we will be in Manchester, where it's illegal to use a VPN. Bottle of water. And we'll see what YouTube has to offer. Let's see. What are they feeding to a raw viewer right now? Oh, we've already got ad block bullshit. Hello? What the fuck is going on here? This is bullshit. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Shorts? What do you got for me?
No era amor, no era amor.
Man, there's 2 white discs in this man's mouth. Goddamn. I didn't know rabbits were allowed to have their own YouTube channel. Oh, there we go. Let's see. What's it shoving to people in the UK? This. Okay, so these are all big things. That kind of makes sense. Okay, we got KSI. We got Mr. Beast. Always on the YouTube favorites here. Immediately Indian content. Interesting. Okay, Sidemen content. Mostly British localized content. I'm not seeing any smaller channels being pushed here. Obviously Fox News, duh. That's unsurprising. Right, let's try that again. Now let's go to the US. Let's see what the US is getting pushed on, huh? Let's see. We're gonna go to the US, bruv. Let's see, let's go to Chicago. No, Washington, D.C. There we go. That happens when you don't have any YouTube history, so it's normal YouTube behavior. You got air fryer content? I don't fucking know how. Via shadow socks. No, turn off my shadow socks. Let's see. US. We're not gonna shadow sock it. No, do not. Okay, for fuck's sake. Fine. We'll leave the shadow sock on. We'll see if it still works. So it's pushing content. Okay, we go to shorts. This is how we skip this. All right, and then we go back here. Let's see what it recommends, right? So we've got news. We've got the same Mr. Beast video. We've got Dude Perfect. What the fuck are the YouTube shorts? What is this weird shit that it's pushing? God damn. What is it with the levels of fucking violence and freaky shit here? It's censoring movies like regular content, but like weirdly sexualized stuff and like gore and shit, that's fine. What the fuck? Oh, we got the Outdoors Boys. That's a good recommendation right there. Let's see, Chipotle. The same shorts that were being pushed on the UK stuff. Most of this seems pretty standard, right? All of this is very safe content or reworked clips, but the second you go to shorts, things get fucking weird. That's what I'm noticing. I don't know if you guys are noticing something that I'm not here. Shorts are fucking gross for no reason. Yes. Violence and sexual shorts are crazy. Yeah, no, it's all over the place. It pops off. It gets the most viewership. Because think about it. Kids can watch that shit and get away with it and want to jerk off to like weird shit on shorts. Let's see. Nothing is really sticking out as weird here. This is all just like basic bitch trending kind of stuff that I would expect. Except for shorts. Shorts are a fucking mess. Woman punches toddler. And again, YouTube has had moderation problems over auto-fire thousands of comments telling them to go to Rumble. When they were on Rumble for years with no views, viewers don't want to leave YouTube, and that's part of the problem. Dean Calloway, at some point that YouTube's going to get so unfucking bearable, people will be forced to leave. Think about it this way. Encarta Encyclopedia was inconvenient enough that people moved over to Wikipedia. All these other music things were so inconvenient that people just moved over to Spotify at some point. At some point, being on YouTube is going to be so inconvenient that people will be forced to leave. But until that point in time, don't expect anything to happen. It'll always be a niche platform. YouTube will always be the biggest platform until they start frustrating people enough that it pisses them off and they want to leave. Now, nothing here seems that odd. But goddamn, the second you look at shorts, things get fucking weird. There's a commentary on our society. Yeah, but that's not weird to me. That's not weird to me, XR. That's like, I expect that kind of shit to be pushed. I'm surprised he's showing up at all, to be honest. And Joe Rogan, but that kind of makes sense. I suppose you get a lot of viewership. That makes sense in the US. But this shit right here. This shit here. Shorts? Gets fucking strange. My god. Real odd. Real interesting. Right. Now then.
Always, as best you can.
This guy had a follow-up to this video. Right? But I'm wondering if Spiffing Brit released his video.
Hello, I'm Josh Drive Hayes.
And then...
Hayes.
Yeah, okay, so... Let's see. The Spiffing Brit video was 2 days ago. The Josh Drive Hayes video was also 2 days ago. These were released on the same day. So I'm going to do the Josh Drive Hayes follow-up. Then we'll look at the Spiffing Brit video because that's apparently a direct response to Josh Drive Hayes. That's going to be interesting to see. What's the interaction that happened there? We used to call it a quickie. They call it a shorty. No, shorty is what they call the girl who's like a midget in school, but she's got a fat ass. They just goon. You don't understand this. They just goon all day. They never come. They just goon. They're just sitting there all day gooning. Honestly, I'm surprised I'm not seeing a lot of AI or concerned that it's there, and I just can't tell. No, there was a decent amount of AI there, but it's mostly in shorts, right? Also, keep in mind what you were seeing there when we were looking at those channels with the VPN active. It was showing us the biggest, most established content creators. Those are not going to be the people who are using AI because they've been on YouTube for years, making content, not generating it off of AI. If they start showing low viewership channels, that's when it's going to get flooded with AI stuff. That's when things are going to get weird. I really don't think we'll have another YouTube anytime soon, even if a casino does the same tactic they did with Kick. Probably not. I think the problem is YouTube's such a big dominating force, and I think because they're owned by Google, let's be honest, if a competitor does show up and become a problem for YouTube, they will find every single business tactic under the sun to try and suppress them and delete them. I think that currently, the reason they let Rumble exist, the reason they let shitty little sites like Odyssey exist, is it's controlled opposition, and then they can pretend that they're not a monopoly on the space. Right? But if something did start becoming a threat, if something did start pulling viewership away from YouTube, Google will go out of their way to fucking destroy it as quickly as possible. Holy shit. They would sprint to get that done. Now let's see what the follow-up that Josh has, because apparently he has proof on this.
I think I've discovered both the exact reason and the exact date the low views on YouTube issue started, but I need your help to gather more data than I ever could. So I'm going to show you exactly how you can double-check if you have a YouTube channel. Now this needs a foundation, so check this out. All YouTube channels have access to the YouTube Studio,
yes.
a load of data and analytics about your channel and your videos. Now, when you go to the Studio, it looks lovely and simple to use, but if you go to the Analytics tab and then click Advanced Mode, you'll get this much more complex looking line graph.
Yes.
And this is what we need, because we can use this graph to see some fascinating stuff. Not just how many times a video has been watched, but how long on average, where people clicked onto it from, and importantly for our video right now, what type of device that view came from. I had the idea to search for this specifically while talking to YouTuber Rasputin, so massive thanks.
Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna follow through on this, right? We're gonna see. So we'll use my main channel, which is kind of dead, and then what we'll do is we'll look at my second channel as well, right? Oh, for fuck's sakes. Okay, we'll do one of these channels at a time. Actually my second channel is kind of irrelevant to this, primarily because it's like very niche and I'm a literal nobody. So we can go here, we can see if there's a difference, because we should have a fairly horizontal graph, because it's been forever since I've looked at releasing anything on this main channel. We go to advanced mode, right? Let's see where we go from here.
To them for suggesting this, and they were inspired by this video from Ludwig, so it's a pretty collaborative effort. But look at this. If you are a YouTuber and have a channel, follow along, because I've checked with 5 or 6 channels so far and they've each been able to corroborate what I've found. But this video is going to reach way more people than I ever could just messaging people, and we'll gather way more data. On the advanced analytics page, change the view on the left-hand side to the last 90 days.
Last 90 days. Whoop, that's the Charlie video I wanted to watch. Where is the last 90 days? There it is. Left-hand side. I can't listen. I'm a brainlet.
Then in the breakdown drop-down menu, select device type.
Ooh, device type.
You see where your views are coming from. Desktop PCs, mobile phones, TVs, or tablets. Now, my channel is consistently watched more on...
Silence! Hold on. Breakdown. Device type. Jesus Christ, they've added so much to this. It's been forever since I've looked at analytics. At least on my own shit. Okay, interesting. Who the fuck? It's so confusing to me to think that someone... It's so confusing to me to think that someone is watching on a TV. I don't know why that like blows my fucking mind. Like, I don't have a TV in my house, so maybe that's why. But it blows my mind that anyone is watching on a TV. What's even more shocking is more people are watching on a TV than a tablet. I really gotta get that pornographic, that like under 13 age group. They watch shit on tablets all the time. I'm also surprised that mobile phone isn't a lot higher. I suppose my content's very niche. It would be for power users who play MMORPGs. And those would be primarily people sitting down at a PC and watching something on their second monitor. That would make the most sense. I've had you cast into the TV many times. I'm not sure if casting from PC to TV counts, though. You got to be careful with that, Faith. One day you're going to forget you casted it, and I'm going to be like sitting here talking about rubbing my balls or something, and your grandmother's going to walk in or something like that, and then you're screwed. Then you've got a lot of explaining to do.
On desktop PCs, more or equal to mobile phones. This is true for several other long-form channels I reached out to, including Rasputin, Wicked Wiz, ProJared, and
so let's Basement. Hold on. I hate that sometimes I click this fucking video once and it keeps on expanding out. I don't know what the hell's happening there. Okay. So he's saying it's about the same. PC and mobile is about the same. Yeah, we've got a little bit of variance here. Not much. It's generally like a lot smaller version than what's going on here.
In fact, if you look at this chart going back 2 years, desktop PC views have been consistently higher than mobile. But views across all four
Wait, say that again?
have been chart going back ProJared and Mother's Basement. In fact, if you look at this chart going back 2 years,
Okay.
desktop PC views have been consistently higher than mobile. But views
Okay. If we go back 2 years, right, I don't know, fucking lifetime, it's just going to be a spike and then a collapse into nothing. So desktop views are consistently higher. That makes sense. Okay.
views across all four tracked devices have followed a pretty consistent correlation, rising and falling with each other, strongly linked together. But if you are following along, I want you to specifically look at your views from device type in August, specifically around the August 9th to 12th period, because
August 9th to 12th. June, July, August. Between the 9th and the 12th. Okay. So there was a spike in desktop views here for some reason. Mobile views seem very consistent. Then there is a drop in PC views and a spike in mobile views. There's also, I noticed there's a spike here where there's no spike on desktop as well. That's curious. I wonder if YouTube can tell we're picking our nose or scratching our nuts while we watch. Yes, the AI can tell what you're doing. The AI scans every single frame of a video because it can do that in a few seconds. And it knows exactly what you're doing, basically.
that is the date range the desktop views specifically fall out of correlation with the other device types and become consistently lower. My analytics show a 4-day drop starting on August 10th, where the daily...
So PC views fall out of correlation. Right, so my PC views spike here, which doesn't... It correlates with TV views. Doesn't correlate with tablet, doesn't correlate with mobile. Actually has an anti-correlation with mobile. Then, as desktop views are collapsing, mobile views are spiking. And then, so, collapse. It seems like mobile views here are actually out of sync with desktop views from my teeny tiny bullshit channel. Not that desktop views are out of sync with everything else.
The desktop views from a consistent 12,000 per day drop to 6,000 per day over 4 days and then remain at that. The other channels I've asked to check their analytics also corroborated this same drop. August 10th shows a substantial and sustained reduction in views from desktop source only, while not...
August 10th. I mean, all of a sudden, there's a huge drop on August 10th. The fact that he's got that exact date up, and that's exactly when there's a drop here. I mean, even on my mini bullshit know nothing channel that I haven't released videos on, that's a little bit suspicious. I know it's the natural progression of capitalism, how YouTube has evolved, but I wonder what it would be like if Mr. Beast was never a thing. It might genuinely be the case, Faith, that if Mr. Beast was never a thing, someone else would be Mr. Beast.
Showing a correlation reduction from other device types. Quick side note, this correlation only happens to long-form videos and not to shorts. Channels which post a lot of shorts will not show this same correlation and the data will be skewed, but in a second I'll show you how to isolate your long-form videos and see that even if you have posted a lot of shorts, this correlation switch will still be applying to your long-form videos. If this was just a bad video or a back-to-school view drop, we would expect to see a general reduction in views from all sources correlating together, not just a reduction in one specific view source. Now I can use specific videos I've released to show this switch again. If your channel is focused on shorts, follow this specific video by video comparison to see the correlation switch for yourself. And I can use videos from both restricted mode and normal mode to show that restricted mode probably has nothing to do with this. My analytics for Was It Good? Claire Obscure Expedition 33 shows on the day of release more people watched this on desktop than on mobile, which is exactly what I would expect from my channel. The next video I released was It Good? Neverwinter Nights Shadows of Udrentide, and again, more people watched this on PC than mobile. Not unusual. But that Udrentide video was released on July 16th. The last...
Is there any reason why Josh is really quiet? I think it's just him speaking. Like, I've got... Here, let me see if I can amp him up a little bit here. I've like maxed out everything. I don't know why he's so goddamn quiet in this video versus these other ones.
Video before this August 10th switch happens. And my next video, Was It Good? Neverwinter Nights Hordes of the Underdark, released on August 21st. And that was the first video ever on my channel to have a higher view count from mobile devices than from desktop PCs.
Interesting.
Here is the complete graph showing every video I have ever released on the channel. The blue line is desktop views. The green is mobile. Desktop views have been consistently higher than mobile views within correlation.
I need to put that volume extension button here that allows me to increase the volume more than this, because this is lower than mine. I don't know why.
Except
must be a decaf mic. Probably.
If we look at the last 90 days again, you can see the desktop view dip. But that's just my Josh Drive Plays Retro Gaming channel. That's just one example. So how about my Josh Drive Hayes MMORPG channel? Well, here are the 90-day analytics by device view.
And you can see it there.
Type. And right there on August 10th, we see the
same
blue
thing,
line, which represents desktop views.
Hold on. We're gonna do this with the second channel as well. Let's just switch account here. Let's just see, because okay, so this is not gonna be as consistent because everyone watches the shorts on this channel, no one watches the long form stuff. So this one's gonna be like way worse of a measure than what he's talking about. But let's see if we can spot the same trend that's happening here. Let's see. July, August 10th. 7, 8, 9, 10. So this doesn't follow the trend, but it's kind of like what he said, where if you get your views from shorts, like the second channel does primarily, you're not going to see that same behavior. Speaking of volume, YouTube has been doing this new thing where volume slider won't go over 75. Is that just me? It's not every time right now. Yeah, no, I don't know what it is. I think he's just particularly quiet in this video, but I'm going to need to get that extension that lets me bump the volume even higher, because this is bullshit.
Below mobile for the first time. And the first video I release after that dip is recorded as being watched on mobile more than desktop. Here are the analytics for that channel for the last 365 days. We see a strong correlation of all views from all devices, with desktop, the blue line, consistently higher on every single video release. Then after August 10th, the first release was the first ever to see higher mobile source views. But I can also check it by specific video too. The last video I released before August 10th was I Became the Most Efficient MMO Player Ever, which released on June 30th, which shows just over 70,000 views from a desktop source and 30,000 from a mobile source. Pretty expected. And the first video I released after August 10th was I Played the New MMO Ghost, which released on August 24th to 36,000 PC views and 42,000 mobile views.
This kind of makes sense. I'm thinking about this from a YouTube perspective. I think this kind of makes sense that they would push as hard as possible on mobile phones and tell every other device to fuck off, right? It makes the most sense for them to do that because most people have a mobile phone. And if the people in charge of YouTube are currently Indian, that means that most of them have a mobile phone, not a desktop, not a TV, not a tablet, but a phone, right? Most Asian markets, everyone has a phone and they watch everything off of their phone and they don't bother with any other screen. So if they're coming at it from that mentality, mindset, they're going to push mobile as hard as possible and then throw everything else by the wayside.
This reduction in desktop-specific views doesn't match anything I have seen from the last several years of data. Here is the graph from Josh Strife Hayes, the MMO channel, for all of 2024. The blue line, video views from a desktop source, are consistently the highest source. But the spikes and dips from all 4 device types follow a strong proportional range of each other. They correlate. But look at the 2025 data, and August 10th is the exact date.
I mean, sure, but is YouTube Indian or US-based company? US-based, but that doesn't matter if you're coming at it from the perspective of a bunch of the people now running YouTube are Indian, which means that they're going to default to culture instead of location, right? People tend to do this all the time. They do this with statistics a lot of the time. They'll gather statistics from the UK and then try and apply it to the US. Or they will look at an Asian market and think it's going to be exactly the same when we bring something to the West. And it just doesn't work like that. Right, so it's also, YouTube's been very well known for this, for outsourcing third world countries to do their moderation, to do their analytics, to do a lot of their work, because you can pay a third worlder like one fifth of what you would pay someone in the US. You don't have to worry about labor practices or labor laws or anything else. You can throw them on precariat contractual work, and if they don't do what you want, you say fuck you and you find another person to do it, right? Which means they're looking at it from a global perspective. They're not looking at it from the US perspective. They don't give a fuck about where they are on the globe. They give a fuck about the perspective that they're getting things from. That's why you'll notice that this used to be a problem on YouTube, I think it was 3 years ago, where what they discovered was that they outsourced a bunch of Nigerians who were Muslim to decide what is and isn't acceptable on US YouTube, and they started censoring anything that they considered haram, right? Which didn't match the culture of the US, but it matched their culture, and they were deciding what should and shouldn't go through. So you have third worlders deciding what's you're allowed to watch in the US despite being based in the US, because their moderation behavior was coming from third world countries. Isn't it like $10 an hour to rent an Indian call center? Yes, exactly.
The switch happens, and the desktop views drop lower than mobile views, but we see no drop in mobile, TV, or tablet views. What I believe this data is showing us is that August 10th was the day that YouTube started counting desktop views differently to how they counted them before, whether this is engaged versus non-engaged, restricted versus non.
Right, so you're theorizing that YouTube staff watches everything on their phones and doesn't know better, or they're actively trying to push people to watch on their phones. I think what they're looking at it from, what I'm theorizing, Dogrock, is that they realize that more people have a phone than people have a PC. More people have a phone than people who have a TV. More people have a phone than people who have a tablet. And so the biggest market, the most interesting market, the most attentive market that they would go after is people who are watching things on their phones, right? So they would align themselves with the highest viewership count to continue to attempt to grow, right? So, like, think about it this way. How often would you log on to Instagram on your PC versus on your phone? How often are you more likely to log on to Facebook, for boomers, Facebook on a PC versus your phone? It makes a lot more sense to push to a wider audience and continue to grow on the device that the most amount of people are using around the world. Videos can have ads in them. Shorts, on the other hand, can be a short. Yes, but they can still push ads there. They already do. The entire short is an ad. If you really want to break your brain over this, Happy Chappy, go look up what UGC is. And every time you see someone review a product on a short where they don't have to indicate that this is paid promotion, you will have your mind fucking blown. You will realize that it's all rigged. Every single piece of it.
Unrestricted or monetized versus not, I don't know, but we do have data showing the views from desktop sources specifically drop mid-August. To corroborate this data, and because I was honestly kind of excited at what I'd found, I reached out to 3 other channels with very different demographics, specifically different. Now, I'm not interested in total video views, I'm interested in the correlation relationship between the sources of those views before and after August 10th for long-form videos.
No, that doesn't, hold on. No, that doesn't make sense to me. Why not just push usage on every device at once instead of breaking entire channels in pursuit of phone watches? Because you have a limited amount of resources that you can expend. And you have, think about it this way. Think about how YouTube's attempting to automate everything because they don't want to spend money. They don't want to spend money. They have a limited pile of resources that they're willing to spend. Which means if you've got limited resources, you're going to go after the biggest piece of pie that you can. Everything else can fall by the wayside, right? It's also about, stop thinking about it like what's going to happen right now. Think about it like 5 to 10 years from now. What happens to the people who've been growing up watching shit on their phones all the time? You think they're going to break out a PC and do that? Do you think, I mean, TVs are boomer tech at this point. PCs are fucking millennial tech. Phones are going to be Gen Z tech. So think about it this way. Nestle wanted people to drink coffee in Japan, right? They were told by a Japanese marketing specialist that they will never be able to penetrate the market. What they need to do is not release coffee. They need to release a bunch of sweets that are coffee flavored that kids grow up eating, so that they remember the flavor of coffee, so that when they're older, 20 years later, they will have infinite market penetration because the thing they grew up doing is what they will want as an adult. So they will go and get a bunch of coffee because they remember the sweet they had as a kid. They did exactly that, and it worked. They don't have to push everything all at once because they've got limited resources to work with. And they want to, think about it this way, it's an efficiency ratio. You want to spend as little effort as possible for the maximum return. You do not want to spend 15% more effort for 2% more return. You would only spend 15% more effort if you're going to get an outsized return of like 30 or 40%. Right? And they are preconditioning people to use mobile. Also, think about it. It's just like what Nis just said, right? On a mobile device, how many people are bright enough to figure out how to ad block on a mobile device? Yeah, Rosario said it as well there. How many people are bright enough to figure out how to jailbreak a phone and not get ads? How many people are going to go out their way to download an untrusted app that's not YouTube but does YouTube but without the ads? How many people are going to do that? Not that many. It's way easier to just hyper-focus down on milking as many people as possible on mobile, whereas PC users are power users. It's a lot easier to block ads. The market penetration for TVs is not large enough for them to care, right? And most iPads and shit, as we've seen, tablets is the lowest viewership. People aren't using tablets for YouTube, apparently. So why would they? Also, this is why podcasting content pops off. This is why hour-long documentary things where someone doesn't have to watch a screen pops off. Because a lot of people will put like earphones in their ears, hit play on a video, and go do some shit and not even watch it. They're just listening. All the time.
The first channel was the Japanese lifestyle creator Adi Harajuku. This is a graph of a video of hers from before August 10th. This is another video from before August 10th, and we can see from these that most of her video views come from mobile first, then PC, then TV, then tablet, but the correlation in view source percentage is very stable. Then here is a video after August 10th, August 16th to be precise. That was her first time the computer views actually dropped below TV views, falling out of sync with all...
Hold on, let's go back here, right? Let's go back to the main channel here, right? Let's see if I go back here. Has there ever been a point in time where before this moment, before August 10th, has there ever been a point in time where this happened, where mobile phone usage spiked above PC usage? So once here, on July 11th, then never again after that point. PC views drop down here, spike and drop after the 10th, and then a spike in viewership after the 10th. Let's do a longer chart. So it's okay. So if you zoom out, mobile viewership here in August matches PC viewership. But if we like neglect spikes when I've released videos and we look at these things, mobile viewership is always lower than PC viewership. But here it's equivalent all of a sudden. And then it goes back to being normal after that. That's interesting.
Previous correlation. I then had a chat with the editor from Healthy Gamer GG. You likely know the channel as Dr. K. Here are the launch day graphs of 2 long-form videos prior to August.
I know I've maxed out the volume as much as I can. Chill day. I don't know why he's so quiet in this fucking video. I need like extra gain on this man, and I don't know where to get it from. I've amped up everything I've got here to try and make him as loud as possible.
August 10th. You can see mobile is more views, very closely followed by computer, then TV and tablet down the bottom, but the correlation is still stable. Here is a video after August 10th. Views from computer only fell sharply. Then I had a chat with the editor for Worst Pre-Made Ever. Here are the launch day graphics for 2 different videos released before August 10th. Once again, we see strong correlation with computer and mobile, almost similar at the top, trailed by TV and tablet. Then here is a video released after August 10th, showing a strong, noticeable drop for computer only. If you have a YouTube channel, please check this data for yourself on your own channel. Do you see a drop in views from desktop source only from mid-August? And leave a comment if your findings match, or don't match, because this video is going to gather more data than I ever could alone. And I think this could be the reason we are seeing low view counts. Channels that historically get watched on desktop are counting desktop views lower than usual. Cheers for watching, and let's see what those comments end up saying.
I'm gonna have to comment on this video later. Once I've dug through my analytics a little bit more. Did you add audio filter to browser from OBS? No. So think about it this way. I'm running all my audio from my stream PC. I mean, from my gaming PC into my stream PC as one source, because I have to do that through the capture card, right? Where I play with the gain is right here, right? Now, usually, gain sits about there for videos, but for some reason Josh was super quiet, so I just boosted that up over there for some reason. So I'm mixing it here on my gaming PC, right, where you'll be able to see it, like hear it. I don't know why it's not working out. I don't know what the fuck. So I'm gonna play another video. We're gonna see if it's louder. It's the spiffing bird video, which is apparently the response. And we'll see if this is just as loud or not. By the way, keep in mind Chromecast is counted as mobile, even though it's used on the TVs. That's true as well, because you're casting it to a TV. You're not watching it natively from a TV. That's interesting. I think YouTube wants to push mobile content, and showing content creators that PC content is bad will push them to make more mobile content. I wonder if this isn't artificial. It might be. It might be. We'll see.
If you've been on Twitter, YouTube, or Reddit these last few weeks, you've probably noticed...
How's the volume on that? Is that better? Let me know if this volume is better, because it seems better on my end. But you need to tell me. I don't know why. Josh Strife Hayes was speaking quietly because he scared the AI was going to come and kill him. In that video in particular.
If you've been on Twitter, YouTube, or Reddit these last few weeks, you've probably noticed your favorite creators decrying that the end of the world is nigh, their channel is dying, and that you should sign up for their Patreon. The reason for this sad state of affairs is obvious and clear. YouTube, yes, those evil sausages up in their ivory tower, are very obviously and purposefully suppressing your favorite content creators, and we need to fight back to stop them. Yeah, start grabbing your pitchforks. But here's the thing. You are actually wrong about the YouTube algorithm.
Okay,
and
why?
It's not your fault that you think something because a YouTuber told you it was the case, and it's also not their fault because they think it because a different YouTuber told them, and so on and so on. In this video,
I don't like that. That's very dismissive. That's very dismissive, what he just said. That makes me think that he's just gonna dismiss people offhand and not actually give a proper explanation. I don't like that.
Video, I will explain why your favorite YouTubers are wrong, why they have reached their conclusion that their channels are dying, should they still panic, and what is actually going on with the YouTube algorithm. So let's get introductions out of the way. I am the Spiffing Brit. I have been on YouTube for over a decade and seen the rise and fall of many channels and the gradual changes of the algorithm. I even helped facilitate some of those changes by breaking the systems YouTube gives us. And you are of course a viewer. On average, you are probably in your early 30s and enjoy drinking tea. Oh, and you are almost certainly a dude. Yeah, my community's a real sausage fest. But with that out of the way, let's dive straight into this video. So in the last few weeks, creators have been making a lot of fuss about their channels dying. I would say this trend hit mainstream with this Linus Tech Tips video titled "Our Views Are Down." In this video, Linus and his handsome co-star discuss that their most recent uploads have performed well below their expectations and averages, in some cases getting 50% less views than normal. This is of course...
Okay, I'd love to see how he explains this one. Like, what's going to be his explanation about these data sets? Why is it that so many content creators who are established, who are seeing this happen, why are all of them seeing the exact same thing? What's his explanation for that pattern? People get annoyed with me because I never watch the links they send my phone, but refuse to use my phone for anything but phone calls. I don't even use my phone for phone calls. If I don't recognize a number, I'm not picking up. You can fuck off with that. It's been the best change I've ever made to my life. If you don't recognize a number, don't pick up. They can leave a voicemail if it's really that important, or they'll phone you 3 times. Not a fan of his tone through most of this vid. I suppose we'll see.
Was pretty bad for business and would set off alarm bells for anyone. If it was just 1 or 2 videos being off, then it's easy to move past. But in a world that feels more stressful, with more pressure than ever to financially provide for others, then yes, Linus actually has to take more time to worry about if his channel is actually dying. It's honestly a good and interesting video that shows how experienced a creator Linus is. He acknowledges this isn't the first dip he's seen in his channel, and he knows that it probably won't be his last. Most of his concerns come from a perspective of an employer. He talks about how less views on the channel will affect his potential earnings, and how he might need to adapt for changes in the algorithm. However, this video makes the mistake of not being hyperbolic enough. Quite frankly, it's too boring to the average viewer. After all, it's titled "Our Views Are Down," not "YouTube is crushing our viewership." Oh my, how did that...
Okay. Okay, so here's the problem with that, right? What he's saying is he is saying, oh, okay, we're going to use this video as an example, right? But that's a terrible single cherry-picked point on a graph. So he better back this up with multiple channels. I want to see multiple data points, not one.
Not "YouTube is crushing our viewership."
Okay, 2,116 views. I mean 216k views, 208k views, 7 days.
Titled "Our Views Are Down," not "YouTube is..."
5 days. So it's about the same, despite despite the change in titles. So what's the point he's making here?
Crushing our viewership! Oh my, how did that video get here? This is a video from Second Wind, a channel set up by some truly incredible creatives and industry veterans. Zero Punctuation, and now fully Ramblematic, has been a series that has run for generations, and I personally adore the eloquence used in these videos to describe whatever AAA gaming slop has just been released. However, this video is quite frankly terrible. Let me of course preface this by saying that I am a creator, and the people behind this video are also creators who I respect. I like their work, I'm not criticizing them as people, just that this video here is bad. And we'll get to why later, but first, what are their actual complaints? In the video, Yahtzee explains that their most recent videos are not performing well in comparison to previous ones. The reason is not the videos themselves, it's actually something entirely different. They believe that it is because YouTube is not actually serving the videos, and it's all thanks to this thing here, YouTube restricted mode. According to this video, if you turn it on, content that could potentially be mature is not shown, and so most creators will have several of their videos not visible.
All of my videos, thank you very much. Not several, almost all of them.
To people using YouTube in restricted mode. This obviously justifies the 10 to 30% drop in viewership that Second Wind are currently experiencing with their latest releases. But that's pretty much the gist of the video, so they plug their Patreon as all good indie creators should do and call it a day. But it turns out they weren't the only people noticing a view drop. Red Letter Media also make their obligatory YouTube is broken video. It's very similar to Second Wind. In fact, they made this video to support their friend Jack, who works on that channel, and to raise awareness to the very same issue. Similarly, they reference that restricted mode is very bad, and they also point to a video they uploaded at the start of August that didn't do as well as expected. So once again, this is more evidence that the YouTube algorithm is suppressing some of your favorite creators, all because of this restricted mode. Restricted mode was also one of the main
That's not what they've said. That's not what Josh has said. It's not all because of the restricted mode. They're saying the restricted mode has something to do with it. He seems to be trying to hyper-focus down on one point when people are making multiple points about this. And a lot of the videos I've seen that have talked about this now have said something has changed. Not that this one specific thing is causing all the issues.
Talking points of a video from fellow British creator Josh Drive Hayes, who you will have probably watched if you know what an MMO is. I would show you some of the video, but he deleted it for reasons we'll get to later. To vaguely summarize his perspective,
he deleted it and put it back up, so where's your response to this one?
He believed that YouTube was either potentially bugged, turning restricted mode on for some people, or maybe there was a nefarious ploy to make the algorithm more advertiser friendly. But you should start to get the picture. What began as a retrospective from Linus about his channel declining has now grown into this huge site-wide cascade of creators getting less views at the start of September because of this new silly feature called YouTube restricted mode.
Okay, you mentioned August earlier, now it's September. Which one is it? Because Josh was talking about August. The other videos I've seen have talked about August. Now you're talking about the beginning of September.
We're so certain of this fact because there are of course tweets getting thousands and thousands of likes, and they're being circulated around like hotcakes. Creators on all platforms and private forums are talking about this, and this in turn creates algorithmic demand, so you have creators making response and update videos and speculating about their own analytics, repeating this cycle and cementing that this new algorithm update in September is the end of YouTube as we know it, and that it's probably caused by an AI restricted mode thingy. My god.
Yeah, I think it's caused by an AI. I think the AI restricted mode thing is just a precursor to how non-restricted mode is working, but I don't have proof to back that up yet. Already watched it, and I'm very sure Spiff is abusing the system again for engagement bait. Also, it really gets rambly later on to far more watch time. I suppose we'll see. Is there any account settings or creation method for some account enable that restricted mode without someone going there? I'm not sure. You'd have to open up a new account and check. Although I wouldn't be surprised if by default there are certain like things that if you put into when you open a YouTube account that it just automatically hits you with restricted mode. I wouldn't be surprised by that.
Goodness, ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves. I think we found the root cause of the problem with the YouTube algorithm. So yes, some of you might have seen this coming. It's not actually restricted mode. The thing I've seen most creators blame is not even remotely the cause for downturn in viewers. For a start, I don't even think most people know what restricted mode is. It's a feature that wasn't added in September. It's a feature that wasn't even added in August. It's been a part of YouTube since probably before you started using the
Yes, but there may have been updates to restricted mode that have altered the function of it.
platform. It's a feature that exists to restrict potentially mature content from being shown. Its sole purpose is so that places like schools and libraries can have access to YouTube without the fear that a child is watching a GTA 5 Let's Play, because the game is technically for adults. It's not perfect, there's definitely a lot of videos that slip through the cracks, but it's a good enough change to make a very big platform slightly safer for kids. In 2017, restricted mode accounted for a mere 1.5% of views on the platform, and I honestly expect this number to be even lower now, as it's really not a popular feature. Restricted mode is not the cause for less views, because it has not in any way changed. The people still using restricted mode will make up only a tiny fraction of anyone's active viewer base. There is no possible way that 30% of viewers for Second Wind are now in restricted mode, when probably less than 1% of their entire viewer base might have ever used it at any point. No, it's...
See, here's the problem, is he's hyper-focusing down on the restricted mode issue. I wonder if he acknowledges any other thing that people have said, or that he's just going to hyper-focus down on that specifically.
Not restricted mode, and no, YouTube is not secretly switching accounts into restricted mode to kill your favorite creators. The YouTube algorithm exists with one purpose: to keep you watching. If they think the best video for you to watch is adult themed, then that's what it will recommend, because it wants you.
No, it won't. It will not recommend you adult themed things because you are not the customer. You are the product that gets farmed by YouTube, who's looking for ad revenue dollars. Advertisers do not want their Ford F-150 truck that they are advertising to a big trucker man to be showing on a video that is an ISIS execution video, or fucking some bitch with a thong so far up her ass she can taste the material. Right? Advertisers do not want that. So advertisers therefore get to decide what content is worthwhile and what's not. You are a resource that is being mined by YouTube. You are not the customer. That's not how that works.
You to watch so that you can get served adverts. A business as large as YouTube will not shoot itself in the foot by cutting off Linus Tech Tips from the magic money tree because they believe 1/5 of his videos might be too mature for a child. The algorithm will only ever kill a channel, so to speak, if it genuinely can't find anyone interested in watching that video. And given how big the internet is and how much YouTube is continuously growing year on year, I think that would be quite...
Ooh, I see panic. I see fucking panic there. If YouTube's seeing a drop-off between 2022 and 2023, ooh, that's panic. Now it's time to update the algorithm. Now it's time to change things. That little downward shift there, ooh, that's maturation of a company. No one wants that. No one wants to hit peak peak users at 2.5 billion. No. That's got to keep going up. You need to keep seeing continual growth, because stagnation is death. Ooh, that what he's saying and what he's pointing out here are two very different things from a business perspective. That's the problem I'm seeing here. I think someone said if YouTube suspects you're under 18, it'll be on by default. Yeah, that's one of the AI things that they may be implementing in the future, but what the AI is actually going to do, we don't know. Rest of the video goes on a tangent, and it's also connected back to school. Suppose we'll see.
Quite an achievement, but I won't argue that views aren't down for these creators. All of these creators are concerned about a genuine thing that is affecting their channel. So yes, no, I won't lie and say that your channel is actually performing at the exact same level as it was 2 months ago, but you're probably lying to yourself and your audience if you're blaming restricted mode. I mean, even in the videos creators made exposing restricted mode, they would still have videos that performed incredibly well that were actually hidden in restricted mode. Surely if it's hidden, the algorithm would mean it performs well below your average. But of course...
Yeah, but they're not saying this is... man. I think what's irritating me about this is that what we've seen so far is people saying restricted mode may have something to do with it, but it is not the only thing. Something has changed. And I think his hyper focus down on the restricted mode issue, maybe it's not done on purpose, but it seems like a dodging the idea that something else may have changed.
Thanks to everyone blaming restricted mode, these clear obvious points were missed, as it's so easy to blame YouTube, which makes sense because we see YouTube regularly age restrict, demonetize and copyright takedown channels. This means that creators live in fear that they might be next, and so when they think their works are being...
Is he pulling a pirate software? No, I don't think he would be doing that intentionally. I think what's also probably skewing people's perception of this video is this is a direct response to Josh Strife Hayes' first video, as far as I'm aware.
being suppressed, oh, they'll be angry. Of course, we can't hold it against the creators, and you definitely shouldn't go and be mean to them. After all, when they made their complaints and YouTube responded, they didn't listen. This is because they don't trust YouTube and any public source that comes from them because, well, they're an inconsistent mega corporation. They tell you you're getting a human review, and let's be real, it probably isn't.
Yes.
YouTubers mostly trust each other, and so explanations that the algorithm is actually suppressing them, and then examples of data that go alongside it, feed into cycles that can scale to hyperbolic levels like this. Most creators don't even claim to be experts about the algorithm. I think Mike and Jay in the Red Letter Media videos say they don't know anything about YouTube probably about 5 times. After all, they're...
Yes, because YouTube operates under black box theory. They don't tell you what the fuck is going on. They don't tell you how things operate. And whenever you do something wrong, they might just delete your entire channel and give you no reason as to why it happened. Then you reach out to YouTube to try and figure this shit out, and they do everything in their power to not, like, respond to you at all. This happens all the time. This happens to thousands of channels who've done nothing wrong, but the AI thought they did something wrong, so they get this shit deleted. Have you watched Josh's latest video about this? Yeah, I'm going to watch it after this one. I want to see his response to Spiffing Brit. I wonder if Spiff wanted to put his 2 cents in only had a half a penny to contribute and decided, hey, I'll push it anyway. It might, I don't know. It's hard to say that. It's hard to start insulting him for this view because, like, I haven't seen the entire thing. And maybe he mentioned stuff here. Maybe he's hyper-focusing just down on the restricted mode thing too much. But I mean, there are other segments here, so let's see what he says first.
Creators whose passion is for making videos, not sitting down and analyzing years worth of spreadsheets. We can fault them for being wrong about what they said, but we can't fault these people for being concerned. Fans and creators are raising their voices to defend their favorite content providers. They just don't exactly know what they're fighting against, only that they're fighting for what's good, their favorite creators. So if someone says it's restricted mode, then it's probably restricted mode, and until someone with a big enough stick in the game says otherwise, that's going to be the prevailing narrative. And hello, here I am, the self-proclaimed king of the algorithm, waving my big stick and telling you to put down the pitchforks. So now what? Who on earth do we blame? So if not restricted mode, there are a few other things I've seen creators blame for this decline. Let's start with shadow banning.
Okay, here we go. So we do know shadow banning occurs on YouTube. That does occur.
This is the vague idea that a channel is being signaled out and suppressed by YouTube. This usually comes with the notion that the creator is covering non-mainstream ideas that the men in power don't want you to know about. Sometimes it connects to this idea that these videos don't...
It's not so much non-mainstream ideas. It's ideas that are not as advertiser-friendly as they would like. And therefore, that's an issue and that damages revenue. And if you're watching a 30-minute video that's not ad-friendly, guess what you're not doing? You're not watching a 30-minute video that is ad-friendly, which is a direct threat to them. That's a loss in revenue. It's not like this whole, oh, they don't, the corporation, the corporation doesn't want you to know about the space Nazis. Like, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a shit. It's money.
Don't get as many ads, and so YouTube doesn't want to show them. But YouTube's main goal is watch time, and the amount of ads placed in a video makes absolutely no difference on how much...
No. Again, wrong. YouTube's goal is not watch time. YouTube's goal is monetizable watch time. Advertiser-friendly watch time. That's the big thing I think he's missing here.
YouTube will push a video. It is with absolute certainty I can say that shadow banning doesn't exist. Quite frankly, none of us are special enough for a platform this big.
We've seen it happen. That's the problem, is we've seen it happen. So I don't know how he can say that shadow banning doesn't exist.
YouTube cares not if you talk about the worst of humanity or you have the most vanilla ice cream take possible. All they care about is watch time. But as a species, we generally follow the opinions of the herd, and so our viewing behaviors mirror that, leading to groups of viewers of niche topics becoming more enclaved away from the rest, just consuming content that is specialized for their niche but wouldn't be attractive to someone looking from the outside in. Anyway, if not shadow banning, then what about hype? This is a hot new YouTube feature that we've been given, whereby small channels beneath 500k subscribers can receive boosts from their viewers. Basically, you can pay so that a video gets more impressions and more recommendations. These impressions then might turn into
a literal pay-to-win system.
Views and grow the channel that's been boosted. So the idea is that if you're a channel and your audience aren't boosting you, you're being suppressed by the algorithm because YouTube wants you to make more money for them. There's just one slight problem. This feature's already been on YouTube for months now in different regions, and well, it's just not used that much. It hasn't really...
Of course it's not used that much. Imagine spending a bunch of fucking money for, like, you're not supporting the creator, you're hoping to boost their channel viewership, and then they serve it to people who aren't interested in the fucking video. They're making the algorithm worse. They're creating problems so that they can sell solutions.
Had much of an impact at all. It's also brand new in the West and so is seeing limited use. So no, it's not causing a huge drop in viewership. It, however, is a brand new YouTube feature, and that means it probably has some weird exploits in it. So if you want to see if I can break it, then hey, subscribe and find out in a future video. But for now, the timelines just don't match up. Hype is not the cause of this viewership decline. Another thing I've seen blamed is that YouTube has changed the way views are tracked. The idea being that creators are getting the same amount of real views, but perhaps the botted or duplicated views of previous videos have been removed. This was actually...
I think it's ad-blocked views, not botted or duplicated. If you're not considering that ad-blocked views are no longer counted, then what's the point you're making here?
Very strong talking point of the Linus Tech Tips videos, and they're not without good reason. These changes do happen with YouTube, and in fact we've recently had one with Shorts changing to fit the TikTok approach to counting a view as seeing a single mere frame of a video, but it only affects Shorts and not normal videos. It's a change to display, not to the actual algorithm. I also know that no change has been made to the YouTube view counting and verification in the period that these creators are discussing. This confirmation comes from multiple sources that work at YouTube who know far more about...
Oh my god. Good night, Spider. Is he literally about to say that YouTube investigated themselves and found nothing wrong? Is he about to fucking... Oh man, if only I had these levels of faith in the fucking people around me. No, don't worry. They told me that after they were done beating the child, that they didn't actually beat the child, so they didn't do it. It's like imagine watching one of those fucking videos, right? Where they're like, you just watch a guy on the street kicking the shit out of a dog. And then at the end of the video, he just puts plain white text there. And it says, no animals were harmed in the filming of this video. Right? And they're like, oh, okay. So when he was kicking that dog to death, it didn't actually happen. Okay. Even though you're seeing it happen with your own fucking eyes. Jesus. It's fucking brilliant.
About this than anyone else on the planet. Okay, so all of those classic blames are out of the way, and yet we're no closer to discovering why the algorithm is seemingly suppressing creators and leading to them having less views. So, what do we have to blame instead? Yes, welcome to the great rug pull of this episode, where I reveal that you, the viewer, were the villain all along. It might seem hard to take in if you're a creator or just an audience member, but ultimately the reason videos get views is because people watch them. If videos don't get...
Oh, hold on, I've got to let my dog out. Yeah. Okay. Come back. You're done. Alright.
views if people don't watch them. It really is as simple as that. The weird nebulous YouTube algorithm doesn't decide who gets a view, you do. The reason views are 10% lower on one fully ramblomatic video than another are the exact same as the reasons why views might be 50% higher on a different one. A different amount of human beings for whatever reason chose to watch or not watch that video. So instead of asking why YouTube is giving a video less views, instead take a look at what actually provides the views. You know, your own audience? And there are hundreds of reasons why someone who watched a previous video might not watch the next one that gets recommended to them from the same creator. In the case of Fully Ramblomatic, I will always go out of my way to watch one of their videos covering a game that I'm interested in, like Sid Meier's Pirates. It's a game I have a lot of happy nostalgia for, but a game like Ninja Gaiden just doesn't interest me at all. Sure, I might have watched the video.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine that people are going to have different varying levels of interest depending on the topic covered. But why is it that consistently all of these people are reporting the exact same drop or alteration in viewership at the exact same time? You cannot blame an audience for that. That's not audience behavior. That's platform behavior, right? That's a very obvious thing. You can't sit there and say, oh, everyone just automatically decided across all channels that were affected that they just decided to not watch those videos at the same time, on the same date. That makes no sense.
Video if I had time, but I've been busy over the summer, so that means I had less time to watch videos, so I had to narrow down the creators I was watching to just the ones who I know will be able to deliver a video that I'm looking for. Audiences are fickle and not loyal. We like to think that we care strongly about everything online, but in reality we cling on to and discard topics and creators at a blistering pace. A
viewer should always be loyal to themselves first before anything else. They should watch what they want to watch first. They should give a shit about what they want. And if they lose interest or decide that they don't feel like watching something, that's like not their fault. That's, you know, how they adapt. But guess what? These adaptations don't happen all at the same time, all at once. What, was there a big fucking shadow committee meeting where like millions of people sat in a room behind all the creators' backs and said, okay guys, on August 10th, all of us are going to just stop watching those videos. Like 10% of us are just going to disappear across all of these videos, all of these content creators. No, that doesn't make sense.
Doesn't exist in a vacuum, neither does a video. This entire platform is a living, breathing ecosystem with so many different moving parts. By all means, a creator can make a better video, but whether it gets more or less views is much more determined by external modifiers. But this particular time frame of early August and the start of September the creators are complaining about is quite interesting. It's a very intense period of time, especially when you realize that most new creators get their first break over the holiday. This is often because they're actually having time off from work or school, allowing them to basically go semi-full-time and create better videos, leading to even more competition in the communities that they provide for. In 2010, there were hundreds of creators making content like this. And now in 2025, you can have thousands of creators making incredible, groundbreaking videos that are better than ever, uploaded every single day of the week. The bar for competition has certainly been raised. So yes, the audience is definitely the thing we should be looking at. And what better way to demonstrate a rapid movement of an audience than with a good bit of drama. A few weeks ago, the entire gaming landscape was covered in pirate software drama videos.
Yes, okay, but that's called a temporary trend. That's a climb and die. That's with everything else. You see this with video games. You're gonna see this with Labubus in the future. You see this with Beanie Babies. Everything has a trend to it. It has an attention span cyclical trend where it'll spike, attention will max out, and then it'll collapse to nothing because everyone is now burned out and fatigued by that topic. I am currently there with politics right now, right? I am burned the fuck out by any politics. So as you can imagine, the last 4 days have been a living fucking hell trying to use any social media platform for me. People will get there in about a year or two, and they'll all be burned out by politics. You'll see. There's a cyclical rise and fall of these things.
streams. Even if you'd never heard of him or seen any of his content before, you definitely got to know about the drama by the end of it. Everyone had to have an opinion, of course, and everyone had to be involved and draw battle lines. It was a real fight that felt quite thrilling to be a part of, I'm sure. Streamers were making comments and getting viral clips, people were poking fun at each other, drama channels were churning out shocking new updates, declaring that his career was going to be over, he was finished. Oh, it was so exciting. I bet it felt great to nod in agreement with your friends when you all agreed that this creator is just the worst person in the world. And then the bubble burst.
Yeah, and then the bubble burst, just like with everything else. The stock market does this, games do this, fucking any trend does this. Literally any trend on planet Earth did this. This is how I made money in NFTs. This is literally the exact same trend pattern that I followed in order to make some goddamn money when I was doing this shit. Defending YouTube equals making more money on YouTube. It's obvious for Spiffing Brit. Yeah, of course. I mean, he does have an incentive to do that. I don't think that's the reason he's doing that. I think this is just his personal take. And I think, okay, it's very easy right now. Also, what's up, 8X? Don't spend your money here, goddammit. I think it's very easy for us to ascribe malicious blame to Spiffing Brit right now. But I want you to take a look at this from his perspective, right? Think about this from the perspective of someone who's a professional at a sport. Even if they're not currently the best, they have to walk around believing they're the fucking best. He has every reason on planet Earth to walk around telling himself, no, YouTube didn't just fuck us all over. It's just an audience thing. It's just a thing that's temporary. I'm not going to think about this. I'm just going to keep on going, right? You almost need to be delusional in order to do this. And you can blame him for being malicious, but I don't think he's being malicious. I think this is his personal take on it. And I think he almost has to believe this to keep pushing forward.
Everyone slowly realizes that actually I probably shouldn't be spending hours of my week watching something to feel the emotion of anger towards what is basically a total stranger online. Content exists to make you feel emotions, and we as viewers chase the content that makes us feel the most.
Oh shit! Hold on. Are you
and we as
There's no way he's got 70 viewers. Even after all of that, there's no ways he's that low. Because there's no ways he's not botting. My favorite lol cow, there's no way he's got 70 viewers. He has to have way more than that right now. Just catching up, Spiff is an idiot. He says that viewers becoming more niche is bad for YouTube. The opposite, sure, it's doing micro-targeting for them. I think viewers becoming more specialized in the content that they get out of YouTube has always been the case. And their issue has been dialing in an algorithm to try and give them the correct videos that are recommended to them. Right? I don't think he's being so much an idiot, so much as he's missing pieces of the puzzle, either because he's chosen not to look at them, or he well and truly believes that those components are negligible to what's happening, right? Think about it this way. Do you know the bell curve meme, right? Yeah, we'll pull out the old pirate software, right? Anyone know the bell curve meme, right? The guy over... so let's look at this from a fitness perspective, right? The guy over here is a complete fucking retard, 70 IQ. When he's on his fitness journey, what does he think? Eat clean, lift heavy, right? The guy here, the midwit up here, I've got to do all these things. I've got to fucking count all my calories. And salmon gives me 2% extra omega-3s. I'm going to be eating salmon at this date and this time, and I'm going to be timing all of this shit. Then you've got the professional who sits over here. And what he's realized is all the factors that the midwit is thinking about become negligible, because he's like, if I'm doing this over a period of 10 years, the formula is eat clean, lift heavy, right? These two guys came to the same conclusion. This guy is getting stuck in the minutia. The minutia becomes negligible for this man over here. I think Spiffing Brit is over here, and he's considering all these points to be negligible because YouTube's going to keep being YouTube, all right? No matter what. They're going to keep making shitty decisions. And so to him, he considers it negligible. However, I think because he's considering a bunch of points negligible, he's also throwing a bunch of valid points that should be considered in with all the negligible ones. That's what he's doing right now.
Viewers chase the content that makes us feel the most. We chase senses of community, and we remember the content and creators who make us laugh the most or make us the most angry about the things we ought to be angry about. Is Pirate Software a bad person? Honestly, I don't know, and I don't care. I don't think it actually matters.
Nice dodge, he's a bad person, sorry.
But for the channels who were making content on this viral topic, as soon as the drama ended, so did their views. Their audience were around to see this silly influencer get done.
And what did they do when the Pirate Software drama was over? They moved on, and they kept getting views because they understood that they should move on. They didn't just vanish off the face of the earth. They used it as a stepping stone to build an audience.
Dunked on by facts and logic, but audiences are fickle, so when the next drama isn't as interesting, or it doesn't cover a topic they know anything about or they're not invested in, they move back to the next fresh bit of emotion.
Okay, so it doesn't cover a topic that they don't care about, but guess what? Other people are interested in the new topic that they care about. So people filter in, people filter out.
That they get served by YouTube. So, did the YouTube algorithm change and kill these drama channels? No, it didn't. The audience simply stopped watching. Now, this was a very easy example to use of the rapid movements of audiences in and out of spaces. Most of the time, it's not as obvious and clear-cut as this. But what we are seeing on YouTube at the moment is similar, and it's on a much bigger scale. There is a reason why creators' videos have dipped in view count at the start of August and September. The reasoning is a very human one, and I've hinted to it throughout the video. The views are from the viewers, and we, the viewers, live boring human lives. That means at the start of August, the greatest human migration event happens as we enter the summer holidays. The first week of August is the busiest summertime week where...
You mean the summer holidays in the Northern Hemisphere, where the most amount of people between the ages of 25 and 35 have the most amount of free time, but also the least amount of capital, and therefore they're looking for cheap and easy entertainment. They're not going on holiday. Maybe they're seeing friends. We're more isolated than ever, right? The only reason I could correlate a dip now would be that viewership is overall down across all online platforms since COVID. People have less money to spend now than they did 5 years ago.
People's regular schedules are thrown out of the window because you've got a one-week trip to Disneyland.
No, way too expensive. Most people are staying at home and watching YouTube videos and eating ramen noodles.
Can I blame my viewers for not regularly watching me when they're on the beach sipping gin and tonics? No, I can't, because chances are I'm doing the same. So of course views are going to be down. You have less hours of the day dedicated to watching content. Still, as people return home over the summer period, views often tick back up again. But then we get to September. Well, it's the biggest season of change for us humans. Teenagers go back to school, adults start university, or maybe enter into the workforce. And at the moment...
In August? People start university in August? Then again, I don't know the dates when school starts and ends in the Northern Hemisphere. But down here, it's in January that we start things. So, I don't have enough data to say yes or no to that. Yes, school starts August 12th in my area. Okay, so if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, that means that yes, that correlates with what he's saying. That makes sense.
Moment with the world we live in, some are even starting second jobs to make ends meet, or desperately seeking new jobs with better wages. When you add all of this
Did you ever read Harry Potter? Yes, but I didn't pay attention to the dates, Lord Fitner. I was too busy trying to think about, at the time, I was trying to think about where the fuck's my letter. I want to go learn all the evil magic shit. I want to turn that world into Wizard GTA. Was a little retard. I wasn't thinking about that shit. I was thinking, oh, let me correlate the dates in the fantasy book. That's not what I was thinking.
Together, you get people that are spread thin with the weight of the world, with less and less time dedicated to entertainment. This trend is so common that each year, Rene over at YouTube releases the exact same tweet after creators panic that their viewer figures are down. He's used...
Okay, the counterpoint I can see to that is in Josh Strife Hayes' video. If that's the case, mobile views are up, desktop views are down, people are no longer at home, they're out in public, so it would make sense. So this might be a decent point that he's making here, and I just don't have enough information about this. So this might actually be a decent point he's making.
The exact same video for multiple years now. So yes, I'm afraid that the thing most creators are panicking about is the exact same thing that other creators panicked about at this exact same time last year. And they did it the year before that, and the year before that. And chances are we'll be doing the exact same thing next year. The thing is, this isn't a YouTube thing. This is a worldwide global trend that all big companies and entertainers
No, it's a Northern Hemisphere trend, which is fair because no one gives a fuck about anything in the Southern Hemisphere.
Are struggling with. Twitch, the live streaming platform, hosts September in this month. In this period of time, the paid sub to most creators is halved. It's done not to give the creators more money, but to try and keep viewers hooked on the platform, as it pushes creators to go big on this month, to bring out their biggest ideas, and get some of their more casual fans into becoming dedicated.
So that's a fair take, not trade. Fucking losing my ability to speak here. That's a fair take.
Fans. The reason it's done in September is because otherwise Twitch would see a very big viewership decline, because everyone's going back to work. Who has time to watch a live stream? But it's not just Twitch. The media industry in particular have been struggling with this topic for years. How do we deal with audiences not going to the cinema for a regular 7 out of 10 film? How do we sell an okay video game in a world of hyperinflation? And the answer most companies appear to have settled on is that you have to make everything seem like the most important thing in the world that promises to provide value to the viewer with the limited amount of time and money they have. So when big companies are scrambling to manufacture the strongest emotions and grab the most attention, creators are almost expected to do the same. We're not just competing with other creators, we're competing with other entertainment platforms. We're competing with the free time human beings have. There's a reason why the creators affected by the view drops are well established, generally with years on the platform and many videos. There's a reason why channels that recently changed styles, formats, or just started taking off are doing completely fine. Viewers want something new, fresh, and worth their time.
No, that doesn't make sense. Why would viewers want something new and fresh when they've got established content creators that are more likely to give them the thing they want? How many times... Ask yourself this question. If you see a video, two topics, two videos on the same topic. One video has 100 views and the other one has 10,000 views. Which video are you watching? Just judgment call off the top of your head. Which one would you ascribe more value to? Probably the 10,000 view video, right? So it can't be, oh, people are looking for something new and fantastic. It's, I believe his point about people having less time to watch things. I don't see how smaller channels magically all of a sudden start outperforming larger channels.
You could spend weeks constantly chasing trends like Mr. Beast, always building up your ideas, making them bigger, being on top of the next talking point, but then you have to lose a lot of your creative identity. Is it worth it to bend over backwards to get attention and lose who you are along the way? I don't look at someone like Mr. Beast and see someone who's happy with the content they make. I see someone who is happy with how it performed, and that's just not how I like to make my content. Holding attention is the aim of the game, and it's one of the main reasons why so many bits of media you've seen are getting spread out over multiple months in order to maximize the subscriptions people have to maintain. Why release the hit new Wednesday TV show all in one go when you can double your subscription revenue? I do feel bad for the creators who are throwing stones at the smoke monster known as the YouTube algorithm, because it's just not to blame.
Okay, so hold on. I don't think Spiff's point is right, because go back to August 10th and around on previous year analytics, it's different this year. That's actually a good point, Rosario. If there's a difference between last year and this year, and you're not seeing the correlation of a 10% drop across the same channels all the time, then there's probably something different happening there. You can't have the same input, the same equation, and get a different output. That's not generally how people work. He's made some interesting points. It still feels like he's missing something. I think we're all probably missing something because we'll never know how YouTube works internally. And YouTube has a direct reason to lie to people and never tell them how it works. Established ones don't create as much as I have time to spend consuming. But hold on, because the established ones don't create as much as I have time to spend consuming. I think established creators have more time than anyone else to create than smaller viewers, if that's what you mean. Because they're already established. This is their job. And if you're going to be choosing the highest value videos because you've got less time, you're probably going to be going to the established creators instead of the newer ones. I wonder what churn on video consumption is. I would presume people stick to their known creators as their sub to. Yeah, that's what I expect as well. I will be honest, and I have 1 to 2 people I watch on YouTube at a time. I have gone through a number of creators, including Spiffing Brits content, but I will only binge on 1 to 2 at a time, getting bored and moving on to someone else, usually after 3 months or so. Yeah, I do the same. I will binge watch a bunch of videos from a creator, not look at their channel for another 3 to 4 months, and then come back and binge watch it again. I do that with Benji's videos all the time.
I do hope that they can find some solace in the fact that they're not alone and that they've not actually done anything wrong. The most important part of YouTube actually comes up at the end of Linus's follow-up video called Here's Why Our Views Dropped. He reaches the conclusion that YouTube is about creating and having fun, and provided you're doing that, you're doing the right thing. The wrong thing is when you're creating and you're not enjoying what you're doing. This last month has been one of the lowest in terms of views for my channel in many years. I genuinely don't care. I'm here for the love of the game and to keep people entertained.
He doesn't have to care because Spiffing Brits probably made enough money that he doesn't have to care about creating content ever. He is lucky enough to be in the situation where viewership doesn't matter enough for him to hyper-focus down on it, and he can just create whatever the fuck he wants, and he's fine. Right? Other content creators who are a lot smaller and a lot more niche than him have to worry about that because that's how they pay their bills.
By breaking games and algorithms. If you're interested in something I'm doing, then I hope you watch along and laugh. But if you're not interested in it, then that's perfectly fine. I don't expect you to watch every video I make. I can try and make you more interested by chasing trends or make everything feel like the world is ending and that you need to desperately watch this video before you die. But in a world where you're probably more stressed than ever, I think it's important to take a step back and stop watching. Maybe just enjoy the world a bit. A wise man once said, "You always own the option of having no opinion. There is never any need to get worked up or to trouble your soul about things you can't control. There are things not asking to be judged by you. Leave them alone." The wise man was me. Just kidding. This is actually a quote from Marcus Aurelius, and I think it stands just as strongly today as it did back then. I wish you all a wonderful future, even if you are a loyal viewer or just passing by and you maybe only watch the occasional thing from me. I hope that you always have a nice warm cup of tea on hand. I guess you can say we reached the conclusion that you were wrong about the YouTube algorithm because you are the YouTube algorithm. The algorithm is erratic, fleeting, and sometimes wrong, just like us. How incredible. Genuinely, it's amazing. Anyway, let me just quickly check how the other creators ended their videos before I end mine. Oh, they all plugged their Patreon. Hey, you viewers!
Of course they plug their Patreon. If their viewership is down and they've got bills to pay, of course they're going to plug their Patreon. I don't take that as a malicious thing. I don't take that as a greed thing. I don't take that as a bad thing. I think if content creation is your job, absolutely you're going to shit your pants about this. Absolutely. It's the same as I don't get mad at gaming YouTubers who take shitty mobile game ad sponsorships. You got to pay the bills somehow. Get that bag. Do what you need to do. I understand. I'm not mad at you for it. I'm still going to skip your ad, but I'm not mad at you for it. Okay, so primarily, I'm going to say this. It would be very easy to just be a dickhead and try and be malicious to what Spiffing Brit is saying. But the problem is, I think it works like this. Most content creators who are complaining about this are people down here in the trenches. These are people who've employed other people to help them with their content. These are people in a niche. These are people who are running a business. These are people who have not hit escape velocity. Spiffing Brit is somewhere up here. He is God in an ivory tower, looking down on these guys, telling them that they're wrong. But he is not in the same paradigm as all the content creators who are trying to survive the month. Fuck bag takers, I'm mad about it. I don't care. They literally do not affect me. And if they can take money from a shitty mobile game, and then no one touches that mobile game, all the more power to them. Scam those companies.
I love you, and because of that, you should 100% give me money on my Patreon, or become a channel member, or buy my merch, or just super chat me your money. If you like this channel and you've enjoyed it at all, you owe me all of your money and your firstborn child. This is not emotional manipulation, it's just straight business, baby. And my corgi wants new sweets, so you best fork out your
this I do think is a little bit facetious of him to say this.
wallet. Okay, that should have probably done the trick. Also, don't get me wrong, I don't think YouTube is perfect, or the way that the algorithm works is perfect. There are many worthwhile complaints, and I hope to cover all of them in a later video. So if you as a creator or a viewer have issue with a feature on YouTube, then genuinely let me know. I have a ridiculously sized list that one day will see the light of day, and you can add to it. Right, that's it. Video's over. You can get out of here now. And if you are
I think he made some decent points. Now we can see the follow-up. And no, I did see that comment earlier, I just didn't reply to it. I'm not clickbaiting. We will be playing Guild Wars 2. We'll be going through one more chapter, and then I'm going to be playing Hollow Knight for the first time. I've never touched Hollow Knight. I don't know what the entire fucking buzz about it is. It seems like just a platformer to me. Maybe there's a reason it's more than just a platformer. I'm going to find that out. Let's see. This is not against or in favor of anything, but many people who had contracts with casinos had to stop promoting them directly because otherwise the video was not recommended. I think that this goes in a way, but also is bullshit. Yes, it's the same reason people had to stop taking sponsorship deals from adult companies or people selling like dildos and shit. Because YouTube immediately sees that as a problem, doesn't want to put their ads on it. It's a negative effect on YouTube's advertising versus personal deals. And this has been an issue for a while. Also, what's up, Tape? It's Sheldon, save your money, goddammit. You're just gifting. Okay. Nist is a real human being. You got lucky. You rolled the dice and you got lucky, Sheldon. Thank you. I appreciate it. You bastard. Fuck. Kick is different from Twitch. Now I've got to figure out a whole fucking other thing for sponsorships. Fuck you, dude. Why can't you just suck Jeff Bezos' dick on Twitch like everyone else, like a normal human being? But no, I think YouTube's been having this battle for a while. We know for a fact that on the back end, YouTube really, really doesn't like it when content creators make private deals with companies to run ads that are embedded in their videos. YouTube's been trying for a while to figure out how do we become the middleman between ourselves and content creators so that they don't do embedded videos. This has been a battle that's been like 8 years old at this point, and they still haven't figured out how to become that middleman. I would expect a change at some point where they disallow people from making embedded ads in videos. But they have a direct incentive to not allow content creators to do embedded videos because that removes from the idea that those companies would talk to a content creator directly as opposed to using the Google AdWords system and paying YouTube a cut of that money. Spiff made decent points because he ignored the fact guys' videos are good, but ignoring the facts only gets you elected president of the USA. So this is the thing. He made decent points, but again, it's not the whole picture. I don't think any of us actually have the whole picture. I think the only one who has the whole picture is probably YouTube, and they're never telling us how the fucking hot dog's made. Ever. Never, never, ever. We will be in the dark. We are mushrooms. All of us. Viewers, content creators, everyone is a mushroom to YouTube. They will keep you in the dark, and they will shovel you whatever shit they can. That's just how it works. It just needs to turn on Tangier. Yeah, I know. I need to fix Tangier. I thought I had it back up and running, but it's not there. It'll probably be there next stream. Never, never, ever, forever, never. Exactly. Never, ever, ever, forever, never, never, never. Oh, is that why the embedded ad for Mike Oxlong's was in the Twitch ban speedrun? It was in the Twitch ban speedrun because Twitch is far more aggressive than YouTube is about the idea of embedded ads. They despise that shit like the plague. So think about it this way. Twitch is YouTube for live streaming, but it's a failing business as opposed to a succeeding business. If Twitch was making more revenue, it's never had a profitable year, right? If Twitch had a profitable year and continued to be profitable, they wouldn't give as much of a shit about embedded ads as they currently do. Right? But because they're failing, they have to be hyper aggressive about that shit. Now, YouTube's in the situation where they're making money and they're not thinking, okay, we're on a timer, we're gonna die next year if we don't make more money. They're thinking, okay, we're making a lot of money. How do we make even more money? They're in a much better position than Twitch is.
I don't like making drama videos.
Now then, let's see what the response is. I'm willing to bet that Josh Strife Hayes is going to be very professional about this. He's not going to throw any insults. He's not going to mock anyone. Let's see where he goes with this. We're going to play this at a higher speed because he talks slow. Please, God, don't be another silent video.
Hi, I'm Josh Hayes. I don't like making drama videos. I'd far rather be playing video games, but YouTube is my job, so when it makes changes, which I may see and worry about, I like to be told. And when a creator I have a great deal of respect for, the spiffing Brit, puts out a video basically saying every creator is wrong on this subject, nothing has changed, trust me bro, specifically referencing a video I made about it, when I believe I have enough data to make a reasonable claim that he...
Never mind, he just threw him under the bus immediately. He's just like, trust me, bro. He just fucking well played. He immediately broke my expectation there.
He himself is wrong. I kind of have to. In this video, I'll present the evidence of a pattern of source-view desync relating to YouTube views from computers specifically, why that hasn't affected creator income despite looking quite scary, and then show you why it's not a normal yearly cycle, and what caused it with sources. Before we go any further, I need to make something crystal clear. This video isn't a call-out or an attack against the spiffing Brit. I've met Spiff in real life. He is an extremely kind person. He's generous with his time, and he's one of the most supportive creators I've been lucky enough to know, especially to smaller or mid-sized channels. He has a wealth of knowledge and understanding about YouTube. So this isn't me throwing shade.
Josh, if you're gonna suck him off, don't neglect the balls, okay?
I've actually never disagreed with him, which is why, when I do disagree with him now, he deserves nothing less than me bringing my A game with data and research. Someone asked me while I was researching this video, what's the point of making this video? In a few months, none of this will matter anyway, and that is a good question. I think unexpected changes to YouTube data, especially for smaller creators who are trying to go full-time, or mid-sized creators who need to be able to count on reliable patterns to budget, can be a really scary thing.
Hey, guess what I just said? Everyone down here in the trenches who's got bills to pay, who's not making bank, who doesn't need to think about money for the next 10 years. Yeah. It's a different game. The people down here, it's a different game to where Spiffing Bread is. Completely different game.
And 1 or 2 bad months can be the end of smaller to mid-sized channels if they need to take on other paying jobs, which makes their video output go down. Massive established channels can weather a few bad months, maybe even a few bad years. I'm one of them now. But I'm aware that's a massive privilege of mine. And telling people...
Hold on one second. I think I've got something to deal with. I'm hearing sound sis. Give me a second. Be right back. Right, sorry about that. My kid kind of woke the fuck up and started losing her mind. Not really losing her mind, she started acting like it was morning and it was time to wake up. Little shit, had to try and put her back to bed. Damn, that kid is so fucking active all the time. No off switch on her. Right, now where were we? Okay. Josh Strife Hayes was about to say the most insulting shit imaginable to, Spoofing Brit. I believe. Let's see where this goes.
In a more vulnerable position, that everything's fine, just isn't always that helpful. To me, understanding an event helps me worry less about it. So this video is mostly for the small to mid-sized channels to help you understand the data that you're seeing. In several creators' videos on this subject, YouTube showing low view counts on video.
We thought you got dicked by Long Dick Johnson. Unfortunately, no. If I was a gay man, I'd be hunting that dude down. I've said this before, he's like, the guy looks like a discount Tom Cruise, except taller. And the very small, petite black woman that lives next door to me, like, has a conversation with him most nights at like 3 a.m. And I caught Long Dick Johnson out. I said hi to him. And I did ask him, because Jimmy asked me to. I asked Long Dick Johnson, so are you banging that? Do you know what his response was? This man's an animal. He looked me dead in the eyes, and he said to me, a gentleman doesn't fuck like an animal and tell. So I'm just going to take that as yes. That man's taking that poor woman to Pound Town. What a fucking bastard. And that was like, and this is the problem, is I've barely had interactions with this man. So I thought, I did not expect that response. I didn't expect him to like raw dog it out there like that. I was having like a hi, how are you? I expected some polite conversation. He just dead ass looks me in the eyes like a Vietnam veteran who's been to the fucking the Asian whorehouse a few too many times and just said that. I was like, God damn it. God damn it, that's not what I expected. All I could do was laugh. What a bastard. Jesus, a gentleman does not fuck like an animal and tell. Jesus Christ. God damn it. I'm gonna be watching out. The next time I see her, I'm gonna be paying attention, because I'm willing to bet with the size of that monster dangling out the bottom of his pants, I'm willing to bet that she walks funny now. I just haven't seen her walk around, but I bet you she walks funny. She does that like wide-legged step thing. Unless she's adjusted to it already, I don't know. What a fucking bastard. Can you confirm if it's first Hollow Knight you're playing later? No, we're going to be going through a chapter of Guild Wars 2 first, then Hollow Knight. We'll end on Hollow Knight. I fucking knew he was banging her from the first moment. Thanks for confirming. Fucking, what an animal. Jesus Christ. He just threw it out of nowhere. That's the part that threw me off. Like, I was having like, you know when you meet someone, or you have polite conversation with someone, they're not really talking to you. They're talking to your representative. They're talking to like the nice front-facing version of you. Now, this dude just pulled that out of nowhere. Fucking stun-locked me for a few seconds. He's fucking go harder than Blizzard fuck their franchises. I wouldn't be surprised by that. God damn. Every Living World from now on also has a 1 minute long trailer for it. Would you watch them too? Sure. Link them to me. Put them in the Discord. Anyway, let's continue. Let's see where Josh Strife Hayes goes with this.
We've already discussed the Bogeyman restricted mode and its connection to AI. Now, after more research, I don't believe restricted mode is being turned on by AI. But here is why I originally thought that. YouTube put out the blog on restricted mode, a feature from 2010, relatively recently, and in one of its latest Creator Insider videos in relation to their new AI age estimation model, said this.
If our age estimation model...
Why would they? Think about it this way. Unless they've updated the AI with restricted mode, why would they put out an update that relates to restricted mode at all? Unless they've altered something. Of course they altered something. I think it's bullshit if they're telling people that they didn't alter something.
Determines that a user is under 18, YouTube will automatically apply its standard protections for teen users on the account. To be clear, all of these protections are already applied to users who tell us they're under 18 when making their account. Teen users will have digital well-being tools like bedtime reminders turned on by default. Recommendations will be adjusted to limit content that, while acceptable in isolation, could become problematic for some younger viewers when viewed.
This sounds like communist bullshit to me.
Repeatedly. And teen users won't be served personalized ads, and several other changes. Based on our age estimation model, we'll apply some additional protections for creators, including setting uploads as private by default and restricting the ability to earn from gifts on vertical live streams. As a result of this update, some creators should expect a shift in their audience categorized as teens. We estimate this will have limited impact for most creators.
The claim that digital well
That's the most dangerous lie that they told. We expect that this would have a limited... what did she say? A limited what?
It's categorized as teens. We estimate this will have limited impact for...
Limited impact. Now that's the biggest fucking lie they've always said. Age estimation model. How is that not AI turning on RM? That's what I'd like to know. How is it? Okay, what if fuck, I don't know, someone watches your YouTube channel, like a kid watches it, so you put on kids programming stuff, so they don't see your regular recommended stuff. You come back 2 hours later, now the AI thinks you're a fucking 12-year-old girl. Then you're fucked. Like, what do you do with that? And you don't even notice the change. You're just like, what the fuck's happened? No, there's something off about this. This is, I don't think this is for the benefit of kids or teenagers or anyone. This is for the benefit of YouTube and ads. I won't ascribe maliciousness to Spiffing Brit for what he thinks. I will ascribe maliciousness to YouTube because all they give a fuck about is money. You're a resource to mine, and the advertisers are what they really care about.
For most creators.
The claim that digital well-being tools will be turned on was taken by people, including me, to include restricted mode, but that is not the case. So what has caused this low view count, and why, specifically, is it not affecting revenue? Spiff's claim that this is a cyclical yearly thing do hold some weight, because we do indeed see yearly cycles of views rising and falling based on social events like global holidays, people returning to work and school, even mass sports events or concerts can affect viewing geography for a day or two. YouTube analytics do follow predictable patterns, and new creators do get caught out by these ebbs and flows of patterns, while established creators have come to expect them. I know Christmas is a great time for ad revenue, while January will be low. Patterns and data actually calm me down quite a bit. When I can see a reliable pattern, I can plan for it. But the predictability of patterns, or the abnormality of the discovered predictability, is actually what caused me to think that this event is something specific and different. For anyone who hasn't seen my previous video, several content creators, including Second Wind, Linus Tech Tips, and myself, along with Bellular, have all seen dips in view count over the last month or two, and Spiff's video claims that this is just a few creators worrying about something which is cyclical, predictable, and standard. Several people even commented about my video on Spiff's video, which I presented data in the decoupling of desktop views from the established correlation, and he had a very specific reply to all of those comments. He said, "Watched it, and I just don't agree. I have spoken to him about this, but YouTube's internal message is, no, we didn't change it, and the data he has varies
Because YouTube never lies to us, do they?
massively from channel to channel. For every one channel saying it is that way, there is another one showing no change at all. This means it's more likely an audience change rather than a platform one. His dataset is simply too cherry-picked to be valid for me. Perhaps after more research, he might have something, but as there are just as many channels showing a trend in the other direction, it cannot be taken seriously." Now, this video isn't a call to attack Spiff at all. I read the comments on his video, and I saw many creators effectively saying he was wrong, and he called for me to do more research. So I have. For anyone not up to date, here's the important information from the last video I made. Creators who focus on long-form content have seen a drop in views.
I don't think it would say it's shallow to play a highly praised game that's brand new. I'm not playing the brand new version. I have never touched Hollow Knight before in my life, Super Sploof. I'm playing it because I want to play it. Because I want to play more video games when I'm streaming. I plan to stream more consistently. I like to go through like a chapter in Guild Wars 2. write out a bunch of notes, look at all my recordings, figure out what I originally thought of it, what I'm going to think when I'm replaying it on a second account. If I felt like playing, I don't know, Warhammer Total War, I would, right? It's just about what I feel like playing. And I've literally never touched Hollow Knight. And I keep seeing people suck themselves off over how good Hollow Knight is. And I want to see if that holds true. Or whether it's boring.
Views from August 10th onwards. However, when we go into analytics, we can see something strange. The lost views seem to be coming from a single source, specifically views made from computers, desktops or laptops. We aren't seeing any drops in views from mobile, TV, or tablet. Now, historically, these view sources have all correlated pretty strongly. In my original video, I showed data on my own channel going back 2 years, showing the dips and troughs of views are indeed cyclical, but the correlation of sources to each other within a percentage range is stable. From August 10th, it destabilizes, desyncs, and becomes unstable. In my original video, I presented graphs from 3 other channels. Healthy Gamer GG, a channel which focuses on social and mental health, Adi Harajuku, a channel which focuses on Japanese lifestyle and nerd culture, and Worst Pre-Made Ever, a channel which focuses on long-form group gameplay. Because even though 3 is a tiny sample size compared to YouTube, I wanted variety in the channel demographics to see if I could find even the start of a pattern. And all those channels were able to show a strong correlation of view sources up until August 10th, where those sources, specifically from desktop, dropped out of correlation after August 10th. I made a video on this, and I asked for creators who are also experiencing computer view desync to reach out, because I really thought there is a pattern here, but I need more data. And trust me, bro, isn't a valid stance to discuss anything from. Now, I need to address the issue with self-reported data.
Yeah, I noticed this with my video when I was looking at the data when I made a video called Is WoW Still King? I think I must have written over like 500 different messages to different Blizzard employees trying to get as much data as possible. And the biggest problem with showing that data and showing the population graphs that I got was primarily that it was a trust me bro situation, because I can't show the original messages without accidentally making someone lose their job, which fucking sucked. That's the biggest problem with that. So, like, trust me bro kind of stuff doesn't work, even if you've got the data to back it up. And if you can't show the data front end, then, like, no one's going to believe you, even if you know it's true. That's the issue there.
If you ask for people affected by X, then you are, of course, going to get people affected by X disproportionately reply to you. What you aren't going to get is people not affected by X. They will simply look, not respond, and walk on, meaning that asking for anyone affected by X is a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy. You're going to find what you're looking for. But my aim wasn't to find a load of people with just lower view counts than usual, because if my parameters were that broad, then yes, predictable cyclical events would come into play. I needed to try and mitigate the impact of predictable cycles as best I could on this data. My aim was to find people who very specifically fitted 3 categories. 1, primarily long-form content creators, so those who don't focus on shorts. And if they do focus on shorts, we would need to isolate the data to only report from the long-form videos. 2, they saw a substantial dip in views on August 10th. And 3, the lost views were disproportionately coming from computer sources, causing the view graph to fall out of correlation from the expected norms. I asked for these 3 specific parameters, and then
all 3 specific parameters that weren't discussed by Spiffing Brit.
The channel started to contact me. Real Civil Engineering Gaming says exactly the same here. My money is on ad-blocked views not being counted anymore, but who knows? Remember this idea. We'll return to it soon. I'm the editor for Vinny Vinesource and Lie Malicious's VOD archive channels. Both are long-form content, and I can confirm the same pattern happens on August 10th onwards on all the channels I manage. Abysssoft says this holds true with my channel analytics. Beatty Bait says, hi, Spanish YouTuber here. Yes, my PC visits did drop on my channels, in my case from the 11th, perhaps due to time difference, and in a very abrupt way that was easy to see in the statistics. Abroad in Japan says, before August 10th, most of our views came from views on desktop, pretty much as they have done since 2012. Then they dropped to 2nd, 3rd place against TV views and mobile from August 10th onwards. Not sure how or why, but that's what we saw in the stats. As to what it means, God knows. Would be cool if YouTube could actually say if they're counting numbers differently or not, though. Joshima says, PC Gaming Speedrunning channel here. I see exactly what you say. After August 12th, computer views are no longer the highest percentage and don't follow the same trends as other platforms. Dungeon Chill says, hi Josh, yes, same thing on my end too. The shadiest part of all this is YouTube's response or non-response. Xenos Vex says, hello Josh, I'm Leo, the editor for this channel. Computer views seem to have dropped slightly after August 11th, but not as much as in your examples. I suspect YouTube changed the way they count ad block views or are trying to combat view bots. Proxygate Tactician says, mine follow exactly like yours does from August 12th, mobile and PC were the same until until that date. Interesting to see. JC Foster says, holy cow, I've been tearing my hair out about this for almost a month. Yes, I've had the same issue starting on the exact same day. I really thought I was just alone and my channel was failing in some way. Why they wouldn't tell us about this is beyond me. I even spoke to creator support and they told me there were no anomalies on my channel. Thank you for making me feel less alone in this. They were 10 examples, that's not enough. I have 75 more, so let's speed up. Maximilian Dude says,
75, goddamn.
where it stabilizes out now. Can confirm on a 10 million view channel per month.
Goddamn.
Went down significantly. No Justice MTG says, my data shows that as a primarily mobile views channel, daily uploads mid-length politics related. My desktop views went
Fuck, hold on, there we go.
Only a third after August 10th. Roxnet says, music discussion channel and my desktop views plummeted since the second week of August, having trouble even getting new content to get pushed at this point. Hockey Hoshi says, racing game creator here since 2022. My computer viewership has been consistently 5% higher than mobile phones at number 2. On August 7th, computer starts to drop below mobile by an average of 5%, so roughly 10% below my average, but does actually begin to recover on September 7th. Desync says, yep, same here, computer dipped below mobile on August 11th, 10th in America and elsewhere. Interestingly, it has since returned to normal ratios again, starting on computer views being on top again on the 2nd, first in America. In the original edit of this video, this goes on for 11.5 minutes, and I share 74 different creators, but I've sped it up because I think you get the point by now. Jack is a small channel, my desktop watches were cut in half on.
Yeah, that's how you take a shit on Spiffing, Brett. You're like, how can it be all these channels experiencing the exact same thing all at the same time and then trying to pretend that, no, this isn't actually an issue?
August 10th. Over on Twitter, Avalanche Reviews then sent me proof of his analytics changing. Legendary Drops then sent me proof of his analytics switching on August 10th, with computer historically dropping to the lowest it's seen. Frederick Knudsen from the YouTube channel Down the Rabbit Hole then contacted me and said, hey there, thought I'd just report in after seeing your new video. I can confirm a dip in only desktop views during that time frame by about a third. I'm sure you don't need more people confirming what you already know at this point though. Wheezy Tier 2 contacted me via Twitter saying, hey Josh, just wants to provide another point on the algo issue graph for you. My desktop mobile viewership is definitely at parity. My last view, upload September 4th, received a drastic decrease in desktop viewership compared to prior months. The difference is striking. Rory Khan also reached out saying, hey Josh, not sure what the best way to reach you was, but here's my graph with the data you were discussing in your recent YouTube video. My data supports your hypothesis. After August 10th, we see a significant dip in desktop views compared to mobile views. Majula reached out and said, you are one shrewd son of a gun. August 10th, my desktop traffic gets cut in half. September 9th to today, it begins to climb up a little bit. For the first time since August 10th, it finally surpasses TV views again, but still falls short on mobile. The Path of Exile creator Talkative Try then contacted me and sent a screenshot of his graph, simply followed by the words, no way, man. The Path of Exile creator
so
Chris Wilson then reached out and said, by the way, my channel's views follow exactly.
You know, that it's like, you know, 1 point in a graph doesn't tell you anything. 2 points, you form a line, still doesn't tell you anything. 3 points, you form a trend. These are 3 million fucking points. Jesus.
What you describe in your most recent video, suppression of desktop views from August 10th. I doubt this is a surprise, but I figured I'd mention. That is 82 channels. If you then include myself, Adi Harajuku, Healthy Gamer GG, and worst pre-made ever from my original video, we end up at 86, which is again a small number compared to all of YouTube, but definitely a pattern worth looking into, not just discounting as something that always happens, because it isn't. It's also important we notice that the channels noticing the desktop view reduction are channels which would appeal to a slightly older audience: tabletop wargaming, retro gaming, alternative fashion, mental health, video game challenge.
Do you hear that? You hear that? Slightly older audience. YouTube hates boomers. You fucking boomer bitches. I think this is a change that YouTube's making to try and appeal to Zoomers. I think they saw what happened to Facebook, and they're trying to make sure it doesn't happen to them. I think that's what they're looking at.
Just PC building or outdoor exploration, things which people are likely to leave playing on a PC in the background or via a playlist. This will matter. I asked a lot of questions to everyone who could give me time and tried to find a link between them, but then a stranger aspect appeared. All of these channels, despite seeing low computer views from August 10th onwards, had not seen a drop in revenue. And I think that was the key, because that means it's likely to do with unmonetized views or ad block.
Yep, it's the ad block views. YouTube, that would make the most sense because YouTube's been on a warpath against ad block for a while, right? So no longer counting views from ad blocked things would make the most sense, right? You don't count as a viewer anymore if you're using ad blocker, which is interesting.
When someone watches a YouTube video, they may be served an advert before, which is a pre-roll, or an ad in the middle, which is a mid-roll. And these views, if the creator has monetized the video, are monetized views. They will generate some ad revenue for the creator. However, when YouTube is watched through an ad blocker, these adverts don't play. The ad revenue isn't generated, which is bad for YouTube. On screen now is an article showing a previous clash between YouTube and ad blockers written in January 16th, 2024, referencing the November slowdown of 2023, where a change to ad blocker, not YouTube, was the culprit for the slowdown. So YouTube and ad blockers have been in an arms race for a while now, with YouTube wanting to ban ad blockers, even recently making the 3 strikes system. You may have experienced it yourself, and people using ad blockers not being able to use YouTube as frequently. And then ad blockers themselves trying to update with anti-ad block tech, so you can still use YouTube while blocking ads. It's a digital arms race. Now, because the reduction in views was from desktop, and yet we haven't seen a reduction in ad revenue, I think we can then make 2 points. The lost views were not monetized views, because if they were,
You know what I want? I'm just thinking about this. You know what I want? I want someone to develop an ad blocker that takes the ad, plays it in a single pixel somewhere in a corner, and you just watch the video, and it doesn't stop the video, doesn't prevent you from watching the video, and it just steals ad money. That would be the most malicious thing to do, I think. I think that would piss off YouTube the most as well. Because technically you watched the ad. I mean, it was a pixel in size, but you watched it in the corner on mute while the actual video was playing.
Would have seen a reduction in revenue, which we didn't. And computers, both desktop and laptop, are more likely to have third-party ad blockers installed than mobiles, TVs, or tablets.
Absolutely.
But there's a third aspect to this. YouTube have claimed they have not changed how long-form views are recorded, and I think they are telling the truth. They haven't changed how they show the data they receive, which...
We have not changed the way long-form views are recorded. Why does that feel like a statement of omission rather than a statement of fact? That sounds like they've worded that very carefully so that they can avoid telling you the truth of what they're doing exactly. Like they recorded the view and then they just didn't count the view afterwards. Or the way they record views is exactly the same, but then they completely throw it out the fucking window at some point. Or they like segregate you off and make sure that you don't count at all in some way. That's like when Obama was like on stage saying things like, we don't torture people on US soil, and the answer behind that was they take them off US soil, torture them somewhere else. That felt like a statement of omission.
Which leads me to two possible conclusions. Either a huge amount of computer viewers all decided on August 10th to collectively stop watching a huge amount of channels all at once, which I think is remarkably unlikely. Or two, the data of the views wasn't being sent to YouTube because it either didn't happen or did happen and wasn't being sent. Sounds a bit tinfoil hat, but it actually corroborates some more data I then found. On the 11th of August, the website Tom's Guide published the article titled, YouTube just quietly blocked Adblock Plus. The internet hasn't noticed yet, but I found a workaround. In the article, Jason, the author, mentions how the website Down Detector registered a massive spike in users searching for Is YouTube Down on August 11th, and a linked Reddit thread, also from August 11th, posted a screenshot of the YouTube page not loading for them.
You know what I think this was? Now that he says this, I think this was the alpha test. This was them doing it as an alpha test to see if they could get away with that without anyone noticing.
The poster adds, YouTube only fully loaded in when Adblock Plus was disabled in extension settings. There are many posts on the Reddit post corroborating the ad block issue. And if you go to the Status is Down Twitter from August 11th, you can see YouTube was seemingly down for a large number of people. This links to the Twitter user Vlad Savage, who included two screenshots, one showing a YouTube client side.
But have you seen that they've also started blocking you from watching YouTube from a VPN? Well, I mean, we just used a VPN, went into a private tab, and I didn't have any problems.
Error, the other showing the spike of reports
so maybe
of
you,
YouTube outages
not me,
for August 11th. Now combine this with the assumption that most of the creators who reply to me asking for data are longer form creators generally serving a slightly older audience, and their channels will be watched by a sizable chunk of their audience on desktop or laptop, with the notion that a decent enough chunk of their audience are going to be tech savvy enough to use an ad blocker, and we see a very simple through line about why the views for August 10th specifically were down, and not through cycles. I believe the data I have presented and the slew of channels affected highly likely points to August 10th or 11th, depending on your time zone, being days that the website YouTube and views from desktop or laptop PCs using ad blockers began to interact in an abnormal way, potentially caused by a change to either side, likely the ad block side.
It was an alpha test. This is alpha test behavior. You know how like YouTube will release features to certain content creators and then take them away because they wanted to see what would happen, like the A/B video, like thumbnail testing and shit, before they roll it out entirely. But did their revenue change? No, it didn't. Revenue didn't change, but the viewership changed. So you don't actually know how many people are actually watching your video, which it seems like a pointless metric to change. But I'll say again, they don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about the people who create content on their channel, on their platform. They give a fuck about the data and information that they can report to an ad agency or anyone who wants to run ads. So what they're probably telling people who are running ads is, this is how many valid views you're going to get. We're going to push content a lot harder on mobile because there's a less likely chance that people are blocking on a mobile device versus a PC. We're going to grandfather out, like we're going to kind of sunset worrying about the desktop stuff, and we're going to focus on where the money is. That's what I think is going to happen. We're going to have to move to watch and upload MMO content on Pornhub. They do have less ads and are more tolerable. I mean, fucking maybe best, yeah.
And this change caused YouTube to become unusable for viewers using adblock. This prevented videos gaining the expected computer views, but lost views were not monetized anyway, which is why the creators who saw lower view counts from PC did not see a reduction in revenue. I believe what we actually found was a small bit of digital data fallout from the software arms race between YouTube and adblockers. The YouTube versus adblocker arms race continued, and now we are evening back out to where adblocker or variations of it can once again access YouTube. The spiffing Brit claims he spoke to people at YouTube and they confirmed they have not changed how they record views. And I believe him. And I actually believe YouTube are telling the truth as well. They haven't changed how they record views. If they had the view, it would have been recorded. But a change in the interaction with adblocker prevented the view, or didn't send the data of the view in the first place.
I think he's looking at it before. I think he needs to look at it afterwards. I think they did record the view. I think they just then invalidated it afterwards, right? So they recorded the view. They said, this is how many views occurred. We are going to now invalidate this many views. So there's like actual viewership minus ad-blocked viewership equals actionable viewership. And they're showing actionable viewership. So I think they're doing it on the output end, not the input end.
Now, I don't mind being wrong. I even took down my first video about restricted mode because it was shown to be demonstrably wrong. But patterns are reliable, and spotting this pattern was a collaborative effort. I've had several people reach out to me, honestly quite rudely, about this whole process, about how I'm tilting at windmills and the pattern doesn't show anything. It's just a yearly cycle. But sometimes data does point to a series of events which can be shown to have a logical connection. Like I said at the start, I don't make videos to call people out or cause panic. I like Spiff, I've met him in real life, he's a lovely guy. But we fear what we don't understand, and understanding can be key, at least for me. Data, patterns, cause and effect is calming. And getting ahead of these events can quell creator unrest, preventing us all turning like an angry mob on restricted mode. So if you are a smaller to mid-sized creator and this has been worrying you, yeah, it's partly the yearly cycle, but it's also partly an event you couldn't have controlled anyway. But you're not wrong for noticing it. So this is where we are up to with this low view count phenomenon. If anything else happens, and my God, I hope it doesn't, I'll let you know probably via Twitter, because I don't like making these videos. I want to get...
It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. This was an alpha test. Sent you a React request. I'm not doing politics shit. I saw that word political. I'm not doing politics shit. Super. I'm so fucking burned out by all of that shit. You want my take on the whole Charlie Kirk thing? Here's my take. People on the left who are celebrating Charlie Kirk's death fall into one of two camps. Either you are a demon parading yourself around in human skin, pretending to be a person, and you're actually just a subhuman ape wearing the cloak of a man, or you need to be very careful about the position of where you are mentally, and you may need to get mentally checked if some random person can make you their emotional bitch for so long after still being dead just because he had an opinion you disliked. People on the right are a bunch of fucking pussies because they think that, oh, well what we're gonna do is, oh, we're so brave and strong, you better not do that. And what are they doing? Fucking nothing. The left has declared open season on you. They're gonna shoot you in the fucking head. You really think that them losing their job's gonna change that? Fuck no. There you go. Everyone's fucking retarded in the situation. It's a bunch of dumb shit. Doesn't matter. People will move on. The world will keep spinning and things will get worse. They used to record the view. Now suddenly, way after the Manifest V3 was implemented, they don't. I think they record the view. I think they just kick it out. Shooter was not left-wing. He was a groiper. He shot him because he was too liberal for them. You're gonna have to provide evidence of him being a groiper, because I've seen that word so many fucking times. But as far as I've seen, he was... Okay, Think about it this way. Why is the left wing the people? It doesn't even actually matter. Let's look at it this way. It doesn't even matter if he was left wing or right wing. Who are the people celebrating the death of this person? It's everyone on the left. They think it's wonderful. They're celebrating the death of a human being, not a person who shot and killed someone. How many liquor stores did Charlie Kirk rob? How many women did he beat the fuck out of? How many DUIs does he have? None. He said some fucking words. Doesn't even matter if the shooter was left wing or right wing. The left wing are the people celebrating it. They're the ones dancing in the street. They're the ones making posts about it. Doesn't fucking matter. Now I'm so fucking exhausted by all this politics horseshit that I'm going to recuse myself from all of it. I do not care. I do not care. All of it is bullshit. I'm fucking exhausted by politics. I'm exhausted by a bunch of fucking retards in politics. I do not give a shit. I'm not even going to respond to people in the Discord who talk about it. You want to have your arguments, you go have your fucking arguments. The reality is, the guy didn't kill anyone. The guy said words, and someone shot him because he said words. Then a bunch of people celebrated over it. And you can do the whole whataboutism about people celebrating bad shit happening to people on the left, but guess what? That doesn't make it right either. People on both sides of this who are celebrating violence happening to other people are fucking retarded. And they're just going to keep getting worse over time. You blow someone's fucking brains out over an opinion. You blow someone's neck off because of an opinion. Come on. It's fucking retarded. Oh, you attack someone with a hammer. Oh, you're so much better. It's all fucking retarded. It's the same thing as that whole thing about, I said the same thing about Luigi Mangione when he fucking shot that healthcare CEO. Yeah, sure. Okay, I understand why people were celebrating that shit. But what did it change? Fucking nothing. These people are idiots. These people are fucking retards. And if you're going to become the lowest common denominator, where you are pretending that you're so much better because someone else did it first, or because you've got a fucking bone to pick with one side or the other, you're just the lowest common denominator. You're just another subhuman if you're celebrating bad shit happening to people in violence. You know what you're turning... Here, let me show you. Since this video is done, I think that was pretty good. Here's what you're turning your country into. Here's what your country's becoming. If you're celebrating the shit right here, this is what your country's becoming. You see this place? You see these people? You see this guy over here? You see that dude in that hole? You see these people over here? You see that kid? I bet you he has some opinions. I bet you he has some great fucking opinions. Do you think the people with a gun to his head care about his opinions? What do you think happens when he says something they don't like? Same thing that happened to Charlie Kirk. Same thing that happens to Nancy Pelosi's husband. Bunch of fucking retards. Bunch of morons. You want to glorify violence. You're going to turn your lovely first world country into a fucking third world shithole really fucking fast. I'm tired of politics. I'm tired of it. I'm exhausted. I'm beyond fucking exhausted. I do not care what opinion you hold. I do not care if you're on the left or the right. I do not give a shit what your life experience has taught you to. If you are celebrating bad shit happening to people because they said some fucking words, you're a subhuman. It's that simple. Now I'm done with that. I'm not going to talk about politics. I'm not going to look at politics. I do not give a fuck about it. It is exhausting. I redeemed a timeout for Super. I missed that. This is what I mean. It's fucking exhausting. right? Talking about this. I miss shit all the time. There's no 5-minute one, so I'm just going to do that one. I'm so fucking exhausted by all of this shit. I don't care. Neither should you. If you're spending so much of your fucking time giving a fuck about this all the time, you are someone else's emotional bitch. That's how this works. If you're celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, guess what? You're still his emotional bitch. You're a dead man's bitch. If you're celebrating someone else having violence committed against them, guess what? You're their emotional bitch. That's how it works. And I'm tired of that shit. I'm so fucking burned out by all this politics horse shit. And it's been going non-stop. It's exhausting. I'm tired. I do not care. These people are going to act like this no matter what. You got to be a fucking mentally ill psycho or a demonic subhuman to think that this is okay. And this is coming from a fucking third worlder who's got to watch people die in front of them, okay? And if a white African fucking, if that's the person you're turning to, the person who's got to see people get shot in front of them and die and bleed out in a fucking street. If that's the guy who has to tell you that, you're fucked. You're mentally fucked. You should not be getting that kind of political advice from me. I'm too jaded. I've seen too much. I've had the third world experience. I promise you, you're supposed to be better than that. Now then, what the hell is this? Before I forget, this was, you linked this. This is Azab's tweet, I think. See, now that it's over, now I missed that one. Right? I nearly missed that one as well. It pisses me the fuck off. It's exhausting. All of it is exhausting. Hold on, what the fuck am I? Okay, wait. Okay, that just started playing. Okay, what is this? PSA for all YouTube creators and viewers. YouTube has implemented AI filters at the start of August, and it is decimating a lot of channels. For some people, it was turned on automatically, basically rendering a lot of the videos usually enjoy fully invisible. If you've noticed a significant unexplained drop in views last 3 to 4 weeks, this is the likely cause. The crew and I were breaking our brains trying to figure out what we are doing wrong. Some potential bangers flopped like they were hot garbage. Turned out YouTube started running this AI filter without notifying anyone. We took a big hit in ad revenue, sponsorship potential. Okay, so this guy, he's just basically going over the same thing. He's talking about restricted mode again. I think the restricted mode thing is a dodge, right? I think it doesn't tell the whole story, and I think people are getting hyper focused on it. Oh wait, why did I get timed out? Because Super redeemed a timeout on you, that's why. I'm reading an online fiction and a line of sticks with me. What is it like to have so little going on in your life? No, it's fucking exhausting. Because you got enough time to keep track of the last several months of some other dude's life. Do you know how fuck? I'm gonna just fucking rant now. Do you know how fucking exhausting it has been? For the last 4 fucking days, trying to go on social media and see anything else but some guy getting his fucking neck blown out online. It's been so goddamn annoying. It's been unavoidable. And I don't fucking understand the celebrations. Oh, boo-hoo, he had a different opinion to you. So if your opinion is so fucking superior, go debate him. Go have a conversation with him. He didn't seem like he wanted to shoot anyone else, but somehow you shot this man to death in front of his fucking daughter, in front of his family. And just remember, if you think that's fine, then you don't get to cry when someone blows your fucking brains out in front of your family and then giggles about it. I don't have a problem if you want to make jokes about it. I don't have a problem if you want to be crass about it. I don't even care if your jokes are unfunny about it. But there's a difference between, you know, trying to make a joke about some shit and like actually going out and celebrating and dancing on this guy's corpse. I made jokes about George Floyd all the time. You know what I didn't do is celebrate his fucking death. I wasn't dancing around going, woohoo, yay, George Floyd's dead. No, it's fucking horrific that some people die like that shit. Even if I think he was the worst person about it. Right? He was like the worst person to represent the shit that happens to blacks in America. I think that riot should have happened over someone else. And there were plenty of other cases where it deserved to happen. I'm fucking exhausted by it. I can't take it anymore. Not talking about you, I'm talking about idiots who keep bringing up politics because their lives are empty. Yeah, no, look, people get obsessed by it. And the problem I have with politics is it's infested everything. It's literally, it's like a fucking cancer. You can't turn it off because every time you try and turn it off, you turn around and it's there again. Holy fuck, do you know how hard it was finding any news about MMORPGs in the last 4 days? It's, oh god, it's exhausting. So there you go. Charlie got turned into a bottle of ketchup. There you go. That's fine. You want to make jokes about it? That's fine. There were people making jokes about 9/11 while it was happening. I don't see a problem with that. Oh, fuck. I can't take it. I'm done with it. I'm not... you're not. You post about politics in the chat. You post about it in the Discord. I'm not going to fucking respond. Because I'm so exhausted with the politics bullshit. I'm not going to do this whole whataboutism kind of thing. This shit's wrong. And you got to be mentally ill if you think it's okay. Whether it's on the left or the right, you got to be fucking mentally ill about that. And a third worlder shouldn't have to fucking tell you that shit. now you're just beating up on Super. Same boat. Don't know what the fuck happened, but somehow we just got showered with the shit. It's fucking everywhere. It's everywhere. You're a first world country. You're one of the greatest nations on planet Earth. You're meant to be fucking better than that. I expect that from an African nation, where we see people die every fucking day. You can't get news from each game's website. Why would I ever trust games journalists, Woolgate? That's disgusting. That's even worse. I won't touch it. I'm done with it. It's exhausting. I'd like, fuck me, it's so goddamn exhausting. Now then, where was I? See, now I've lost track of where I was. That fucking stun locked me. I want to rant about this shit, but it's just more poison in the fucking well. That's the problem. It stun locks the shit out of me. God damn it. Okay, so I believe, let's see what chapter I'm on first. Let's see where I am first. Keyboard review. What the fuck is this?
Absolute monstrosity. This is the AKE 0CT.
Terrible. Miserable. It's a horrible design for it. No one ever uses the numpad. That thing should probably be off to the side. The fact that you got that in the middle of the thing, that you're using a touchpad instead of WASD like a real Chad. The arrow keys, what are those? You could get rid of those. Put the WASD down there. You don't need the WASD over there. Use something else aside from QWERTY, which everyone's used to. You might as well use a stenographer's keyboard. There you go. Now I'm just pissed off and saying angry things. Because that pissed me off so much. Right, I'm gonna focus on Guild Wars 2 now. I use the numpad all the time. But well, don't tell everyone you're a fucking accountant. God damn it. Jesus. I'm gonna focus on Guild Wars 2 stuff. I can't do this shit anymore. I really can't do this shit anymore. I want to scream at something that matters, like Braham, or pay to win. Right. Where was I in Guild Wars 2 now? What chapter am I on? I know I had to clear out my bags earlier today. The reason I was actually 30 minutes later than I wanted to be on stream was actually because I had to clear out my bags a little bit. Numpads work great for Guild Wars 2 mounts. I only have one mount, so I don't have to worry about it. Oh, yeah. Oh, nice. There you go. Yeah, I'm sitting cross-legged. You don't get to see my nuts. Let's see. Where was I? Living World Season 3. We are on Chapter 4. Now, I didn't know this existed. I had no fucking idea that there were entire fucking trailers for each season. I suppose that makes sense, right? If you're doing Living World seasons between expansions, it would make sense to hype them up as much as possible to keep people interested. So let's see what this is. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Beautiful. Traherne being thrown in the fucking salad blender like he deserves. I can't time myself out of here.
To a great warrior and friend.
Can I?
Goodbye here.
I can't time myself out. Shit.
There's a hotbed of activity up north.
Kanak. Okay, this was like the Maelstrom kind of area. That's the Ku Klux Klan, I remember. Okay, that's the first one. That was pretty good. I can see how these are pretty hype. I'm still a little bit weirded out whenever they use like 2D graphics in trailers, as opposed to like the in-game graphics for cinematics. It feels a little bit weird. But I suppose once you adapt, you kind of get used to it, right? What the fuck is this? It's bullshit.
I have been reborn.
He absorbed the Bloodstone's power.
Ah, okay.
After the coming battle, I hope any of us are still breathing. What's happening to the island?
The swell of magic will cause a cataclysmic eruption.
I didn't think we'd be dealing with another dragon so soon.
Okay, so the worst part of that was that the trailer was more hype than that chapter. That's a little bit sad. What do we got going here? Season 3, Episode 3.
The fire dragon is rising.
That's not a dragon.
Something up ahead, boy?
So this is Jormag's idea of paradise.
2 dragons
God,
at
I barely
once.
remember this chapter.
We must kill them all before any one grows too powerful.
Oh, there's the music.
Run toward your death.
Okay, that's terrible. That's terrible. I'll tell you why. Is because this trailer's giving me the chills, and I'm sorry, but the chapter itself just doesn't live up to the actual trailer. That's terrible. The music is fucking peak, though. Right. Let's see. Okay, then this is the last one. This is where I am now, right? Hold on. Yeah, that's where I am now. Fuck.
For years we've had a fester.
Oh, there she is.
Kingdom, a creeping
Toadmaster
undertow
herself.
that sucked some of our friends and family into its darkness.
This is a moment in life where you will look back.
I don't know what it is about this motherfucker, but he just reminds me of Fred from Scooby-Doo. Every time I see him, I just think Fred from Scooby-Doo.
This is a moment in life where you will look back one day and say, I made a stand, or I did nothing.
As we are poised to be smashed between two rising elder dragons, we cannot stand for a threat from within.
I was honored when Codicus tapped me for the job of regicide, and I will see it to its bloody end.
We will rout this serpent out of our home. Kryta will not be broken. Divinity's reach will not fall.
Okay, this is terrible. This is horrible. Oh my god. These like mini trailers are way better than the chapters themselves. Oh shit. This is terrible. I was trying to type out a rose because the Charlie Kirk topic was boring and going on too long. No, that's fair, Edax, that's fair. I'm tired of it as well. It's exhausting. Oh my fucking god. That's horrifying. Why are this trailers so good for such short pieces of content? That's fucking horrible. That's horrifying. Look at the dates of the chapter releases. No. I don't care. I was looking at the trailers themselves. You gotta remember, I'm like a 4-year-old. Sparkly visions and titties. That's all I care about. Okay, where the fuck am I supposed to go? Probably have to read a mail. Yeah, there we go. Her Majesty Toadmaster herself.
Timey, do you read me?
Here, Commander.
Oh god damn it, Adax. Save your money, you motherfucker. Thank you, but save your money. I'm too angry right now.
No, sorry. Rock's got word through,
Oh
though.
shit, Timey's
Apparently she
speaking.
talked some sense into him. He formed
Where's the
an
mute button?
exploratory committee, let's say. They're making their way up to Jormag as we speak to see what kind of damage they can do before mobilizing a larger force. I'm worried about him,
Wrong
Commander.
scene. Oh
He's
shit.
calling this group Destiny's Edge.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Or Keith had any say in that.
No, I don't want to lose him to Jormag. And if we're right about its weakness,
No,
we
let's
won't
lose him
stand
to
a
Jormag.
chance.
He deserves
How are we
it.
doing on that front?
I have an idea. A great idea. Well, brilliant, really. But I need to complete the experiment with the samples, then reach out to some contacts to see if I can get what I need for the aforementioned brilliant idea. I'll keep you posted. Anyway, say hi to the Queen for me.
Do you know her?
I feel like I do after all the gossip rags I read. Do you know she doesn't wear shoes? Try not to stare at her feet now that I told you that.
They
You're a
fucking
huge
reference
help,
it.
as always. Get some rest.
Bye.
They reference the fact that she doesn't. Oh my god. They actually. Oh my god. They knew what they were doing. Timey is your only genius inventor. You don't have anyone else as smart. Timey is not a genius inventor. Timey just keeps on stealing other people's notes and then pretending it's her work. Timey is essentially the person who thinks they're a genius because they can follow a YouTube tutorial of the thing someone else figured out. How come we're dragging around this little leukemia patient kid when we could replace her with any generic char who's had basic engineering training and who would probably do a better job with less dumb shit involved? But the lack of shoes has very good in-law reasoning. The queen is a freak. I mean, she's using her toes to manipulate the shit out of Logan, right? Every now and then he just gets a wiggle, and he'll do whatever the fuck she wants.
There you are, the illustrious leader of Dragon's Watch. Welcome.
I appreciate the sentiment, Your Majesty, but I feel like I haven't been much of a leader lately. I don't know how you do it. You have a whole kingdom to worry about while I can't even manage to keep a handful of people driving toward one purpose.
It's a trying task, but to be honest, sometimes I envy what must be the simplicity of your life. This place is all politics and subtext. Do a thing one person likes and 3 hate you for. Very complicated. You just relentlessly smash things until they're no longer at odds with you. I wish it were like that around here sometimes.
Well, what can I smash for you today?
I believe the White Mantle attack is
There's no
imminent.
way they don't
We
know
must
what the
take
fuck they're doing.
certain actions here in Divinity's Reach to
What can I
ensure its
smash
safety.
for you today?
The fact that you're not
For
really
fuck's sakes.
describing these actions makes me think they might be a little unorthodox.
Queen Jenna, the whore queen.
It's lovely.
Isn't it?
Think of the acne, the foot fungus. She is the embodiment of the ugly witch behind that. Oh, acne and foot fungus? You mean seasoning?
I see.
I've called the ministers here under the auspices of a reassuring gathering, but I really need to deliver what some will consider shocking news. Your presence here will go a long way to ease minds, so please, mingle. And also, keep an eye out. Any evidence of White Mantle meddlings you find would only support my actions.
I'll do some digging. And Your Majesty, you Mr. Weed here.
That looks like one, but it's actually the Crichton spiderwort. It'll bloom soon, and its petals give you the most luscious dyes. It's my favorite flower. It hides its true potential from most, and then blossoms into something great.
Queen genitals.
Happy hunting, Commander.
We need geniuses, if not Timey, who will make our world saving gadgets and ships. Literally anyone else, Fielder. You could employ Asian child number 5 from the sweatshop, and they would do a better job. And I bet they can play piano better than her. Is there something else you need, Commander? God, now I'm sounding like a fucking American. Flunt. Actually, unironically, yes, Cyro. Flunt. I bet he'd be more responsible and fuck up less as well. And that's saying something. I'm surprised you invited me here instead of Anus. Where is she? My anus is occupied, I'm afraid. As for your invitation, you're a trusted friend, and I've no doubts your presence is a welcome relief to the ministers as well. The loyal ones, anyway. Do you have any updates on Logan Toesucker? I'm sad to say Logan is still recovering from the last time he was sucking on my toes. There isn't much else I'm able to tell you about his recovery, but it has been slow. Since Catechus was in charge of the Ministry Guard, are you concerned about their loyalty? I most certainly am concerned. That's why I need you here. Cool. Is this another grandma with fantastic tits? I believe it is. Hey, baby! You know what they say? The cereal tastes best just before it goes off. Excuse me, I couldn't help but notice you speaking with the Queen. How is she? A pull of strength under pressure, as always. Good to hear. With everything that's happening, I worry for her and us. Yes, the Ku Klux Klan are beyond despicable, aren't they? Quite. Power-hungry mongrels with nothing more than the gold in their eyes. Indeed, I've stepped on things with more moral authority than those poisonous toads. It's very clear... She stepped on things with more moral authority than them. If I look down, is this bitch not wearing shoes? Okay, thank God. Your friend Catechus' association with them must have ratted you. I can tell you no one was more shocked, and I hadn't the faintest idea. Really, even with all the rumors circulating before he broke out. Try to ignore gossip. People caught spreading such filth should earn a trip to the gallows. I feel the same way about traitors. They should watch their necks. Good day. Oh wait, that's Queen Jenna again. She just looks so generic.
It seems strange for the commander to be attending a ministry meeting, doesn't it?
The Queen has her reasons, I'm sure. The extra security is a bit worried.
Why, hello, Commander. Is there something you need?
Still no sign of Logan Thacker.
Yeah, I need you to get a better haircut. I'm checking in. How do you feel about tonight's gathering? It's not wholly uncommon for the Queen to request a meeting, but given the circumstances, I'm a bit concerned. What circumstances? Surely you're aware of the detestable betrayal by our own legate, Minister. He has been missing for some time, so I hear. I'm aware you ever work closely with Catechus. Catechus and I only ever met in an official party capacity. Aside from spotting him across... Wait, at the occasional party, we rarely interacted. I see. Do you have any reasons to suspect anyone has sympathies for him? I don't mean to spread gossip, but there were rumors that Minister Arton was colluding with the White Mantle prior to Catechus' defection. As I understand it, he and the legate are close friends. The Queen seems to trust Minister Arton, though. Why don't you? I suppose a bad reputation can be difficult to overcome. That may be unfair of me, but I have a hard time trusting anyone during times like these. So glad Timey is toned down in the story after Season 3. I think Timey needs to be toned down by placing her inside of one of those junkyard car compactor things. That'll do a good job at toning her down. How may I be of service to the commander this evening? Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. This man's face has more wrinkles on it than my balls. What are your thoughts on tonight's gathering? This guy's definitely either a villain or about to die. Also, Jesus, look at the schnoz on that one. What did ArenaNet mean by this? I can't help but feel a bit uneasy in these difficult times. I suspect the large number of guards present are the Queen's way of reassuring us ministers, but their presence has me anxious. What do you make of the extra security measures? The Queen has always had our best interests in mind. Of this I have no doubt. You speak highly of her. Are the two of you close? Her Majesty has guided me through turmoil in the past and illuminated some harsh truths about traitors whom I once called friends. She has my fullest confidence.
That didn't sound good.
Piece of junk. This is unbelievable.
Oh, look. Another Asura fucking things up. I can tell from a distance. It's always them.
I'm surprised the Wee family has the guts to show their faces after what their daughter has done.
Oh, don't be cruel. Minister Wee wouldn't abandon his duties.
Yes, but treason against the Queen. That's a lot of shame to bear.
It is, but we do well to ignore Valette's mistakes and recognize his commitment to the position.
Oh my. Oh, it's such a shock to discover that an Asura's fucking something up again. Oh jeez. Wow. I'm so stunned. Why is it always them? Why is it that whenever you look at the Wikipedia early life section, you see Asura?
Oh, bother, not again.
What happened? The White Mantle?
Calm down, calm down. Third time this week this old guy's gone down. I have to manually enter manifest data when he's offline. Can you? Would you mind getting him up and running while I keep the gate's records?
Sure.
What a sport. And do be quick about it. My hand cramps easily.
Yeah, it's from all the jerking off you do all day.
This is an odd method of repair.
He can be a bit finicky, but the fix-it interface, or fixterface, I've created should make it clear what he
Oh,
needs
for
in
fuck's
order to
sakes,
be
we're playing
fixed.
Simon Says
See if
again.
That'll catch on. I was also toying with combining display and repair into disrepair. Oh, my. Never said that aloud.
Fucking retard. Okay, what are we supposed to do here? Increase the voltage. Apply coolant. Ground electricity. Apply coolant. Okay. So this is just play,
Oh, no.
Oh, shit.
You can't repair
Supposed to
him
do the
until
red
you
one.
break him out of his malfunctioning loop.
Okay, overheating. Electricity. Overcooled. Overheat him then. Are you fucking kidding me? Is it just gonna be 1, 2, 3 the whole time?
Listen,
Oh, finally.
The fixture face has three
I
main
got so used to pressing
functions,
1,
each
2, 3.
specifically designed to counteract the golem's bugs. Your features. Use the correct function to counteract his current state.
There we
Do
go.
it enough and it'll break him out of his malfunctioning loop.
Get used to that minigame. Please, God, tell me that's not
When
a
you
common
retire from
trend.
dragon slaying, you should think about opening your own golem repair shop. No one came in or out, so I didn't end up needing to man the gate logs. Plus, I needed the break.
Oh.
Glad I could do your job for you. By the way, I found this part but didn't know where it went. Looks a little like...
I've never seen that before.
It's a
I don't
dick.
know what it is, but it's not part of this golem.
Huh. Hey, Timey.
Oh, now Timey's fucking something up.
Is the communication device you gave me one of a kind?
Probably not. I mean, mine is by far the best and most advanced, but there are others out there. Wait, why do you ask?
I found a device that looks a lot like the communicator. If it was planted here by the White Mantle, they could be listening in. I'm guessing it isn't the only one.
Oh, if you want, I can use your communicator to send out a high-frequency ping that'll help you find
It's
any
so
other
common they have
secure area.
master. Oh my
Let's do that.
fucking God.
I'll get what I can and show the Queen.
Oh, be sure to let her know
Is the
I
mastery called the Asura fucked up again? Okay, now I have to press the N word on everyone. Use your communicator to detect the direction and proximity of other communication signals. Blue ping response, far signal. Yellow, nearby. Red response indicates very close. Okay. Still yellow. You. I heard the explosion. Thank you for handling the situation. My pleasure. How can I help? Have you seen anything suspicious? No, but we have been on high alert as of late. Our legate minister Catechus converted to the White Mantle, as you know, and that has reflected poorly on us. Do you suspect anyone among the guard to be sympathetic to Catechus? I've heard that the ministry guards in the past have betrayed Kryta, but now here at this gathering, no way, Commander, our men are loyal to Queen Jenna's feet. That's why we're here. How can you be so sure? Honestly, I guess I can't be, but I promise to keep an eye out. Okay, you're clean. We're getting close.
The devices have a security system. Suspicious.
So basically someone's tapping our phones. Great. The Todd detector. You know what? Every Asura quest is a game of how retarded are you. It's just Simon Says and fucking Marco Polo all the time. Why are they like this? What made them think they were geniuses? There are Linux users. No, if they were Linux users, they'd still be trying to figure out how to open a window to start their plan up. Can't be. They're probably using something far more efficient. Like Windows. Okay. Far away. I think it's supposed to question guests as well. Just for some flavor text.
Quite a lot of guards at this ministry meeting, huh?
Yes, it seems they outnumber us at least 3 to 1.
Hey, baby!
Like a militia meeting, if you ask me. At least we're all a bit safer.
Are we safer? I think these extra guards send the opposite message.
Well, we should do our best to keep up appearances. The
Why
people
do you
need
think-
it with the white mantle out there. I'm grateful I got invited to this event at all.
I'm starting to wish I stayed home.
Why is it that all the human women dress hot as fuck, and all the human males just look like the continual gayest man in existence? What the hell is going on here? What do you got to say for yourself, Lady Gwyneth?
Greetings.
I heard the commotion. Is everything all right, Commander? Ah, yes. Nothing to worry about. Are you here on behalf of Minister Catechus? I am. The people of Beetleton still need a voice within the ministry, and I am committed to ensuring that we maintain good relationships despite Catechus's treason. You must have worked closely with Catechus. For a time, yes. Since he converted to the white mantle, he has abandoned us, so it has been a long... Okay. Do you and the people of the Shire still hold sympathies for him? That seems unlikely. You live outside of his front door. Which one gets... Oh, shit. She's one of those. God damn. She got some kinky shit going on down there. Okay, which one of these options gets your clothes to be unequipped? Let's go for that one. I don't appreciate what you're insinuating. I and the rest of the people of Beetleton are paying the price of Catechus' treason. I understand. I appreciate your time. I don't think she liked that. There he is. There's Fred. Off to save the day again, Commander. How am I not surprised to see you running off towards the source of an explosion? I have a knack for finding trouble. What brings you to this ministry meeting? Oh, he's my +1. I didn't want to be the only minister to come without a guest. Plus, I like to keep some muscle around during those dangerous times. I see. Okay, that's just her little boy toy. Mixed bulk and IRL. That's why humans are going extinct and Mother Nature had to give cabbages sentience. You're probably right. I don't understand. How can you have women this attractive and there's just gay men everywhere? What happened? What happened to the human race? What did Balthazar do to the humans? I could never turn down a lady's invitation. Should the white mantle dare to show their faces, Swordmaster Farron will put them in their place. Have you seen anything suspicious? Thankfully, no. But I've been rather busy chatting with Minister Marula. That's nice. Don't let me distract you all evening. We've got another old one. Have you ever seen a human woman pregnant in the game? I haven't so far, no. That might be an indication that humans are going to be going extinct. Where's the Guild Wars 2 expansion? Where it's just get all the Norn woman and the human woman pregnant. Where's that expansion, Guild Wars? God damn it. You motherfuckers. Make that expansion. That'll bring players back to the game. Commotion had us a bit spooked. Anything to report? I'm investigating some suspicious devices that may be hidden around here. Devices? What sort of devices? That's unsettling news. What can we do to support you? Be on high alert. I suspect you are already. I think I can speak for the Shining Blade when I say I'm glad you're with us. I'm honored. Looks like you've got plenty of support from the Ministry Guard. Indeed, there are a lot of Ministry Guards here, but this is a meeting of the Ministry, so I suppose it makes sense. Still, something about it has me on edge. How so? Shining Blade takes an oath to protect the throne and Kryta above all. The Ministry Guards, however, pledge their allegiance to the Legate Minister, the Catechus. Do you think any Ministry Guards still hold allegiance to that traitor? I have my suspicions. No proof, but I certainly have my suspicions. Have you seen any suspicious activity among the Ministry Guard? I haven't, but I'm not so foolish to think that just because I don't see it, it's not there. These traitors are cunning, and we have to remain vigilant. Is there anyone that you're particularly suspicious of? I'd rather not point any fingers or risk a false accusation. Suffice to say that I'm keeping an eye. Tell me now! I'm surprised to see Estelle is still a part of the Ministry after she was caught lying about official matters. I know the Queen pardoned her, but well, I just can't trust her. Not again. Good point. Thanks for sharing. Shut up, bitch! Tell me your fucking things. This guy around being an asshole to people. Oh, I nearly forgot to talk to the wee-wees. I expected you to be far more Asian than you are, man. What was all that commotion? Is everything alright? Everything's fine. Gate Golem was acting up. I pity that Golem's attended. I don't envy his position. It is, however, good to see you at a time like this. Do you have a reason to distrust anyone at this meeting? The people who cross over, it could be anyone, people who you would never expect. Like your daughter? Yes, Valette made a horrible mistake. We are devastated, as you can imagine, but our daughter's actions are not our own. Your association with Valette raises suspicions about your allegiances. The Queen has no reason to be concerned, and neither do you. My wife and I have always worked for the betterment of Kryta. Okay. I need one more of these fucking things. It's gonna be hidden somewhere stupid, I can tell already. Honestly, kind of surprised they didn't add a romance option with the housing expansion. Doesn't seem like it'd be hard to implement and would get eaten up. I think most MMORPGs tend to avoid using any romance options. Primarily because then it feels more like an RPG than an MMORPG. But also because, can you imagine trying to teach a bunch of spurgs how to not run at women and say, I'm gonna rape you, and then like trying to teach them charm. It'd be really funny. But also I think it's because people like to do like romance stuff with other players, and they'll rather RP that shit rather than deal with an NPC. Also ratings, yes. Also ratings.
This seems like enough to back up whatever the Queen's about to do. I should give these to her.
If you've got like romance stuff going on in a game, even if you have like sex scenes that are literally just fade to black, I know that like rating agencies get like really touchy about that shit, because it's okay if you peel a man's face off his skin in a video game. But God forbid the implication of sex occur.
Commander, I was just trying to reassure the Whis here. It's a stressful time for them. Well, not just them, for everyone.
The Queen is politely dancing around the fact that our daughter is on the wrong side of this.
Have you heard from her? At all?
We haven't heard from Valette. That doesn't mean we won't. She's a good girl, Commander. Just a little lost. She'll find her way home. We only want to hear her play the violin again.
We all do, Minister.
May we speak a moment, Your Majesty?
Of course.
Pardon us.
What do you have to say, Feet? Lesbian marriage or Go your fucking home, I see it. Yeah, look, they'll put the relationships in amongst the NPCs, but direct interaction with players is usually like almost taboo in a lot of ways.
This is an opportune time then. Allow me to excuse myself. I have a speech.
Also, the music is peak here. That's BS. Either make everything illegal and censor it, or let me watch and read about my favorite perversion in peace. And be available everywhere.
Ministers
well, yeah, that's fine for you, but what if a kid plays it?
Years, we've had a fester
they might learn about the world.
A creeping undertow
and that's for groomers to teach them.
Family into its darkness. Now,
that's why they play Roblox.
Codicus at the White Mantle's helm. This seething conflict will soon come to a head, as we are poised to be smashed between two rising elder dragons. We cannot stand for a threat from within. For this reason, I'm hereby suspending the ministry until the danger has passed. Some of you will understand it's for your safety. Others will understand that I have trapped them here, far from the White Mantle's network.
You cannot! I won't be treated like a common Doliac, herded into a pen and kept as livestock.
That one needs to die.
I am no criminal. You claim this will keep us safe. From what? Who will keep us safe from you, I say?
Good minister, this measure is temporary, I assure
That's the guy in the fucking
until the kingdom is safe from attack
thing.
And the traitors in
the
our midst
trailer
have revealed themselves. The commander has already
He's the problem.
Attack. This is an autocrat's ploy. Fellow ministers, this is a moment in life, a rare moment where you will look back one day and say, I made a stand, or I did nothing.
I'm suspecting that the trailer kind of ruined that this guy's the problem.
Or do you make enough noise that the six gods themselves hear us say nay? When my grandfather...
Oh my god! Someone farted in the antechamber! There it is. There's the trailer moment. Oh shit, I didn't know she had balls. Mesmer bullshit. Again with the Mesmer bullshit. I'm getting the sneaking suspicion that the game keeps on telling us about Mesmer bullshit because they want you to know how overpowered that class is.
Minister Arton! Your Majesty, we have to get you to safety.
We need to secure the ministers, the loyal ones at least.
I'll try to take care of them, but you're my priority.
Jump right past that fucker. Where are they? I love how they're just beating up random fucking gods and people. She's not even fighting back. She's just on drugs. As a Mirage Mesmer, I doubt that OP moniker. Or maybe once upon a time during this expansion they were OP. Who knows?
We've prepared for many contingencies. There are some defenses.
Was it too expensive to add explosion sounds to that cinematic? Yes. I noticed that they dubbed over it with music, but there was no rumbling sound, there was no crashing sound of the walls. There was just fucking straight up music there. I wonder if there was an artistic choice, or whether they just completely forgot and were like, ah, fuck it, we pushed it already. Not gonna fix that. Just another piece of abandonware. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of them. That's fine. That makes my life easier. Where's Logan when you need him? I bet in this situation when those feet are in danger, I bet Logan would be all over this shit. He'd kill them all in a second. Come on. Come on. Come on. We'll be fine. Jesus, how many of them are there? Yeah, if I was rifle spec, I would have gone down a lot sooner. Luckily, I could just throw a rock at this person, then get back up. What this game needs is a strong human female character that happens to be super powerful Mesmer. Oh wait, that's like 90% of all human female characters. You see, you're thinking about this the wrong way, right? What this game really needs is it needs the Netflix special. What it needs is diverse characters whose entire personality is their race. They don't have any, like, thinking process of their own. Then it'll be a blockbuster. That's how you know you're about to witness some peak shit happen, is when a game gets the Netflix special on you. To be honest, I gotta be honest, I haven't seen many black characters. I'm trying to think if I've seen a single black human. I think they need to rework, Logan. What do you say?
Queen Jenna, I am here to protect you. Your toes will never see danger.
Where's one of those? The black characters are in the desert where they belong in Alona. Wouldn't those be the Egyptians, though? Let's get this person up. Okay, Western Defensive Barrier. Oh, that's all of these down here. Damn, AoE on the scrap is still so goddamn good. It's fucking fantastic. Let's clean up this white There's Logan's black cousin at the hunting lodge. I don't even know who that is.
This will be my pleasure.
It's fine though. Just like DEI in real life. All the white women stole the jobs anyway, so it doesn't matter. The Netflix special of diversity is basically Soto. Isn't Soto the Asian expansion?
One barrier left. Good. Then to the throne room. We can easily defend it.
The last one is just outside there.
Nope, that's EOD. Oh, okay. Shows what I know. I'm not even there yet, so I wouldn't know. We'll figure that out when we get there.
Might and glory.
EOD's the Asian one. Is that the Stop Asian Hate expansion? Full Zachary is a random NPC in Queensdale. I've never really focused on the humans too much. I'm gonna be honest, they have one of the most boring stories. Or at least in the beginning of the game, they have one of the most boring stories.
Jenna, that's enough. Fellow ministers, join me and help the White Mantle rid Kryta of this illegitimate ruler.
Oh, here we go.
Stand by her side and be judged by my fire.
Estelle, what a surprise. Who could have seen this coming? You?
The Karen conspiracy.
Maybe you.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
You?
Oh, cool. You know, me as the player, I really love not doing anything.
You surprised?
It's really cool when the game lets me not do anything. I love that.
Here, you! I hate to break it to you, but I won't run as easily. I was honored when Codicus tapped me for the job of regicide, and I will see it to its bloody end.
Not on my
Oh, there's Toemaster. There he is.
Zachary,
Not on my
beyond
toes.
brave as always, but I need you leading the defense of the city. I'll handle this bloated tick.
Handle me? You can't move. This hamstrung doormat is your only hope, and I'm about to
Oh
kill
man,
him
he would love to be a
just to put him
doormat.
out of love-sick misery.
Estelle!
What? The whole ministry knew it.
You'll regret that slight.
Damn you!
Oh, there we go. Whoa, what the fuck? Lady, calm down.
Sweet and steady.
For God's sakes, woman. Yeah, I hope those mechanics weren't
That's the last
weren't
of them,
important to
then.
learn for later.
For now.
That,
Look at him,
that
he's
was an
already on the floor
impressive
fucking
show.
gooning over her feet.
was.
Jesus Christ, man.
How'd you like smashing things to solve your problems?
I never want to take up arms against one of my subjects, but I think I might be quite suited for your lifestyle.
I'll save you a spot in Dragon's Watch if you ever decide to step down.
Very kind. Now, what's the situation outside the city?
The White Mantle Army is making a push from the lake, but we don't know the full extent of their numbers. I'm headed down to set up a command tent at Doric's Landing.
It's good to see you on your feet again. I'll meet you there.
Great. We could use the help. Talk to Lieutenant Fours in the Plaza of Lissa. I'll make sure you're granted access to the battlefield.
Logan, please don't slow your recovery by doing...
Hold on one sec.
Thank
There we
you.
go.
And watch out for the weeds.
Oh, inventory space. Okay, what do you have to say for yourself, Goonmaster 3000? Dab. Imagine jacking off so much to Queen Jenna's feet that you bruise your upper body. God damn, dude. Thank you for protecting the Queen when I couldn't. I'm happy to help. How are you feeling? Recovery has been slow. The blighted pod changed me, not my mind, but my body feels different. It's good to see you. I was worried. Don't worry about me. We have a war to fight. The White Mantle are pushing into Divinity's Reach from the east. Is it just me? Or does it feel like if Logan wasn't here at all, nothing would change? Does he feel like a tumor? Or am I missing something here? Still a little lost in the lore. Could you summarize for me the thing about the crazy lady on your house? Basically, I employed someone who I didn't need to employ because I felt I owed I owed her because her mom took care of me when I was a kid. She worked for me for 4 years. After 4 years, she decided that she was going to scam me and the rest of my family. She started accusing me of wanting to kill her and doing all this crazy shit. Whenever she did, I would give her like the week off and stuff. She would restart the cycle continually. Eventually, I contacted a lawyer who was like, record everything. I've seen this before. This is a very common scam that people like this pull. I know you don't want to believe this and you want to believe the best in this person, so on and so forth. As time went on, she tried to kill my dogs. She destroyed my house. She burned through all my electricity. She just like fucking burned through all my water bills. Cost me everything that I had just to get rid of her. Fuck, she's done so much. Like, she sent people to my house to try and threaten my family. There's so much shit she did that I can't even keep it all straight. Oh, she abandoned her kids on my property for like a month. How much do you have to pay now? No, like, it's already over. I've already done payments and shit like that. That's already done. It's all over now. It's finished. It's done. She's finally off my fucking property. That's all that matters, is this person's out of my life. I had to pay her out. I generously paid her out more than what she was owed. I basically gave her 6 months' salary. Right? And then she messaged me a week later and she's like, I don't have any money. I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with me? I gave you literally 6 months. How did you burn through that shit in fucking a week? Has she tried asking you for money again? So that she asked me for money one more time, right? So when she left her shit here, this happened recently. This was like last week or 2 weeks ago. She picked up all her stuff. And I was like, look, you're either going to pick up your stuff or I'm going to throw it out. I've given you like fucking more than a month to get your stuff out of here. You abandoned your kids on my property and then tried to accuse me of kidnapping them. Right? You sent people to my house. You tried to kill my dogs. You tried to poison them. You've been a threat to my wife. You've been a threat to my child. Get the fuck away from my family. I want nothing to do with you. So pick up your shit or it's getting thrown out. She comes and picks up her shit. And then on the way out the door, she looks at me. She's like, can I borrow $500? I had to try my best to not burst out laughing. That this person who sent me death threats, who's put my family in danger, who sent people to my house, tried to kill my dogs, all of this shit, then at the last moment turns around and asks me for more money. Holy shit. I was like, okay, I don't have any fucking money. Get the fuck out of here. I was so fucking mad. Oh, so bad. But it's over. That's all that matters. Great many of them and all the mercy and the white mantle, they will need our full support. Then we should go at once. I'll see you soon. Is this just get the fuck out of here? Speak with Lieutenant Foreskin. Gain entry to Lake Doric. Are they? Okay, they're not a far distance away. They're just like down the road. Oh, cool. I haven't even got the waypoint here. Take me somewhere new. Where's that waypoint? There it is. What do you got to say for me? Access to Lake Doric is currently restricted. Please come back later. I have orders from Captain Thackeray to beat him in Doric's Landing. Commander, my apologies. I have to say that to everyone. Please go right ahead and good luck. Not a problem. Let's go. Into the portal. If you had to play one current state MMO for the rest of your life, which one would it be? Which one do you think? It's obviously Wizard 101. Duh.
Glad you're here, Commander. We could use your help.
That's a big one. God damn. So far, I'm really enjoying Guild Wars 2. So, here's the thing. If I had to play an MMO, one current state MMO, it wouldn't be WoW Retail. I've burned myself out on Classic because I've played it way too much. I don't know if we want to count private servers like Ascension and Turtle WoW and stuff like that. Albion would get boring for me really fast. I'm gonna say this now, there is no S-tier MMORPG. Have you ever tried out Final Fantasy XIV? I've tried it out, but I haven't gotten far enough in it to give like an informed opinion. I think my issue with Final Fantasy XIV, it just feels like alternate reality World of Warcraft.
Welcome to Lake Doric, Commander. What's left of it. The locks alone will take years to rebuild. But that worry can wait. Right now, our focus is repelling the siege and saving as many lives as we can.
And once that's through, we crush Codicus into a fine paste.
I don't believe we've been introduced.
There's literally no S-tier MMO that
just
exists.
as much as we do.
That's
this
the
is
thing.
Legionnaire Nelia Steelpaw. She's volunteered her troops to help us.
The White Mantle can't be allowed to ruin everything our races have built together. This is our fight too.
Back to the matter at hand. There are a few key areas around Lake Doric we need eyes on. Spies have infiltrated our ranks, but I trust you beyond any doubt. So the task is yours.
You can count on me.
I'm trying to think
Word
if...
from the Seraph suggests incursions throughout Lake Doric. But for the moment, our intelligence is spotty at best. Come take a look at the map, and I'll tell you what we know.
So, I'm trying to think if there's anything that could compete with Guild Wars 2 when it comes to these things. If there was a World of Warcraft Wrath of the Lich King, never gonna be updated, that's the end game. Maybe that. Except it would have to be horizontal progression, where end game for Classic is the same max level as what you'd get in Wrath and Burning Crusade, but I know that doesn't currently exist. If it had the horizontal progression of Guild Wars 2, I'd say it's a competitor. I'm trying to think of any other MMO that would stand up to that stand the test of time. That I wouldn't, like, burn the fuck out on. Maybe old school RuneScape, because I'd take it less seriously. And it would just be like something you log in and play on your third monitor under your desk while you jack off. Not ESO. Not New World. Black Desert Online is not a bad option if you're a multi-millionaire. That way, by the time you're done playing the game, you'll be poor as fuck. It also doubles up as pretty good porn. This is the problem. There are so many MMORPGs out there. There are so few of them that scratch the itch properly of what an MMORPG is supposed to be. And scratch it well. And have wide enough content and interesting enough content that you could play it again and again and again and again. It's like WoW during its Wrath period, Guild Wars 2, and old school RuneScape. It'd be one of those three probably. Maybe Black Desert Online. I don't know enough about the game.
We received reports of survivors in the forest up north, Sadra's Haven to the east, and New Loamhurst to the southeast.
Can't say black. Yes, I can. I just said black.
We have troops at the Lakeside Bazaar looking after our supply lines, but I'd like you to check in on the lines as well. We can't allow any further devastation of this region. If you see anything else of interest, please include it in your
You know
report.
what? This is
Before
a...
you begin your reconnaissance, there's a Shining Blade agent south of here who wants a word with you.
This is a personal thing. This is
His
a
name's
very,
Coleman.
very personal thing.
He says he has something that'll help us win this war.
And I don't think a lot of people would agree with me on this. But if WoW never existed, probably Rift. That's very personal. And I know a lot of people fucking lose their minds hearing that. But Rift, the problem with Rift was its alternate universe WoW after WoW existed. So no one's gonna... It just looks like a copy-paste.
I'm Exemplar Calden.
Not
As
Trove.
You're aware, the Shining
No, I haven't
Blade
played
has been
Trove.
fighting the Mersat for a long time. Studying them too. And we've recently made a breakthrough that might help us turn the tables on the
I really
right
like the talent trees in Rift, and the way the abilities worked.
Being that this isn't your first run-in with Jade constructs, I'm sure you're familiar with Spectral Agony?
Yes, I've had the pleasure of having my insides torn apart by that particular magic.
The Mersat's ability to phase between our world and the Mists allows them to tap into magics unobtainable.
Did you ever play
in the mortal
Dofus? It's a
realm.
very different
Spectral
game,
Agony is the
isometric.
pinnacle
I
of
haven't
this
ever
ability,
played it, no.
And we think we found a way to harness a form of it for
I know
our
what it
own
is,
use.
just never played it.
Reproduce the powers of the Mersat.
Yes. Well, in a sense. With some limitations. You see, unlike a Mersat or their constructs, you can't phase between our world and the Mists at will. But while close to death, you've already got one foot in the Mists. At death's door, as they say. Using remnants of Jade constructs, I fashioned a signet that allows you to cast Spectral Agony when you're near death.
I try to make it a habit to avoid those almost dead moments, but this does sound intriguing.
But I'll warn you, the longer you tap into this power, the more it will pull you into the next world. Use it wisely, once you've had a chance to familiarize yourself with the signet. Come see me if you'd like an advanced demonstration.
Okay. Gather intelligence on various locations like Doric, Scout, Harvest, Verify, States. Okay. Why did Rift die? It died because it wasn't different enough from World of Warcraft to distinguish itself as a game that could stand all on its own. It was essentially a different form of WoW clone, right? And it didn't offer a unique enough player experience. It's like, think about it this way. World of Warcraft had first mover advantage when it came to flat tab targeting games. If Rift existed before World of Warcraft, if you switched the release dates of the two, Rift would probably still be alive today, and World of Warcraft may not have been as big of a game as it was. The other problem that Rift faced was that its leveling was not nearly as addictive as the World of Warcraft leveling was. Right? Also, yes, I do need to check my masteries. Coda's Flame, fuck yeah. Okay, pick up Coda. Okay, so that's the ice people. Apparently I don't need that one. New Arc language. Or Exalted Law. I'm not sure which one of these I'm gonna need. I would assume I just keep on going with this. I would assume that this is just this is the path I want to go down because it's red and the next expansion is the same color as these things. Let's see. Looks like you're still getting acquainted with the finer points of the Spectral Aid. Return to me when your training's complete. Oh, for fuck's sakes. That's the mastery thing, isn't it? God damn it. I have to get mastery for that. That's bullshit. Okay, where do I have to go? Do you think WoW is still popular because people hate learning and don't want to learn a new MMO? I think WoW is popular for several reasons. Still, it had a bigger player base, so it has a longer distance to fall on the way down. I think it's got one of the most addictive leveling loops of any MMORPG, where playing the game
The cowards are terrorizing that fishing village.
actually
We have to get
means,
Seraph support out here immediately.
you know, leveling up as opposed to leveling being a fucking chore, where you think to yourself, okay, now that I've leveled, I get to actually play the game. WoW doesn't have that problem as much as other MMORPGs do. Retail WoW's a mess. Don't compare what I'm saying to Retail WoW. It's a fucking disaster. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm gonna get down. Yeah, thought so. Damn, these Ku Klux Klan people fight back. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Allah! Yeah, it's not enough. Damn it. Okay, we'll go up here. Technically, Skyscale map, use them as well, so damn little you have it. Okay. Doesn't matter.
Glory.
In Ancient Magic's line of masteries, after Spectral Aid, then Oak Heart's Reach for Episode 5, you can skip a Siren or Ore for Episode 6. I'll worry about it when I get there. But I know Rift had a lot of problems. Primarily that it was mostly just a WoW clone that was pretending to be better, but it did a few things better, just not enough. And WoW's always going to be to some level popular, but you can tell it's well past its peak. Primarily because they no longer report player numbers. And the only reason they really have to hide player numbers is they're not doing as well as they did in the past. For the most part, people get addicted to WoW because of what it used to be. I don't see it drawing in brand new players who are under the age of 35. I just don't see that happening. I mean, when was the last time you saw someone who was a kid in school talk about how they're going to go home and play World of Warcraft? That just doesn't happen. I think what's even worse to say is probably that MMORPGs, as much as people don't want to admit this, are a generational thing.
A lone house all the way up here. What could the White Mantle be after?
MMORPGs are generational to millennials. Primarily. And Gen X. Kids these days, they got their Roblox. That's their version of MMORPGs. That's their shared world experience that they care about. I think necessary order kind of matters because some mastery points are locked behind masteries, but there are still plenty of options. Yeah, look, I'm kind of looking forward to not knowing what I'm doing. And if I fuck it up, I fuck it up. I'm okay with that. Just means I've got more of an excuse to keep playing the game whenever I can. Oh, damn it. Fuck that up. That's fine. We just Yoshi that motherfucker. Get back on him. Tried WoW a few years back. After trying and liking Hearthstone, it was cancer players in under 15 minutes. Yeah, of course. But that's any MMORPG. Most players in MMOs are cancer. They're like pretending to be nice, and then when it comes down to it, then they got a problem. And then, you know, they need to like hook you in, drag you down with them. And they're always mean in a different way.
Wait, where are you going? Wait, you can't just... Oh, damn it.
These are some pretty cool looking areas, I'm gonna be honest. These look fantastic. What's this guy got to say for himself?
It's the commander. Come to complicate my day even further, have you?
Logan asked me to check in on the Seraph's operations here. What's going on? I heard a commotion earlier.
Oh, that? No, it's nothing. Just a little raw, seething frustration I needed to let loose. I'll be fine. I've been tapped as the civilian envoy for the Seraph supply line operations here. Keeping pace with them is challenging. But someone's got to build the crown for all these resources once the war's over. Every last item will be accounted for.
Very patriotic of you. Looks like things are running smoothly around here, though.
The Seraph is a well-oiled machine when push comes to shove. They didn't waste a moment once the attack was sprung. The bazaar is probably the most secure location in Lake Doric. I doubt the White Mantle will have much luck seizing it. That's not to say there isn't lots of work to be done if you want to chip in. As you may have noticed, I only have 2 hands.
Maybe later. I'm on orders from Thackeray to recon the rest of Lake Doric before we plan our next move.
Very well. Tell the captain that his supply lines are well looked after. And watch your back out there, Commander.
Most WoW players are awful people. I got trauma bonded by a Gleed. Don't know what that is. For a while, long and past, and I still think of trying to talk to them again. But this is the thing is, I kind of enjoy the salt. I love it. I think it's fantastic. There's nothing more satisfying than fucking with people who are cancerous in a lot of ways. There's a certain joy you feel in making life difficult for them. Even if you act retarded just to fuck up their day. It's satisfying. So I loved WoW. I had a wonderful time in WoW.
We'll need a coordinated assault to retake it.
I also met some really good people in WoW. But as you can imagine, all the good people I met in WoW no longer play WoW.
Get ready for the dragon battle to end all dragon battles. A steamy wing fist. I think they jump.
Mostly it's just people who are mad that still play it. Like, not crazy mad, just angry. Man, holy shit, if you go to, like, I'm serious, if you go to any MMORPG video criticizing World of Warcraft, they lose their fucking minds at you.
With it, I should be able to see the eternal alchemy
They still think that WoW's in its peak.
to pit them against one another. Spencer's research is continuing to pay dividends.
I haven't had the best track record guiding members of this guild, so I'll say this as a word of caution. Scarlet.
Okay, A, I'm not a dragon minion, no offense. And B, the lives we'll save are worth the risk, and I think you might agree with that.
I do. Just be careful.
What could go wrong? You know what? It feels like I shouldn't say that. I bet a ton of stuff can go wrong. Bye!
Guild leader. Ah, okay. Never heard that terminology. None of the salt, the kind of retard that tells you you're their best friend in private and then shits on you in public. Oh, they pirate softwared you. It depends if it was friendly ribbing or not. I shit on my friends all the time and they shit on me too. It's
I assume you have a report for us.
Indeed. The Seraph have the bazaar well secured, but the Mantle's making gains elsewhere in the region. Sadra's Haven is definitely a target. We should send some support that way.
I'll try to get a detachment.
Yes, she did just call me a dragon minion.
What else?
The White Mantle have taken an interest in New Loamhurst, as well as a heavily fortified house in the forest north of here.
If it's of interest to the enemy, it's of interest to us. I appreciate your efforts, Commander. Thanks to you, we're a little less blind in this battle. While you were scouting, we heard that the White Mantle have taken Fort Avenia, bolstering their eastern flank's defenses. Worse yet, there's some sort of magical storm forming over the fort. We can't risk a frontal assault. There's supposed to be a Shining Blade agent stationed in that area. One well-versed in the art of sabotage. I think the two of you could do a lot of damage together. Go track down the agent. See if you can do something about the White Mantle who occupy that fort.
It's fine. She's just copying Marjorie. What do you expect? She's a leukemia patient. She needs to die soon anyway. What's Invisivage doing back here? Letter. Sheet of parchment, fairly undamaged paper, handwriting familiar. Read it. Catechus is leading the White Mantle to our doorstep where he will die. This is the final betrayal. I need you to shadow Logan Thackeray. Stay with him and don't let him see you. Keep him alive. He still has a role to play. E. Ah. We got some extra shit going on in the background. A little bit of extra lore there just from reading a little note. One of the many dropped plot points. What? Abandoned content? In Guild Wars 2? Never. No. No, you don't say. They just left open, unfair, like loose ends all over the place. Never. I don't believe you. That's never happened. Not once in Guild Wars 2. You were supposed to be this cool mystery. And I bet they kind of forgot about it.
Damn jade constructs. They hit like a stampeding centaur.
Careful now. What happened to you?
I was undercover inside Fort Avinia when those filthy cultists took it during the surprise attack. They caught me inside trying to free Seraph prisoners. Took a hit from one of those jade bows while I was trying to escape. Then this storm appeared. Might be from the bloodstone shards they're storing in there.
Logan sent me to help deal with the White Mantle and the fort. What can I do?
You can help me finish my mission. There's still a number of Seraph prisoners inside that need assistance. There's also plenty of opportunities for intel gathering and good old-fashioned sabotage, if you can avoid detection. I can cloak you in a powerful veil that will give you the appearance of a White Mantle soldier, but there's
oh fuck yeah, joining the clan, I suppose.
To close scrutiny, so don't take any drastic action if any Mantle are watching. Be careful inside, especially around those jade constructs.
I will. Stay safe and out of sight. I'll return
I'm confident
soon.
that E will be the main story line in the next expansion. I don't know who this E is. I thought it was just like, you know, Queen Jenna being like, this is my super duper secret name. I'm so special and unique. Don't think about it too much. I'm a mesmer. That means I can do anything, including teleport across the map. Man, I'll be honest, that sword is cool as fuck. Isn't E supposed to be Camilla? I wouldn't know. What am I looking for here? Battle plan stolen. Acts of sabotage committed. Seraph soldiers rescued. Okay. This is what I'm looking for. Barrels. I'd like to show you a little extra part of this map that's sort of optional but fun to do when you are done with the story. Maybe, we'll see. I'm kind of into the story. Can we fuck with their food? No. Just take a dump in the food crate. Just ruin their day. Hold on. Threat assessment. Banberry poison. Oh shit, okay. Fuck yeah. We can shit in their food. Even better. You know, I think I would suppose that they'd want you to like do this behind all these soldiers' back, but I kind of feel like I could just walk past these people, take a dump in their food crate, and they wouldn't even pay attention. Like, they're not even trying. There's no, like, visual indicator on the ground of where they're looking. Okay, Seraph soldiers rescued and battle plans stolen. There's one over there. One over there. Eh! Oh shit, never mind. Fuck me. Well, that just came out of nowhere. Ugh.
I'm fading fast.
I'm just gonna die. Oh shit, I'm back on my feet. Okay, fuck. Okay. Okay. Stealth. Get the fuck away from me. Ooh, get me the fuck out of there. Turns out there's a reason for the scan skill after all. I felt like I was perfectly safe. They tricked me. These motherfuckers finagled me. Let's try that again. These are raid mobs verbatim from a raid without any downscaling. That's fine. Yeah, I kind of felt that when they fucking wiped me out. When they looked in my direction mildly and I fell apart. Do I have a disguise in my bag, or is this a case of I gotta go back to this woman? I suppose I'll talk to her again. Yo, I need another disguise. Were you able to complete your mission before you were discovered? Unfortunately, no. Still lots to do inside Battle Plan Steel. Okay, can I be of assistance? I'm ready. Suit me up. There we go. Shadow step to target area and gate. Oh, okay. Assess if you're within visible range of white mantle forces. I suppose I should have been spamming that one, huh? Damn, I got real comfy there. I didn't feel like anything was a threat, and then all of a sudden they just beat my ass. Okay, now I just need to rescue soldiers. That's fine, just one more. Just one more, I know they're in here. No, never mind, they're not in here. Where the fuck would I find one of these motherfuckers? Suppose I gotta go in here. Maybe there's one in there. I couldn't care less about the hearts, if I'm being honest. I think the hearts are the worst questing system this game has to offer. Not because they're bad, but just because everything else is so much better. Go further inside. That's what she said, but there's no more PP left for that move. Hearts are basically standard MMORPG version quests. But the thing is, everything else is so much better.
And the White Mantle are going to have a lot of cleanup.
Good work. Those soldiers' families will be relieved to see them alive. Get back to Captain Thackeray and report the good news. I'll stay and coordinate future raids.
That's valuable.
Now let's see, where do we go? Back to Logan Thickeray. Wizard Vault sells Mastery XP potions. I might just use that. We might just use some performance enhancing drugs then. You know, usually I try to avoid PEDs, but I suppose every now and then, what's the harm in just juicing just a little bit? You want to do the hearts for the future legendary trinket you can get from Living World Season 3. Well, then I'll do them when I care about them.
The White Mantle leaders in Fort Avinia are in a
right now, I don't.
I'm guessing we have you to thank for that.
I rescued some Seraph soldiers while I was inside. They may have overheard some intel while they were under guard.
Ooh. We'll debrief them immediately. Good work, Commander. We're winning this war. We're almost ready to turn our attention to Cauticus. But before we act, we need to strengthen our hold on the region.
I like the sound of that. How can I help?
I need you on the front line supporting the Seraph's efforts. Do whatever you can to ensure our victory.
Understood. I'll do my part.
Return to me when the tide is turned. And take care of yourself out there.
Where Mastery Experience point? Where Mastery Experience get from Wizard Vault pay to win cash shop? Me no see. Black Lion Mastery Cough is only 15. Jesus Christ. I'd expect more. Third row on the right. 1, 2, 3. That's a Black Lion box. Contains a random elixir of mastery. Okay. Oh, they put a box inside a box. Oh, congratulations. You're so smart. Brilliant. Well done, Guild Wars 2. I never would have expected you to do that. See what we got. Large amount? Path of Fire. Oh shit, it relates to different fucking things. These shits, these motherfuckers. These sneaky rats. Wait, so what happens if I use one that I'm not even at that thing? Does it still work? Suppose I need one more. Oh, guys, this shop is definitely magical. I feel so rewarded. I feel like I put in some real effort clicking buttons. Oh, damn it, just give me some. Give me what I need. Give me what I fucking need. Dragon's Mastery Path of... Learn the Mastery, then use them. What do you mean, learn the Mastery? Oh shit, I can learn the Mastery. I didn't realize it maxed it out. I thought there was still like a little gap there. Damn. Damn. I'm a fucking idiot. Oh, well, that's fun. What, do you expect me to have experience with the cash shop?
Too pleased about cleaning up after us all the time. Us.
With the 5th downstate skill. Okay, let's see what this is now. Spectral Aid. What else can you... I want to see it in action.
I'm trained to use this signet of yours, and I'm ready for a demonstration.
Ah, excellent. To demonstrate this, I'm going to need to hit you. Hard. Brace
He's gonna
yourself.
kick me in the balls. Okay.
The longer you channel energy through the signet, the wider your range, but the more damage you'll endure. Channel it until... Splendid. Now we're fighting fire with fire. If you ever have any other questions, be sure to see me.
So basically now we get 2 suicide vests instead of 1. That was the big deal. Okay, fine. So now we've gone from regular bomb vest wielder to fucking imam in the outside the mosque. Like, what the... That's it? Plus you get it on all characters. Aha, okay, so everyone gets a suicide vest. Spectral Aid is a downstate lifesaver. Yeah, I can imagine if my little mini engineer suicide vest does a little bit. I can imagine that that's going to do like a mass amount of damage to the things around me. And if I'm doing a mass amount of damage, I'm going to be better off. Let's see. Ancient druids had the power to manipulate nature. Learn this mastery to gather Oakheart's essence. Allows you to grapple to new heights using magical vines. Since all of these were Heart of Thorns stuff, I'm willing to bet I just need to worry about this, right? I just need to worry about ancient magics and then the masteries that I get in Path of Fire. Right, where am I supposed to go? Complete events, defeat enemy troops, and help the residents of the Lake Doric while Seraph prepare for a final attack. Oh, god damn it. It's gonna make me do the hard quests. And I don't want ya! May as well train gliding instead of those ones. Maybe I will. You know what? Actually, you're right. Gliding feels like it's super, super important. Let's see, so if I get downstated here, let's say I get my shit pushed in. Maybe I will, maybe... Okay, no, I won't. Oh, damn, that did next to nothing. What's the hard quest here? Restore normalcy. Plant flowers. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, you know what these people need? Is flowers being planted. Yeah, I still don't have auto loot, by the way. You got the core potion. That's true. I did. I'll change it over now. Man, Mastery is such a good complex system. Mastery is such a fantastically complex system. Fire. Icebrewed Saga. I think I used the core. Fuck. Damn it. I think I used it. Oh well. That's life sometimes. Sometimes a retard acts like a retard and pays the price. Oh well. I'm not gonna focus on that. I'm not gonna be focusing on fucking little little pictures here. I wanna play the fucking game. I know that's odd to hear. I know you're not used to hearing that. I know most Guild Wars 2 players, they're like, but you have to open every fucking window and spend 7 hours organizing your bags. And then when you're done with that, then you log out for the day. And you come back tomorrow. But this is this really weird thing. I know it's niche. I know it doesn't have a large community in this game. But I quite enjoy doing this thing where I play the game. Okay, that just dumps it at my feet. I thought we'd throw it there. Focusing on those pictures is also playing the game. That's what you think. I see it as cope. No, I'm just fucking with you. God damn it, I ran out of water. Would you be playing the game the same way if you weren't? No, absolutely not. If I wasn't streaming, I'd be playing this game in the most fucking boring way imaginable. I would be spending hours optimizing for bullshit all the time. Just because I felt like it. I'd be sitting here like a psychopath, staring at a window, reading something, then like writing out a plan on a piece of paper of how I'm gonna use this to my advantage. No one plays a game on stream the same way they play it when they're alone. Your attention span when you're playing a game alone goes up by like at least 50%.
Might and glory.
Come on, buddy. Come on. Get your shit pushed in. See another one?
Enemy of the white mantle.
Yeah, fuck. I feel like the most efficient way to finish this hard quest is not to kill things or to open barrels. It's just to dump water on everything and run away. Do you plan to have Flunt edit for the next vid? Well, the next vid is going to be a Dune Awakening video. Which is going to... Man, it's taken me for fucking ever to do that. Because of everything that got in my way in my life. I'm still figuring out how I want to, like, couch the story of what I'm doing. There's, like, a lot to think about. I'm still trying to figure out whether I should separate out the living worlds or not. There's a whole bunch of things I gotta figure out. And I'm probably gonna do, like, a Guild Wars 2 video in the future that's on my main channel that's gonna be different from the way I've done things in the past. Yeah, fuck, drop that. Defeat White Mantle, attacking the Seraph troops, okay. Fuck it, dynamic quest, feel better. I see no reason not to. Damn it! Didn't get you in time. I got exactly one hit off. Fuck yeah. I have not seen anything about Dune. It's fantastic. It's a great game to play. Super enjoyable as a survival kind of open world game. It's definitely not an MMO, but it was marketed as one. I would say, overall, it's boring to watch, but really enjoyable to play. It's like a really tight, well-functioning game. Similar to Conan Exiles. Very similar to Conan Exiles. Linked you another woman, but it's human. Yeah, don't worry about it. By the way, this map is famous for having AFK barters. It used to be insanely popular. Okay, so this is where everyone would go to, like... Wait, I don't understand. What would be the point of AFK bartering at max level aside from maybe mastery? What are you getting out of the experience of bartering your way through a place like this? You farm gold materials. Aha, okay. So it's basically just being a dirty fucking gold farmer. That's it. You just RMT it, I suppose. Certain mobs will drop certain items that are material. Yeah, okay. Is this another one of those repair the village things? It's looking like it.
Carry on.
It's definitely looking like it. I really want to like just group them all up in like a stack of 10.
For the white mantle.
It's so spread apart though, Jesus. Like if anyone knows Blizzard mage farming from WoW, that's what I feel like I want to do. But I'm pretty sure that's non-viable in this game. Those NGF pulls, not really. Suppose if you use ranged, you can get a pull off. Ugh. God damn. This chapter's taking me longer than I expected it to. Mostly because it's got grind elements to it. I'm fucking running out of time. Looks like I'm going to be playing Hollow Knight tomorrow. Which is disappointing. I was actually hoping to play it today.
For the white mantle. Might and glory. Oh.
Come on. Just die. Just die. Just die. There we go. I've been playing Guild Wars 2 for years as my one and only MMO. Never played others. If I was to take a break and try another MMO, which one should I try? Ooh, that's a rough one. That's a rough thing to try and decide. Primarily because it's going to be dependent on what kind of gameplay feel you like. And if you like Guild Wars 2 gameplay feel, it's very unique in a lot of ways. Because it doesn't feel as limiting as regular tab targeting does. I think you'd probably be better off trying an action combat game than a tab targeting game. I'm willing to bet Guild Wars 2 players have a hard time adapting to a really, really hard tab targeting game versus a softer system like what they've got here. If you're gonna try something, I would maybe suggest either Black Desert Online. As weird as this sounds, if you don't take it seriously, New World can be enjoyable. You and the two other people still playing it.
Enemy of the white mantle.
What else? Action combat wise, I'm trying to think of one. What other action combat would work? ESO, but again, it's like, don't take it seriously. Just play the game for enjoyment, as opposed to optimizing the shit out of it. And you'll have a good time. The second you start trying to optimize the shit out of it, and you start playing I'm competing with the Joneses, you're screwed. because you will have to go into the cash shop. But if you're just playing the game for sheer enjoyment value, it's not bad. There are no
Swift and steady.
new and like windfall MMOs that I would recommend above the old ones. Like maybe Ashes of Creation if you cannot pay like $100 to play the alpha. That's never releasing. But like Ashes of Creation's a grind. Holy shit, that game's a grind. Come on. There we go. A lot of Final Fantasy XIV players move over pretty smoothly to Guild Wars 2. Is Final Fantasy not a good one? Final Fantasy works almost exactly the same way WoW does from a gameplay perspective, right? So it's kind of like it's easy to move from tab targeting to a softer system, but it's harder to move from a softer system back to tab targeting. I'd say give it a try, but the gameplay, like the tab targeting itself, might feel very, very clunky by comparison. ESO has a decent amount of story. It's really one of those things of don't take it seriously. Don't start going down the rabbit hole of pay to win and trying to keep up with some hyper-optimized fucking psycho who spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in the cash shop. Because it will drain your soul. It will remove any significant feeling of value from you. But if you want story and you don't care that much about a hard tab targeting system, I've heard Final Fantasy's got like hundreds of hours of story. If that's what you care about. Like a lot of the time, Final Fantasy is referred to as an RPG MMO instead of an MMORPG. Primarily because the RPG element comes first and the MMO thing is second. I'm trying to think if there's another one that would make sense to try. I mean, man, we're flooded with new MMOs every single year and all of them suck ass. That's the problem. But yeah, there's like little quality of life things that Guild Wars 2 does, like dodge rolling. Yeah, it's gonna feel weird. Yeah, SWTOR's not bad for tab targeting. I just can't get into it. SWTOR, I have a battle getting into. Something just feels off about it. More than most MMOs, it feels like nothing matters. It also gets confusing on the maps. I think, yeah, story elements, the personal relationships, the things that you can have in SWTOR are great. But the gameplay just, man, fuck it, it's unappealing to me on a personal level. I would say, honestly, if you wanted a good WoW experience and you were looking to try it out and you've never tried it out before, I would actually say go find the Ascension WoW private server and try that out instead of playing the actual game. Because the amount of variety of builds and shit is probably actually going to feel better than if you played the game in the current state it's in. Yep. It's like, fuck. How do I put this? There he goes. The man with either a fucked up bike or the world's smallest penis, trying to figure out which one still. So, like, think about it this way, right? There are no, I keep saying this, there are no S-tier MMORPGs out there in existence to this day. There are only like A to B tier old MMOs, and then all the newest shit is just pay to win trash that's trying to get you to waste money in it and doesn't actually give a fuck about your experience. They're just trying to get you to like manipulate your way into playing it. If you wanted something top down, if you wanted something completely different, maybe Lost Ark would be the way to go. But then again, like Lost Ark is like play to max level and then stop. Because going beyond that is just asking for trouble. God damn it, let me kill this thing.
This is my chance.
There we go.
I gave it my all.
Much better. Old Republic isn't terrible, but once the story goes into the Mandalorians fighting themselves dip out, that's where it died. Yeah, you see, this is what I mean, is there's a lot of MMOs that have, like, they just have this moment where they just fall the fuck off, and you never want to look at them again after that moment. And you know what? I think that's based. I think you should not look back at them. I think certain MMOs, you get to a point where you're like, okay, this is the true ending, and I'm deciding this is the true ending. I don't give a fuck what bullshit the devs put in the game after this. This is what I believe and feel is a completed experience. So, like, for World of Warcraft, that would be Wrath of the Lich King, right? For... I don't know where that would be in Guild Wars 2, to be honest. For Lost Ark, that would be... yeah, you know, get to max level, and then when they start time gating shit, you just get the fuck out of there. For New World, it's play to max level, enjoy the dungeons once each, and then leave. Don't come back. Just asking for trouble by coming back. But it also, like, really depends on what you're looking for.
Everything's so
I thought he was dead.
They just... How could they do this?
Living World Season 4 is also considered an endpoint. Is that, like, where a lot of people decided, yeah, fuck this, I'm done? What did they do? What did they do after Living World Season 4 that everyone's so fucking mad? I keep seeing it. People just being angry at it. EOD is the true end of Guild Wars 2, but for certain characters, Living World Season 4 is the end for them. So do you feel like, did the writing fall apart? Was it the story? Okay, I might as well do this one. This hard quest now. Take dumps in their food supply. Final boss of EOD was too good. So it basically, it fell off a cliff after that. Look at these guys. Shit in the food. God damn it. Ah, fuck. Thought it was out the way. Get me out of here. Get me out. Ah, there we go.
This is my chance.
Oh, that's fine. Hey, maybe I die here. I get to try out that new ability.
Carry on.
Or not. Okay, what is this? The Jade Cannon. How the fuck do I damage that? Was this like I need to do Defiance breaking on this? God, what are my Defiance breaks? 5? Is that it? I suppose 5 and 7, that's my Defiance breaks. All that damage and no CC. Such a shame. You know when you did the Mordramoth meta event? Imagine that, but way bigger and cooler. Oh, that sounds awesome. The Void sucks as a villain. Are you fucking telling me that they did the same thing Blizzard did? Where they bullshitted out an enemy and they just made it as nebulous as possible? To try and get people interested? Oh god. Please don't tell me I'm gonna hear one of the villains say a line like, fucking, make Tyria great again, because Jesus Christ, that's gonna be so fucking cringe. Please God, I'm not gonna, tell me I'm not gonna hear that. Unknown outsider dimensional force. Voiding Guild Wars 2 is more lame than WoW. Oh god, that hurts to say. Oh, that's gonna break my fucking heart. With how good this game's been doing, that's gonna hurt me. There we go. Jesus, it's gonna take me forever to destroy this thing, isn't it? It might not even be worth it. Nah, I'm fucking... Fuck this. It's not worth it. Get me the fuck out of here. Give me one of those suits again, please. Thank you. You're still in the golden era. Well, it feels fucking good. It feels good, this golden era. I like what I'm seeing so far. It's been a real fucking joy. I don't want it to end. I want it to just keep getting better. No, that person's gonna see me. Come on. No one show up here. Good, 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 good. Leave. Come on, nearly done with this. Nearly done with this one. One more. There we go. Time to leave. Ah! Okay, leaving against my wall, but that's fine.
I need assistance.
Jerk myself off in the river. Ugh. That's why I loathe to even do Living World Season 4. I hate the desert, I hate the Awakened, I hate everything else that comes after even more. I'm gonna skip half the game because I can't do it solo with a shit loadout. I'd rather do it with a shit loadout. It's just I'm having fun. Of course I'm gonna skip half the game. I'm just enjoying. This is your average MMO player experience. Unoptimized, unbothered, in his lane. pissing in bottles. This is the way MMOs were meant to be played, where you miss a bunch of shit. And then one day, slowly over time, you become an expert, and then you walk around saying, actually, did you know that this part of the game was made by 4 people? But they weren't part of the main team, they were hired from Thailand. Because Bill Gates likes Thai hookers. That's how it's supposed to work. You slowly, over time, become a worse human being playing MMOs. Also, thanks for the follow, Joker X Fire. Hold on, fuck, I missed that one. Hold on. As late to the gameplay, you will probably enjoy everything up to the current content, as you won't get stuck in any area for long periods of time, except the end of Irritable Bowel Syndrome, which shits the bed. I suppose we'll see. This is the thing, is like, what happens? What happens if I enjoy IBS? Huh? What are you gonna do then? If I fuck things up for all of you? And you're telling me how dog shit it is, I'm out here having the best time of my life. What if I think that content's peak? What are you gonna do? You're gonna be so fucking mad. What if Soto becomes my favorite expansion? It just pisses you off. What if I go around telling people, what if I just go around spreading misinformation? And I just tell a bunch of people, you know, Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire suck ass. No game should be designed in that way. Just spread misinformation everywhere.
Had enough?
God damn it. Come on, just fall. Okay, this is a hard quest. This is a hard quest, yeah. Somewhere around here. Where is it? Oh, it's up there. And there's a mastery point here. Holy shit. How do I get there, though? No, don't fall. God damn it. How the fuck do I get to that mastery point? Do I... Can I... No. Shit.
The time has come to make my pilgrimage. May Dwayna see me to my destination unharmed.
Oh, so close. I feel like I can do it. I feel like I can get there. There we go. There we go. It's possible. You know, there's probably an easily walkable path to get there, and I'm just fucking stupid.
Help me!
There we go. Because NCSoft told ANET to start the next expansion and stop worrying about Living World. So basically, Daddy NCSoft came along and fucked up everyone's day. Again. Magical. Played in like IBS when it was current, because we had been told by ANET they were done doing X-Packs, we're only doing Living World seasons from now on, and then everyone was a doomer, but in retrospect IBS is good for most of it, but the end just reused assets and areas. Very little, and Braham is central to, oh, for fuck's sakes. You know, I was really enjoying this break from Braham. I mean, I fed you a ton of misinformation. I thought based on Braham's little temper tantrum that happened last time, that everything we were going to see this time was just going to be heavily related to him. And we have barely seen that motherfucker at all. It's been such a blessing. I really thought we were going to see like an entire thing where it's just Braham telling us about his problems, about how he grew up mentally retarded because his mom didn't let her suck on his let him suck on her titties. And I mean, I also grew up mentally retarded thinking about sucking on Air's titties, but I mean, for a different reason.
Swift and steady.
I don't hate Braham as much as everyone else. He's the biggest retard around, so I feel represented. The problem with Braham is he's such a little temper tantrumy bitch. And he gets in the way and he doesn't do anything useful. He doesn't help. He's like tits on a bull. They exist, and you know they exist, but they don't do anything. Man's a walking disappointment. Seriously, imagine your mom gets pregnant with you. And the choice she has in life is, I'm gonna go and fight World War I, or I'm gonna be a mom. And she's like, she gives birth to you, and she's like, fuck this, I'm gonna go fight World War I. Hello, this is a robbery. Give me your money. Well, I don't have any money, so you're fucked. You didn't rob me. You just practiced. Congratulations.
I've done what I can. The white mantle threat isn't completely contained, but we should be ready to make our move on Codicus.
Perfect timing. Jenna, that is, Her Majesty, has requested our presence in the throne room. We couldn't have held off the mantle without you. I'm sure the Queen wants to thank you personally for your efforts. A year ago, nobody would have let a Sylvari set foot in the Queen's throne room. I'm glad things have changed. Go ahead and make your way up to the palace.
Sure,
I'll meet you there.
Set foot? Seriously, set fucking foot in the throne room? You kidding me? There's no fucking way. They know what they're doing. The writers of this game know what they're doing about Feet Master 3000 year. They fucking know it. There's no way. That was on purpose. They're aware of the feet memes. There's no fucking way they're not aware of the feet memes. Holy shit. This has to be done on purpose. I'm not imagining this. This is not a schizo moment. They're doing this on purpose. They know what they're doing. These sick fucks know what they're doing with this. Oh shit, thanks for the sub, Happy Antonas. I nearly missed that. Holy shit, thank you. I appreciate it. Also, you're a bastard for making my taxes harder. But that's okay. Since Heart of Thorns, they knew there's invisible shoes, skin from invisible mushrooms in the jungle. I'm not even... fuck, I can't even read that. Jesus Christ. Okay, here we go. Look how good these loading screens look. And then all the men just look gay as fuck. Look, how... I don't understand. Look at this, right? Look at him. You look at this man right here. He farts and it doesn't make a sound. It's just... whew. And how does so many of these exist? When you got these absolute fucking baddies walking around everywhere. Make this make sense to me. This makes 0 sense. God damn.
Captain Thackeray, how are we doing?
The tide has turned, Your Majesty. It's only a mop-up operation.
Oh, her anus is back.
Thanks in no small part to the commander here. If I could have been out there more.
You served your kingdom well, Logan. That's that.
Your Majesty.
What of the head of the snake?
Running home to die in his den, the slippery serpent. I'd say we should just torch the place and rid ourselves of him. But there are still innocents at the manor. Canuck and a detachment of Shining Blade are there.
Oh, fuck yeah, Canuck. Finally a good character.
Canuck wants out of his obligation to me, and I won't stand for Codicus seeing another sunrise.
I should go then, to ensure justice is served. And just in case.
I agree. And I have someone who could be of great help to that end, Commander.
I can lead you in. I know a way. Some tunnels behind the manor.
The daughter of the villain? I see a few issues with that.
Anise.
But any help is welcome.
He also might be going home to unleash his contingency plan. He's desperate. And trust me, when Codicus is desperate, he's dangerous.
Well, if anyone would know about that. Logan, take the Seraph and make sure no one slips out the front. We'll remove the disease surgically, following Lady Beetlestone's intimate knowledge of her dear father's secret paths.
We?
Yes, child. I'll see you there and be right by your side, as the commander said, to ensure justice is served and just in case.
Anish, you should stay in Divinity's reach. Demi is a friend. A capable friend, not in need of supervision.
Oh, of course. Whatever the thrones will. Get to it then, everyone. You have a snake to behead.
God damn. Hold on. Female, male outfits. Ironclad outfit on male looks terrible. On female looks great. Repeated for so many other outfits. Absolutely fine. I am not... That's the most based decision that the game devs ever made. Who gives a fuck what dudes look like in their armor? But the ladies, that's what matters. That's where the money is. Now I'll tell you what, I think I'm gonna stop there. Just because I'm actually out of time. I went 30 minutes over where I wanted to be. I'm gonna be playing Hollow Knight first next time. And then actually no, you know what? We will finish off this story, this chapter, then we will play some Hollow Knight tomorrow. What if I'm an equal opportunity gooner? Well, then even better. You want to see less armor on the dudes. You don't need them to cover that shit up. For women, outfits are like seasoning. For men, it's just a thing that's in the way. So, we're going to stop there. We're going to fuck off. I have decided... We'll stop here. Right, so, I've decided on the 22nd that I'm going to participate in this charity event. This one I told you guys about. Let's see if I can find this thing. Where did I put it? In this charity event. Right, now you're not going to get nothing out of this. I'm going to go out of my way to make sure that there are giveaways active on my channel. That you can get anything from a $5 game to a $40 game. Potentially. During this time period. Just because I think it would be fun, and I've managed to strike that deal up. I'm going to be in a weird fucking cosplay that's going to be a big risk. I hope it works out. It might not work out. We'll start the BDO workout challenge at the same time when this happens. Have you brought this up with Muck? No, I still need to contact a bunch of other streamers about this, see if they're interested, see if they want to get involved. And when it comes to my cosplay, let's pull up my notes. Out of all the cosplays you fucking clowns suggested to me, where is it? I can't find it. I can't find it now. Oh no, it didn't save the note. You fuckers. Oh wait, no. There it is. Okay. Of all the cosplays that you fuckers suggested to me, Every single one of these cosplays. Braham cosplay. I swear to God, it's like you want me to kill myself live on stream. I don't have the muscularity to be Johnny Sins. Of all these cosplays, guess what? None of them are the cosplay I'm going for. Not a single one of them. And the problem with doing it, like, I realize this is like a legit problem, right? But here's an issue, right? Here's an actual issue. So let's take a look at Braham right now before we leave. Do you know what the problem with the Braham cosplay is? It's literally just an angry lesbian with a shitty haircut. If I did a Braham cosplay, no one is recognizing Braham. They're just like, why are you dressed as an angry lesbian? That's all they're saying to you. That's all they're saying to you. Plus, my titty dangle isn't that low. Now, of the cosplays you gave me, guess what? Absolutely fucking none of these are the ones I'm choosing. All of your suggestions are terrible. I've got a very specific cosplay that you're going to find out on the day. Now, I got to duck. I got to go. You got to go. I don't know what you're doing here in the first place. Disappear. Go live your lives. What the fuck's wrong with you? Why are you here? And here, I'll give you a little hint as to the cosplay. See if I can find it. I'll give you a short little hint. You should be able to recognize this. God damn it. Here you go. This should tell you.
It's not always about the money, Spider-Man. It's about the Mets, baby. Love the Mets. All right, baby, let's go.